Where There Is Evil, written and read by Sandra Brown. Dedicated to the memories of my mother, Mary Milne Frew, and of Mary McCall Anderson, Moira. Prologue. At the start of a bitterly cold February in 1992, my routine as a wife and mother living in the suburbs of Edinburgh and working in nearby West Lothian as a senior lecturer in childcare in a demanding college post was disrupted. I was sent on a week's management course, which included assertiveness training. What I learnt triggered off a series of events that have affected my entire life. Before I returned to West Lothian College, I had an experience that altered the direction of my life irrevocably. It also affected my husband, my teenage son, and my 10-year-old daughter. It almost destroyed relationships within the rest of my large extended family, dividing me from my mother and brothers. It led to me instigating a major criminal investigation in the Strathclyde region of Scotland, which involved reopening files almost 40 years old. Later, I was in and out of police stations, procurators' offices, and I met leading politicians. Strangers saluted my courage and told me they wouldn't have had the strength to do what I was doing. Others, including some relatives, called me a bitch, hell-bent on revenge. A tiny handful of members of my church supported me with their prayers, while people from my past showed open hostility. Some said I needed psychiatric help. All of this resulted from a single conversation I had with my father on the 7th of February, 1992, when we met and spoke for the first time in 27 years. Coatbridge, Lanarkshire, Scotland. I was a child in the 1950s when there was a distinct sense of right and wrong. It was a golden age of innocence when respect for elders was insisted upon. The postman put the letters in your hand, and my grandmother pulled down the blinds in the house when a neighbour had died or when a funeral was going past. We lived life at a slower pace and knew no one who'd suffered from stress. Indeed, we had never heard of such a thing. I ran happily to fetch what we called the messages from gloomy shops with sawdust floors. Assistants brought you items from the shelf. The butter was patted briskly into shape, and the cheese neatly severed from the block with wire. The money was whisked on a series of pulleys to the girl in her tower-like cash desk, and I dreamed of one day having her job and inscribing copperplate figures in a huge ledger. We all shopped at the Co-op, although we knew that some people, the toffs, had their shopping delivered by message boys who wore 3/4-length aprons, pedalling their sturdy bikes along tree-lined streets to the big houses where tips were likely. Customers were valued then, and honesty rewarded. It seemed as though life would go on like this forever. Coatbridge was dominated by its blast furnaces and had earned itself the nickname the Iron Borough. The the population was primarily working class, and trips abroad were only for the wealthy. And although the community had experienced its share of scandalous events, the local newspaper headlines tended to run, "Butcher fined for having too much fat in mince," or "Man fined for riding bicycle without lights." The community itself appeared to be a safe place to rear a family. We children walked, unaccompanied, to and from school and the park. We played for hours in streets that had few cars. Indeed, they were such a rarity that the AA man saluted members as they passed him. The minister called regularly to see us and was offered tea in the best china cup with roses on it, and digestive biscuits thick spread with butter. Nobody we knew bought chocolate ones, which were too expensive for ordinary folk. The end of innocence came on the 23rd of February, 1957. That date was a watershed in my life and in every other Coatbridge child's. Overnight, fear seeped into a small community where it had been thought that everyone knew everyone else. 2 families in particular were affected forever by the tragedy. The repercussions of one little girl's disappearance caused shockwaves and disbelief that never entirely subsided. Chapter 1. I was just 8 years old when Moira Anderson vanished from the streets of Coatbridge in a fierce blizzard on the 23rd of February 1957. She was carrying out an errand for her grandmother that involved the shortest of journeys to the co-op for some butter. Moira was pretty, with straight fair hair framing an impish face. Everyone who remembers her recalls a child with an answer for everything. Not cheeky, but a renowned tomboy who was full of life, with intelligent blue eyes and a bubbly personality. One of her uncles told the police that Moira, she was a girl who should have been born a boy. She could beat them all at bowls. That's marbles. And she wasn't a great one for dolls or skipping. The middle child of 3 girls, her parents Andrew and Marjorie, also known as Maisie, had settled in a sandstone tenement building at 71 Eglinton Street, a stone's throw from Dumbeth Park, the haunt of all the local children, and close to Coatbridge College in nearby Kildonan Street. The tenements were near Dunbeth Avenue, a prestigious address, and a main bus route past them. The whole Cliftonville area, with its tree-lined streets, was, and still is, regarded as a desirable part of the borough in which to live. My mother's sister, my Aunt Margaret, lived nearby, and my family and I were just a few streets away. I was a frequent visitor to the park, usually with my aunt's offspring to give her a break, or playing with the girls I knew from school. I often saw Marilyn Twycross. She was part of a little group that included Marjorie, the youngest Anderson girl. I only knew Moira by sight. Janet, the oldest daughter, was 13 and protective of her younger sisters, who bore a striking resemblance to her. People often confused the first 2 Anderson girls as their appearance was so similar, but they had distinct personalities and different interests. The sisters were close, and Moira confided in Janet. A few days before she disappeared, Moira told her that a young man with a knife had stopped her near their Gran's home and had asked her to go with him, offering her money. Terrified, she had run away, but she'd told no one except Janet. The family of Andrew, or Sparks Anderson, a boiler man, was well known in the area. They weren't well-to-do, but they were respectable. To earn pocket money, Moira ran errands for an elderly neighbour called Mrs. Bruce, and did other odd jobs for her and for her mother. And the coppers that she earned were augmented by her part-time job, delivering milk in the morning for Rankin's Dairy. Rain or shine, Moira never missed a delivery, although the work involved pushing a heavy handcart of crates full of milk bottles round local streets. She made 7 shillings and sixpence each week and picked up generous tips at Christmas. She put her money straight into the school bank each Monday morning until funds had grown sufficiently for her to transfer them to the Airdrie Savings Bank. Her main expenditure was on swimming on Monday evenings, after which she bought 3p worth of chips and 2 pickled onions from the chippy at Jackson Street before catching the Cliftonville bus home with her sister. The Andersons had neither car nor television. Andrew was a keen Glasgow Rangers supporter, and he took Moira to matches at Ibrox and at Airdrie when he could afford to. He would say to her as they entered, "Now, don't listen to the foul language. Just shut your ears and concentrate on the game." The family also had a small holiday cabin in the countryside, where Mrs. Anderson liked to send her daughters to put roses in their cheeks. Seaside visits to relatives who lived on the Scottish East Coast were not unusual, even in the winter. Janet had been allowed to go that particular February weekend. That Saturday, Moira went to her granny's home in the mid-afternoon to meet her cousins and their friend. The older girls, Jeanette and Beth Matheson, were going to take her to the pictures. Her parents had approved the plan. The girl's grandfather was dying in Glasgow Royal Infirmary, and they planned to visit him. In the end, Moira's mum stayed at home. She'd asked Moira to visit her gran, who had Asian flu, before the outing, to check if she needed anything. When Moira arrived at her grandmother's house in Murray Hall Street, her Uncle Jim, a bachelor who lived with his mother, said he'd bought fish for their tea, but there was no fat to cook it. He asked Moira to go to the co-op. She swithered about taking her grandmother's dog Glenn with her, as she liked to do. But the snow was falling heavily, and her uncle told her not to dawdle. He thought if she hurried, she would get to the store before it closed at 4:15 p.m. The co-op in Laird Street was no distance from Murray Hall Street, and when she set off, Moira was warmly dressed in her navy blue school coat and a pixie hat with red bands knitted into it. It was the last time she was ever seen. That afternoon, the streets were deserted, mainly because of the blizzard, but also because, as a contemporary report in the Scottish Daily Express read, at that time, the men are at football matches, the women at the shops downtown, the kiddies at cinema matinees. The staff in the co-op knew Moira well, but had told the newspaper's journalist, Moira didn't come in here on Saturday afternoon. They were adamant that they had not closed early. Moira's uncle became angry as he waited for the child to return, and the afternoon wore on. "She said she wouldn't be long," he complained to the Matheson girls. He remembered, with some exasperation, how Moira couldn't resist a challenge to a game of marbles. She was renowned for her skill and had humiliated more than a few male companions, winning their best bulls from them with ease. But surely she wouldn't be playing marbles on a day like this. He became increasingly anxious. Eventually, Moira's cousins set off for the Regal, where they hoped to spot her in the queue. Their luck was out. Moira wasn't there, and the 5 o'clock show was packed out. They went on to the Theatre Royal in Jackson Street, where they saw a film starring Peter Finch. By that time, they'd given up on Moira. Later that evening, when Moira's cousins were back at home with their parents, they were astonished when Moira's father appeared at the door looking for her. He was horrified to hear that his daughter had not been with them. He couldn't believe that on a journey of 500 yards, his daughter, who knew the area inside out, could have gone missing. Stunned, he left to tell his wife. It took time for the news of Moira's disappearance to spread. Communications in the 50s were a poor shadow of what we now take for granted. A local search took place the next day on the traditional Scottish Sabbath, but Monday's Daily Record made no mention that the child had vanished. On Tuesday, though, it devoted the centre spread to the story and illustrated the route she had followed. There is one sentence in which the reporter who wrote the story unwittingly touched on the key to the mystery. Something made Moira change her mind about shopping. But as the days slipped past, the question, what, was left unanswered. A few days later, on the 2nd of March, the family's sick grandfather, James Anderson, died, which doubled their pain. After the funeral, hopes for Moira's safety faded fast. But Mrs. Anderson insisted on buying the Monopoly set Moira had said she'd love for her 12th birthday on the 31st of March, saying, "I won't give up hope yet." But the date, which was also Mothering Sunday that year, came and went, and Moira had not appeared for either her present or her birthday tea. There had been no reconstruction of Moira's journey to the co-op, and no door-to-door inquiry took place. Had the police spoken to the Andersons' neighbours, they would have found out that one had been a vital witness. Mrs. Twycross was the mother of my playmate, Marlon, and she had been trying to clear her path of the heavy snow and had seen Moira on her way to the co-op. She'd called a greeting. She felt sure the child had shouted back, "Is the bus away yet?" before she carried on, and Mrs. Twycross had scurried back into the warmth of her home. Like others, she expected the police to visit Moira's neighbours. But none came round, and she dismissed what she had seen. The Daily Record's report ended with Maisie Anderson's words. "I know Moira has been taken away against her will. She would never speak to strangers. Everybody knew her. She was such a tomboy, so full of fun And life, she wouldn't go willingly with her birthday so close. It had been just after midnight on that Saturday night that Andrew Anderson had contacted the local police station, which was almost opposite my home, Indenbeth Road. He told the officer on duty of his daughter's plans for that afternoon. The managers of half a dozen cinemas were called from their homes in case Moira had been locked in somewhere. Even the Carnegie Library was opened and searched because she was an avid reader who spent lots of time there. The houses of all relatives and friends were checked and double-checked. As the week progressed with no news, a huge search was mounted. The bin men, they abandoned their strike to join police in the hunt, scouring backyards, sheds, garages and derelict buildings. The big event of Saturday, an Ayr United versus Airdrie football match at Broomfield, had attracted large crowds, then had been cancelled with the awful weather. Could a football supporter have stopped Moira for directions and abducted her? Andrew was firm that his daughter would never have gone off with a stranger. But as the hunt dragged on, he said, "I fear she's been picked up in a car and taken away somewhere." But Moira never liked leaving the town, even to go into Glasgow. She spent almost all her spare time playing round the house. But Maisie Anderson insisted again that Moira would not have gone anywhere with a strange man. Terror built up in the local children. Our mothers promised dire punishments if we played out late without permission. My friends and I walked in pairs to school and had to bear the embarrassment of being collected from the clubs we attended. I gave up brownies on my mother's insistence, but was allowed to carry on with Red Cross classes, which were held much closer to home. We muttered darkly about the injustice of this, but we looked over our shoulders constantly as we avoided former play areas, favourite ones such as the old graveyard in Church Lane by the school. Overnight, the freedom of an entire generation of children had been wiped out by a single event. As the days lengthened, townsfolk continued to surmise what might have happened. Some limelight-seeking individuals invented possibly useful information. One woman near Eglinton Street, where the Andersons lived, insisted she'd heard screeching brakes and had seen a car speed off that afternoon. Police dismissed her theory that Moira had been knocked down and that a panicking motorist had bundled her body into his car when they checked the view from her window. She couldn't have seen or heard what she'd described. They explained to her that with the amount of snow that had fallen on the roads, it was highly unlikely that any vehicle could have been heard. All the side streets had been treacherous, and very few main roads had remained open that Saturday. Other leads took the police nowhere. A family described seeing the missing girl at a Queen's Park funfair on the Glasgow south side, but the showfolk couldn't corroborate this. A navy blue raincoat belt was found by a railwayman in a marshy area of bog near Coatbridge, known as the Moss, but proved not to be Moira's. Most dramatic of all, a girl seen being dragged forcibly into a van at Baillieston by Coatbridge that night turned out to have been a willing hitchhiker. Suspicion fell on the Anderson family themselves. As police understand it, the majority of victims know their killer. Moira's sister Janet recalls that her Uncle Jim was grilled endlessly, as he'd been the last known person to have spoken to the child. Whispers followed him for many years, and Janet feels that the episode blighted his life. Even Moira's parents found themselves the object of speculation. Fathers of missing children are automatic suspects, and Andrew was conscious of people looking at him askance. Maisie, it was falsely said, had often had to punish Moira. She was lively, more trouble than the other two girls, a handful. Perhaps a family argument had gone too far? Rumours of a family dispute persisted for several days, and on the 5th of March, 11 days after Moira had vanished, Coatbridge CID officers were reported by the Glasgow Herald to have searched the Andersons' holiday home, but found nothing. The same officers travelled to Greenock, where an elderly woman insisted she had spotted a girl bearing a resemblance to Moira, and they went south to Doncaster to interview a lorry driver who thought he had spotted her with two men. Both leads came to nothing. New lines of inquiry gradually dried up, and what had been front-page news was relegated to inside columns. Then odd paragraphs, tucked in corners. Moira, still no news. Coatbridge girl, still untraced. Girl, still missing. On the 18th of May, the Herald reported that a photo of Moira would appear on television, some 3 months after she had vanished. The police had been urged to have it broadcast before, but had felt that the BBC would not transmit it as, quote, it would serve no useful purpose, unquote. 2 days later, when the picture had been shown, it was reported that the television appeal had brought no response. Chapter 2. As time dragged by with no news, faith in Coatbridge Borough Police plummeted. Just days after Moira's disappearance, a dinner was held in honour of the retiring Chief Constable, Daniel McLaughlin, OBE. The new chief, Charles Mackintosh, was left with a hot potato. In his statement to the Scotsman of 26th of February, he said that he was in command of the investigation and appealed for witnesses who might have seen Moira on the Saturday to come forward. From their statements, he said, perhaps a complete picture of her movements on the day of her disappearance might emerge. To coordinate the inquiry, he promoted Detective Sergeant John F. MacDonald to uniformed inspector in charge of the Coatbridge CID. The Airdrie and Coatbridge Advertiser carried a photograph of the new man, and I can remember my father discussing these promotions. We lived opposite the police station, and he was on nodding terms with all the officers, who in those days jumped on and off the buses, and who had an arrangement with drivers where they expected to travel free. In return, they were prepared to look the other way when problems arose regarding the staff of Baxter's bus service. Whether it was because of the turmoil of McLaughlin's departure, Mackintosh's arrival, or MacDonald's promotion, or whether the announcement in the middle of the search for Moira that the Chief Constable for Lanarkshire was coming to visit the local force, there is no doubt that the search for the missing child became uncoordinated. In 1993, a former police officer now living in Canada telephoned the Scottish Sunday Mail to say he recalled how disillusioned he'd been by his time spent with the Coatbridge Borough Police. Contrary to what was being said in the newspapers at the time, about areas being searched 2 and 3 times, he'd felt uneasy then, and for years afterwards, about the attitude of some of those in charge. Superiors, he said, were more concerned about getting offices spick and span and ensuring filing cabinets were up to date because of the impending visit of the highest-ranking officer in the county. A distinct lack of urgency had been shown about Moira, and he had overheard several men shrug off her disappearance with the words, "Och, the lassie likely had a row with her mammy," and went off. "She'll turn up soon enough." The group of officers he had been with were told not to search anywhere beyond the town boundary. Furthermore, egos were bruised when, because of lack of headway and the Andersons' view that the local police were not experienced in dealing with missing persons, the Glasgow CID joined the case. They were not overwhelmed by help. They briefly linked Peter Manuel, who went down in criminal history as Scotland's most infamous serial killer, to Moira, and her name was mentioned when he conducted his own defence at his trial in May 1958. Manuel indicated that 2 detectives had said to him after an identification parade that they were going to pin 8 murders on him, including the little girl who disappeared in Coatbridge last year. But they had to rule out Manuel. He'd been in prison at the time of Moira's disappearance, completing a stretch for breaking into Hamilton Colliery. He might have been in the clear about Moira, but he went on to gain further notoriety as the last person hanged in Scotland. Other members of the public share the view that the search was fragmented and lacked foresight. A local man commented in 1993 that he never understood why the Monkland Canal, which went right through the town, had not been dragged. At the time, the official line was that it was too choked and overgrown with weeds, and because of Suez, the petrol crisis was uppermost in the minds of the authorities. Also, in 1993, William MacDonald of Glenboig made a statement to those who reopened Moira's file, saying how astounded he had been to see land infilled at Coltswood, only a mile from Moira's home, that spring. "I couldn't believe my eyes to see quarrying and infill work going on when a local child had just gone missing," he said. Others have commented that they were amazed that no door-to-door interviewing took place, not even around Murie Hall Street, where Moira's grandmother lived. A relative of mine, who has stayed in neighbouring Albion Street all his life, said, "We always expected police to call because our household had 3 single men, all of them in different age groups. But it just never happened." The local police had made the naive assumption that people would come forward automatically with any relevant information. But they were mistaken. Members of the public thought progress was being made when it was not. They felt sure that any local deviants would be undergoing thorough checking. The only local suspect whose movements were thoroughly checked was Ian Simpson, who was mentally handicapped, from Mitchell Street near Kirkwood. His sister, by sheer coincidence, lived almost next door to the co-op, the one to which Moira had been sent. In the 1990s, Inspector John F. MacDonald revealed that Simpson was always his number 1 suspect. But actually he had a cast-iron alibi. He'd been away with the Territorial Army that weekend, and his sister insisted he had been nowhere near her home in Laird Street. He was allowed to go free. However, he was eventually taken to Carstairs, the state psychiatric hospital, after hitching a lift from a Leeds man whom he murdered and buried in a lay-by in the Scottish mountains. Taking the victim's car, he picked up a foreign student and murdered him too, dumping the body in a forest near Dumfries. He was in Carstairs from 1962 until February 1976, when he was hacked to death with a staff member and a police officer during a breakout by fellow inmates. The Airdrie and Coatbridge Advertiser, published weekly on Saturdays in 1957, summarised the events of the first week, stressing the concern being shown throughout the district. Moira's name is mentioned in shops, buses, public houses, in fact everywhere that people gather. All wish to help, yet all feel helpless in their ability to do so, they reported. Seldom in the history of the Monklands had there been such a poignant human drama, and Mrs. Anderson had the sympathy of countless mothers. All of Scotland was in shock. The paper described the sightings in Greenock and Doncaster, but it went on to say, Coatbridge police revealed that they had been contacted by a woman who had seen Moira board a Baxter's bus in Alexander Street at 5:15 p.m. on Saturday. It was bound for Kirkwood, a modern housing area on the town's outskirts. And the woman, who knows Moira by sight, distinctly remembers smiling at the little girl as she smiled back. The police managed to trace the conductress of this bus, but she's been unable to aid the investigation. The bus went from Coatdyke Cross, via Murray Street, Kildonan Street, Alexander Street, along Sunnyside Road towards the main town centre landmark, known to every local as the Fountain, and then along the main street, down towards Swiftlet. Its final leg would be via School Street to the Kirkwood area of Old Monkland. The mention of the bus's destination made the police concentrate on Ian Simpson's alibi. The Anderson parents queried why Moira would ever wish to go there. They explained that they knew no one who lived in that part of the town. After an appeal, only one of 6 passengers had come forward. James Ingalls had been waiting for the bus and knew Moira. She had been playing in the snow at the bus stop when the bus arrived, he said, but he was less sure that she had boarded it. One other person reported seeing a child loitering at a bus stop in Whifflet around tea time. She seemed to be waiting for someone, they said, scuffing the icy pavement with her feet to keep warm. Their description of her shoes was accurate, but they hadn't noticed who had picked her up. The buses had stopped because of the weather, but the child appeared to have had an arrangement with someone. She had simply melted away into the night. Instead of reconstructing the 5-minute bus journey to the Whitelaw Fountain in the town centre and then on through Whifflet, the police concentrated their efforts on issuing descriptions of Moira's clothing to all policemen in Greenock, where a search was organised. All ships' crews anchored in port were interviewed to see if they recollected a girl answering Moira's description. None did. Back in Coatbridge, police discounted the bus sightings and visited schools to question pupils. This met with little success. When detectives came to my primary school, their talk was directed to older children in primary 4 to 7. Gartsherry Academy had a large central hall, and a primary 3 child, that was myself, on an errand, Well, my curiosity got the better of me. Clasping the jug I'd been given to go fetch water from the cloakroom for painting, I listened and I watched as older pupils shook their heads. Many knew her, or like myself, knew of her, although Moira had been at Coatdyke Primary in Muriel Street, not my school. I felt a flash of sympathy go through me when I thought of Marjorie, who was my own age. How awful never to see your big sister again. Inexplicably, the 1957 investigation team failed to interview Moira's best friend, who'd spent part of that final day with her. That morning, Moira had visited the Limb Centre in Motherwell with her father. They had returned after 11 a.m, and Moira had popped round to see Elizabeth Taylor, with whom she spent most Saturdays at the Regal or the Odeon matinee. Elizabeth Taylor Nimmo, now a grandmother, can recall the events of that day vividly. Moira had come round to her house in Dumbeth Avenue and asked her to come out to play, despite the dark sky, which promised bad weather and an icy wind. Unusually for them, they elected to skip to keep warm and tied one end of the clothes rope to a lamppost, taking turns to twiddle it while the other skipped. Elizabeth Nimmo said, "The snow started to come on, not long after we'd started the skipping. Funnily enough, the morning had been fine, very crisp and bright, with no hint of the blizzard coming. It turned into a really terrible day. In fact, I'd never seen snow like it. Moira said as soon as she turned up that she would have to go for some messages. Then my mother noticed the weather and shouted to me from the window to come in. It was too cold to play. Moira asked if I wanted to go with her. I wasn't allowed. And that was that. I went into the house and watched some swimming, which was on television, which we had then. The last I saw of Moira, she was turning the corner towards her home, obviously popping into her mum before she left for her grand's house." Elizabeth added with obvious sorrow, "Who knows what might have happened if I'd gone with her? Could I have saved her? Or would the two of us have vanished? Oh, it's a question that can never be answered." She can still remember how the news was broken to her and her shock on the morning after Moira vanished without trace. Usually, on Sunday mornings, she and Moira went to Band of Hope meetings, but that day, her father, deeply perturbed, woke her and said, "Moira didn't come home last night." More than 30 years later, Elizabeth had her first opportunity to make a formal statement to the police about her friend's disappearance and provided information not previously known. In April 1993, she gave an interview to the local paper in which she spoke of the enormity of the tragedy which the Andersons had had to come to terms with. Maisie Anderson, Elizabeth said, had died in 1977, never having fully accepted the loss of her child. And Sparks, her dad, ironically died in 1992, a few months after the police were approached to reopen the case. He never knew, poor man, that there had been a sudden and dramatic development. "It's very sad," said Elizabeth. "Her parents must have gone through hell, wondering if she would or wouldn't walk through the door again. And for her sisters, Janet and Marjorie, it must have been hell living with the uncertainty of not knowing whether Moira was alive or dead. I know that her mum believed for years that she was still alive and used to go out looking for her. She even set a place for her daughter at the tea table every night and bought Moira a birthday present each 31st of March. I don't believe Moira ran away. She wouldn't have gone willingly, no, not with a strange man. Although in those days you could go out and leave your door open. But our parents always warned us about speaking to strange men and being offered sweets. For a time I thought she might have been abducted and could still be alive, but not anymore. Until 1977, many others shared Elizabeth's view. If Moira had still been alive then, she would surely have come to her mother's funeral. It would take a little longer before the key to the puzzle of Moira's disappearance was unearthed. Chapter 3. My mother Mary once told me that in the days following my birth, on 7th of January 1949, when she stared into my face, she had a sense of being scrutinised by one of the ancients. A pair of eyes surveyed her that seemed to possess an inner knowledge. "Everyone told me you'd been here before, Sandra," she laughed. "They said you'd probably read all the books and would keep me right. Such a serious wee face." My earliest memory is of being held on her lap and having my little clenched fists prized open by her and her mother, Granny Katie. They were commenting on the length of my fingers. "Oh, I wonder what she'll be when she grows up," my mother mused. "Perhaps with those fingers she'll be an artist or play the piano," said Granny Katie. And to their amusement, I piped up, "Me gonna read," and I tried to remove my Gran's spectacles. Well, perhaps this indicated the way in which the relationship with my mother would progress. She discovered that I was a headstrong, independent child who thrived on responsibility. I was often entrusted to keep an eye on my two little brothers while she ran to the co-op near our first home in Partick Street. Even before their arrival, and before my 3rd birthday, she'd found out I was resourceful. One day the wind slammed the door shut as she hung washing outside. I amazed her by getting up from my nap, toddling along down the stairs and stuffing the key, which I pulled from the lock, through the letterbox. My relationship with my father, though, was fraught with problems. My first memory of him, it's one of holding me on the parapet of a bridge overlooking the River Clyde in Glasgow. I was about 3. I remember with startling clarity the stark terror I felt when I gazed down at the swirling black water. Despite the knowledge that the arms encircling me were strong ones, I nevertheless felt real mistrust, and I panicked, howling with terror, mainly because my father suddenly pretended that he was going to drop me. I was put down. Ever since, I've been frightened of deep running water and heights. Otherwise, my father adored me. I was the first child my mother had borne him who had survived, and I was named Alexandra after him, although I was always known to everyone as Sandra. He and my mother, Mary Frew, had married like many others at the tail end of the war in October 1945. He called himself Sandy to distinguish himself from his own dad, who was also Alexander Gartshaw, but my mother, though, she always called him Alec. She'd been deeply in love with a young man named Davy Thompson, who was drowned during the war. My father had been a friend of Davy, and he wrote to her to console her. Later on, he suggested that they meet up, since he lived in Bellshill, and she in Whifflet, only a couple of miles away. My mother was from a large family which was respectable, but not wealthy. The eldest child of 8, she was always acutely aware that no matter how bright she was, a wage was needed from her as early as possible. And she was bright. But there was no question of her education continuing. She was found a job, one in Marshall's shoe shop, earning a few welcome shillings a week. Her parents had married at the close of the First World War. Katie Smith hailed from Denny, and she went into service at 13 in the big houses of Glasgow and Paisley. And there she met my grandfather, Norman Frew, who worked all his days in the huge iron forges at Bairdmoors in Parkhead, Glasgow. He brought her to set up home in Coatbridge, where his father had a profitable grocer's shop. But with 8 in the family, they never knew a life in which they could have a holiday. My father came from quite a different background. For a start, he was one of only 3, and there was more to go round. By all accounts, though, he didn't care about possessions, and he was a loner, keen to skip tedious hours in the classroom for the bluebell woods of the estate on which he spent his early years. He was a constant source of anxiety to his father, who could never be quite sure where he was. His maternal grandmother was heard to comment that young Alec reminded her of her philandering late husband. Out all hours, fond of the females and feckless. To anyone who would listen, she said all her worries had ended when she was widowed. Because then, she said, I knew where he was. My father, she claimed, was a chip off the same block. Born in 1921, my father's humble beginnings in a cottage on a rambling estate obscure the grand origins of the family from which he sprang. The Gartshores of Gartshore have been traced back to the 12th century by one of my relatives, Graham. Given lands and their own charter by a Scottish monarch, for generations they lived quietly on their estate by Kirkintilloch, a small town near Glasgow. A brief skirmish with fame came in 1745, when Bonnie Prince Charlie's troops marched through the town, and somebody took a pot shot at him. Angry at such audacity, Charles had my father's ancestor, the Laird of Gartshore, imprisoned to force the guilty party to give themselves up. According to records in Kirkintilloch Library, it was only on the intervention of a beautiful lady in the entourage of the young pretender that the Laird was not hanged. All went well with the family estate until 1813, when it passed to Marjorie Gartshore, known as May, who never married. She left everything to a child named John Murray, 4th son of the Lord Lieutenant of Scotland, who came from Edinburgh. Nobody's quite sure why she did this, and also insisted that he took her name. She had ignored her Gartshore relatives in the surrounding areas. But John Murray Gartshore was a disaster. He drank heavily, gambled away large sums of money, and finally he lost Gartshore House and all its land, including the pits and brickworks, on the turn of a dice, to a powerful family of iron and steel magnates. They were called the Bairds of Gartsherry, and they in turn passed it on to a daughter who married Lord Whitelaw. He became a peer in the House of Lords. While my grandfather accepted this state of affairs with equanimity, I recall the bitter tone in my father's voice when the subject ever came up. He brooded over it, and certainly he felt cheated. He always laughed when Grandpa related that the ultimate irony for Murray was that he had ended up working for the Bairds, cleaning out the blast furnaces. And indeed, his end was perhaps fitting, in that in a drunken stupor, he fell asleep in a furnace and was cremated accidentally. Well, perhaps it was this reversal in family fortunes that led to my father growing up with a chip on his shoulder. My granny's sister, Aunt May, said of my dad that he always seemed to think the world owed him a living. His truanting was a way of flouting authority. Beaten frequently for running away, he shrugged off physical punishment until he stood over 6 foot tall and could no longer be walloped easily. Aunt May also noticed that my father could slip with extraordinary ease into a fantasy world where he told lies so smoothly it was only when people checked things out that he was caught. Yet he could charm women effortlessly, but was regarded with some suspicion by most men. I was the apple of his eye. Long before seatbelts were even invented, I'm told that he would tie me with scarves into the passenger seat of the butcher's van in which he delivered meat. Maybe he did this because I was perhaps doubly precious to my mother. She'd undergone a major operation to have children, and then she'd conceived, only to have Catherine, her firstborn child, survive just 6 days. Like many other newlyweds, at the end of the Second World War, my parents had to stay with her folk. Mary's parents, Katie and Norman, occupying one of their 3 bedrooms. After my birth, though, they were given a room and kitchen at 26 Partick Street, in the Green End area of Coatbridge. Here, Norman was born in July 1952, and then the youngest of the family, Ian Alexander. Well, I recall his appearance in January 1955 very well, as I was entrusted with many tasks involving the new baby. A photo of Norman and me holding our tiny brother on the settee is one of the few that was taken in that home. Chapter 4. The house in Partick Street, long since knocked down, was a tenement building typical of many in Coatbridge. There was communal housing on stair landings, drying greens, which were the hub of all activities for the squads of children, and the washhouses in which all the women chatted as they stretchered out row after row of clothes to flap in the wind. To own a little Acme wringer with 2 rollers, which you could tighten over your own sink by turning little wing nuts, was the greatest thing my mother could imagine. All the women were allocated different days to have their stretch of the greens, but everyone coveted Monday as a wash day. It was traditionally thought the best. Certainly no one would have dared hang out the tiniest amount of washing on a Sunday, not even a cloth over the rope which many had suspended across their landings. This would have been regarded as scandalous, blasphemous even. We children were seen and not heard, and play was indulged as long as it didn't interfere with the Sabbath. I looked enviously at the Catholic children, who seemed to not only have more freedom, but did mysterious things with candles, and they were allowed to have pierced ears. And as for the beautiful white communion dresses the girls I knew got to wear. Oh, it was just too much to bear. The closest I got to one was as a train bearer, a flower girl, at my Aunt Jean's wedding, where I endured having my blonde curls put into long ringlets, purely to gain ownership of a miniature bride's dress in sparkling white. As for earrings, they were a lost cause. As far as my mother was concerned, she classed them as items only gypsies or bad women wore. Those Catholic girls fascinated me, though, and their religion was kept secret. Teachers wouldn't answer your questions about it at school. I was allowed to run for messages to the co-op, and there my friend Nessie and we would encounter a little group of them. We occasionally followed them across the road to the swing park in Elm Street, which is still there, although modernised. They were 9 or 10 years old, and happy to teach younger ones like us the skills of street play. Two have stayed in my mind, but for different reasons. One, called Jeannie, could twirl with all the dexterity of a trapeze artist, and she showed us how to tummel your walkies, which involved placing your body next to the iron rail at the park entrance and then tumbling over it head first. She loved all animals, but her looks were spoiled forever by an Alsatian somebody had tied up outside the co-op. That incident taught me to be very wary of dogs that I didn't know. And although Jeannie assured me I should only worry about strays, I knew differently. The other Catholic girl lived just opposite the co-op, 218 Calder Street, and she was one of a big family which I envied. She was called Rena, and her dad, Eddie Costello, worked in the scrapyard and knew my father. Our homes were a stone's throw apart, and she and her pals taught us wee ones to play truth, dare or promise. But they really only bothered with us if they were bored, and certainly not if there were any lads about. When I was 7, we moved house, and we lost contact with most of our Partick and Calder Street neighbours. But years later, when I was living in Whifflet, next door to my granny Frew, I encountered Rena. It was 1963, I think. I was in my navy high school blazer, standing at the bus stop at the top of Ashgrove. A woman with a wee baby was already there, waiting for the bus to go uptown, and just before it appeared over the brow of the brae, I felt she was vaguely familiar. As we boarded, both of us exchanged greetings with the conductress, and although I sat a few seats forward, when I heard the words, "Hello, Rena," I turned my head to look. It was her, chatting away as she perched the wee one on her knee. She still had such a nice smile, although now the makeup was very dusty Springfield. Her blonde hair sprayed stiff with Bel Air, eyeliner black and tilted up noticeably at the corners, Egyptian style. She must have been about 19, but she still looked younger than her age despite all the Max Factor. I couldn't catch her eye, and I was too shy to move near her. Over the brief journey of just 2 or 3 stops, the two women exchanged pleasantries, and I learned that our families were once again living close to each other. Her baby was lovely and beautifully dressed, but while the Clippy was cooing at her, Rena was observing the reactions of others to the colour of the little one's skin. "What are you calling her?" she was asked. "Mary, after my mother," Rena replied, "and she's been christened in St. Mary's too." Before I could smile at her, the Clippy had helped her off, and they waved a cheery farewell to each other. I never saw Rena and her child again, and I never thought of her either until one day in the spring of 1994. when the grim events that had occurred in Gloucester, England, began to unfold in the front page of every newspaper. With mounting horror, I realised who Catherine West, Fred West's first wife, had been. I telephoned my mother, and we asked each other how a local girl like that could have lost all contact with her large family. The other news item that had stunned me was that Rena Costello's first little girl was also missing and suspected dead. But the police were searching for the remains of a child called Charmaine, which couldn't have been the same one. Sadly, though, it turned out that Rena had named her baby Charmaine Caro Mary. I have happy memories of Partick Street, where I became, like Moira Anderson, an incorrigible tomboy. I played from morning till night, both in our building, out of sight of my mother, and outside, climbing the dykes that separated Partick Street from Kelvin Street. I whined for baseball boots like the boys, and in despair my mother relented. I thought nothing of running over the roofs of washhouses and lowering myself off walls 9 or 10 feet high. I practically lived in an overflowing neighbouring scrapyard, which belonged to Martin and Black's, the factory renowned for huge wire ropes that were sent round the world to hold up steel suspension bridges. This was our playground, and we thrived on danger. It was all the mothers could do to drag us in after hours of play, especially in the long daylight of Scottish summer evenings. For me, surrender to my mother's yells to come in preceded a thorough scrub at the kitchen sink. But many others were just thrown into a shared bed with 2 or 3 other siblings, all equally filthy, perhaps given a jam piece or sandwich, if they were lucky. They had old coats or sacking over them instead of a quilt. These circumstances were quite normal and caused no raised eyebrows in a neighbourhood where nobody had a bath or an inside toilet, but instead we shared communal outdoor kludgies to which each family had a key. Despite my bravado in front of the boys I played with, I was terrified to venture to that outside toilet at night. I was petrified by the spiders that scuttled along the whitewashed step when you were sitting there, frozen to the spot by the draught blasting under the door and round your bare legs. In our special playground, a troop of us played hide and seek. Kick the can, dodgy ball, that was a kind of variation on rounders, or we devised gang huts of whatever we could find lying around. Long grass and purple-coloured weeds helped with the camouflage needed for games like Tarzan, and also discouraged adults from hunting for us. Sometimes we went on the scrounge for discarded Tizer and iron brew bottles left by workmen from their lunch. We were cute enough to take them to the corner shop for the deposit pennies, which would buy us licorice or sherbet in a small bag. When we were really feeling adventurous, we went further into the railway yards in the meadows, where rows and rows of wagons had been shunted onto railway sidings to await goods for transport all over Britain. We would scramble over pyramids of coal in the wagons or slide open their doors to gaze fearfully into gloomy, mysterious interiors. But the real frisson of excitement came from the knowledge that at any moment we could be caught by the railway police for trespassing. As 5- and 6-year-olds, We didn't know what this word meant, but everyone ran for their lives as soon as an adult was spotted in the distance. In the street behind our house, I manoeuvred cherry blossom boot-polished tins around hopscotch squares because cars were few and far between. The milk was delivered by horse and cart, and the co-op man, he had to be given yellow tokens in exchange for the 2 daily pints of milk. My father's delivery van was one of the rare vehicles parked by the curb. The only other one I remember belonged to the baker, who came a few times a week and to whom I was sometimes sent for bread, scones, or pancakes. In the post-war years, women still regarded it as shaming not to produce their own home baking of Victoria sponges and fairy cakes and Scottish shortbread for guests, and it was unusual to eat bought cakes. I saw it as a treat to be sent for cakes from the van. Children weren't given regular pocket money, so if somebody was getting married, we hung round the entrance of their close where they lived or their gate, and when the bride emerged, we knew her dad would throw a shower of coppers for luck. With no heed for danger, we would all yell, "Scramble!" and launch ourselves almost under the taxi's back wheels to compete for the spoils. If you met a family taking a baby to its christening, you might have the good fortune to be given what we called a christening piece, which was something like a home-baked biscuit with a glinting 3-penny bit hidden inside. Granny Katie hid coins in her famous clooty dumplings at Christmas, but as she had 20 grandchildren and not much money, it was a real stroke of luck to get one. "Finders keepers," we would yell triumphantly. Soap. Soap was my mother's resolution for everything, in an environment where hygiene was poor. It was not uncommon to see a rat's flitting or mass evacuation of the rodents who would abandon housing about to be knocked down. It was as if some benefactor had tipped them off. My mother's practices with the carbolic didn't stop me picking up, to her great shame, ringworm, and later on, impetigo. All my long hair was shorn off, and lurid gentian violet was painted on my face. I recall being severely punished once by my mother, who ran the household pretty much single-handedly, after my father obtained his PSV licence and he started with Baxter's buses. They were the local family-run bus company that served Airdrie and Coatbridge. We entertained a number of visitors to afternoon tea one day, and I set the table. I took enormous care with the china dishes and the teapot, and I filled the sugar bowl. People stirred it in their tea, sipped it, and suddenly there were grimaces all round the table. It was salt. My mother, last to sit down, had been wondering why there was an awkward silence with nobody drinking, and she was black-affronted when she realised why. I got such a row from her, but no wallop, as she knew it had been unintentional. I seem to remember that I made amends with a spirited rendition of a then-popular song, "Where Will the Baby's Dimple Be?", in which I did a cutesy Shirley Temple routine. Doing a turn, as it was called, held no problems for me. Few people had television then, and we made our own entertainment. In the large family from which my mum came, well, everyone performed at family parties. Even the youngest grandchild was expected to dance, or say a poem, or tell a little joke. Only my dad never took part, but was always a figure on the sidelines. In photographs, he's always right in the background, mainly because of his height, which rendered him head and shoulders above everyone else. If one word summed him up, it was watchful. He was affable and went out of his way to be pleasant to his wife's clan, but there was something about him that made me feel he was on his guard and which set him apart from my jolly uncles. Even before I started school, I sensed this, and as my highly vocal uncles formed a chorus line and belted out songs like Moonlight Bay, I knew that they disliked him. I was too young to realise that this was because of his infidelity to my mother. My feelings about my father were becoming confused. I loved being twirled upside down by him until I was about 5, then started to feel uncomfortable when he flipped me over. When I finally refused to run to him and greet him like this, he was angry with me and found subtle ways to punish me. He thought it funny, if I was uppity, to dip a teaspoon in freshly made tea and hold it, red hot, against my bare arm or leg as I passed him. The blisters, he told my mother, had been caused by me splashing myself with hot tea. I was so careless. I looked at him wordlessly when he made statements like this. It didn't seem possible that my own father could be so mean. When he had me in tears after he'd burst a paper bag that he'd blown up at the back of my head, or when he insisted one Christmas that I got nothing from Santa because I'd been naughty, my mother accepted what he said and didn't question his punishments. The culture in which she'd always lived did not encourage women to overturn the views of their menfolk. Although she made sure I got some presents later that particular Christmas, that morning I found a lump of coal at the end of my bed. But these punishments were only the start. Later I dreaded the signal that he was really annoyed about something. His hands would go to the large leather belt round his waist, a relic from his army days, and he would unbuckle it so that the end swung from his hand, and the huge brass buckle dangled to be lashed over bare legs, back and buttocks, anywhere not easily seen once the victim was dressed. Chapter 5. Before we had left Partick Street in late 1955, I'd begun to notice how my father took every opportunity to joke coarsely with young adult women, which had them flushing in embarrassment. Then, to my distress, he would pounce, squeezing at knees and grabbing at suspenders. If they were unable to resist this onslaught, he would grope at their breasts. He might start playfully, holding something they needed just out of reach, and they would end up involved in what seemed harmless horseplay. At first. His physique, of course, ensured that he was the victor, unless other men were around, or his victim was unusually spirited. It worried me that he would not stop running his hands all over them. He would pin the person to the ground, rubbing his face hard against their skin and declaring loudly that he was just playing a game. Couldn't they take it then? All women liked this game, he said, and he called it beardy. And the yells of outrage from those on whom he inflicted it were often because their chins were left raw. His sheer brute strength ensured that often the women only put up token resistance or squealed hysterically which normally brought him to his senses. This behaviour never occurred around my mother or other men, and he chose his victims with care, making sure that if the woman was married, her husband was half his size. In one or two cases, I noticed he didn't meet much resistance, and later I realised that he chalked up these conquests as affairs. My mother had had to contend with this from early in their marriage. In her 70s, she told me that the first one she'd discovered had been the most painful. That was when she'd given birth to the little girl she lost and was still in hospital. My father had taken a nurse to the pictures and then dancing. My mum confronted him about all the clean underwear and shirts he'd gone through in record time, and she told him that he'd been seen, but he denied it. My mother, though, had challenged the nurse, who had admitted it. It hit me then what he was like, my mother said. I couldn't believe someone could do that after his wife had gone through a big operation to carry his child. Then I made the mistake of thinking he might change if he was given responsibilities. In Partick Street, however, my dad went to great lengths to be accepted as a family man. He was at the memorable street party that was held for Queen Elizabeth's coronation, where people packed like sardines into our next-door neighbour's house to get a glimpse of the ceremony on a flickering black and white TV set. Afterwards, we ate outside on the drying greens, where red, white and blue tables were all set under the clotheslines draped with streamers. In the weeks before, my father had spent considerable time with hardboard, a hacksaw and nails. He stencilled ER and 1953 on the board and adorned it with crepe paper, surprising my mother with all the trouble he'd taken. He fantasised about having a sideline that would make him money and lead to the kind of lifestyle to which he felt he was entitled. He thought of inventing something, and he set up a small back bedroom as a workshop, which fast degenerated into a step-toe-like room full of objects like radios and clocks, which he was always in the middle of taking apart. My mother gave up trying to tidy this mess, and she simply closed the door on his domain. I can recall her muttering that she hoped one day they would have a place where he could have a workshop outside. I started school in January 1954, aged just 5. I began at Whifflet Primary in the days when there were 2 intakes a year. I loved my first day there and was only slightly disconcerted by someone sitting next to me leaving a steamy puddle directly below our joint desk, which with great empathy I ignored. I came home amazed to have made the discovery that I shared my Christian name with another little girl, Sandra Corbett. Thrilled by all the new experiences I had encountered, I regaled my mother with the letters of the alphabet that I'd learnt and tested her thoroughly, checking that she understood. I already know my ABC, she explained with a laugh. You're the one that started school to learn all your letters, and it's going to take a long, long time. I hope you managed to stay at school longer than me. I had to leave at age 14, even though I got medals, to work in Coatbridge. You won't have to leave early, but you've got to go back tomorrow, young lady, and stick in at your lessons. At this rate, you're never going to get up in the morning. I've got to go back. I was horrified. Like many another child before me, the realisation that school stretched ahead for years was incomprehensible. I went off to bed in a grumpy mood. I stayed at Whifflet Primary for a year, but in 1955, 2 milestones disrupted my scholarly routine. One was the birth of my younger brother, of whose impending arrival I had been told nothing. I was sent on holiday to my Granny Jenny's, and the first I knew of Ian's birth was after I came home and I spotted a cot beside my parents' bed. I was captivated by a tiny hand waving in the air. His birth meant we needed a bigger home, and this is how we came to be offered what we regarded as a step up in the world. The house at 51 Dunbeth Road, Coatbridge, about 1.5 miles from Whifflet. My mother was thrilled. Well, it was downstairs instead of upstairs in a landing. It was near all the shops in the town centre, and it was opposite the town hall and the police station. The smaller number of people in the building meant the washhouses didn't need such a strict rota. Drying greens would be more flexible. A boon for somebody with a young baby. But we had inherited yet another shared outside toilet. Number 51 had a small kitchenette, a living room with 2 bed recesses, and then there was a separate room for my parents. But there was even a tiny garden, which my mother enjoyed filling with wallflowers and Virginia stock and Tom Thumbs, teaching me how to plant the tiny seeds. In our main living space, 1 bed recess had a double bed fitted into it for the children, while my father set about converting the other to a kind of dining area with a makeshift bench and table. My father was by now working on the buses, and he did shifts with some unsocial hours. To compensate, his wages rose remarkably from 16 shillings to several pounds per week, which in the 1950s represented good money. So much so that he began to look out for a family car. Mr. Allison the butcher had allowed him to use the van at weekends when he worked there, and my father missed it. After trying to resurrect 1 or 2 old bangers, he purchased a shiny black baby Austin car from a Mr. Cowie, who was retiring from his hairdresser's shop in Coatdyke. We were all excited at the arrival of this new addition to the family, especially me, when my father drove me to my new school, Gartsherry Academy. A large, handsome Victorian building which dominated the top of the highest hill in Coatbridge, vying for position with Mount Zion. That's the local name for the kirk, with its clock that even today presents 4 slightly varying faces of the hour to the town. My father now had 2 main obsessions outside his work: taking things to bits and his baby Austin, which became his pride and joy. He lavished all his spare time on it, polishing and cleaning its bodywork, painting the black mudguards, treating any signs of impending rust. Anyone laying a finger on the gleaming surface of the bonnet or the boot was shouted at. And I was horrified when Ian, my little brother, who had just turned 2, was soundly beaten for daubing it all with white emulsion paint. Children of all ages, but in particular my friends, were attracted to this vehicle like bees to a honeypot, and it was regarded then as a great treat to be taken even a short distance in someone's car. A car, you see, meant outings for all the family, going off on a day trip, bags stuffed with sandwiches. That was a welcome event, especially as going off for a fortnight's break or perhaps doon the water to Millport or Rossy was financially out of the question. In the baby Austin, we would set off to places like the East Neuk of Fife, particularly the Silver Sands at Aberdour, and Couros, Pittenweem, and Burnt Island. Our other favourites on the west coast were Largs and Ayr, and inland, if it was too cool for the seaside, well, we headed to Loch Lomond, where Balmaha was a well-loved spot. On these family outings, I've no recollection of my father doing anything other than driving us there and back and joining in the picnic lunch. He would disappear with his car after he'd eaten, leaving us playing and my mother reading or chatting to one of the grannies whom we often squeezed in. We assumed that he was meeting fellow bus drivers, familiar with the billiard halls and other social haunts, popular with those who had brought busloads of trippers. At first, I loved it when my new friends who lived around Dumbeth Road came to play, and we were offered the chance to go for a short trip by my father. I felt special as they ran to ask their parents if they were allowed to go with Sandra and her daddy. Laughing excitedly, we would all pile in. There was Joy, who lived beside the Maxwell Church, which had a drama club for youngsters that she was desperate for me to join. But you had to be over 7, so I had a little while to wait. But with her, I went to see a show put on by the Maxwell Church kids. The 2 Anderson girls, Moira and her sister Janet, and Moira's pal, Elizabeth, they were all in this club, and Joy and I saw them on stage. We couldn't wait to be up there singing and dancing too. Joy and I went to the Brownies together as well. I became friends with 2 sisters, both called Elizabeth. One had long dark ringlets. She was called by her full name. The other one was fair, with identical ringlets, and known as Beth. They were cousins, in fact, being brought up together. And another pal who sometimes tagged along was Elizabeth Bunting, who lived further down Dumbeth Road a few doors away. A bubbly redhead who often had uncontrollable fits of the giggles. She was in my class at Kirksherry Academy. Elizabeth's father was the manager of our local co-op store. And there were other girls too, Jean and Beryl, the inspector's daughters from the police houses nearby. My father would take me and a group of my friends to local beauty spots like the Lochs at Coatbridge, now a country park. But back then there was only a rudimentary car park, used at night by the odd courting couple. There was a dilapidated toilet block set among a clump of rhododendron bushes, and paths for walkers. One hot day in 1956, he took some of us away to this remote area. The eldest of us would have been 8 or 9, the others just 7. When we got there, I was sent for ice creams from a van we had passed. It was a fair distance away, and I returned with ice cream cones dripping up my arms to find the doors of the black baby Austin locked. The windows misted. I could, however, make out that clothing was scattered about inside. Before everyone got out, what, I puzzled to myself, had been going on? Had he been playing the horrible beardy game, or what? Once, in the same place, we'd all got into the car to escape a shower of rain. I was in the front passenger seat, and my father began a tickling game. As usual, when he gripped my knee and tweaked it, I let out a cry, and then I laughed as he went for my ribs. 2 of my playmates in the back giggled at his antics. Then he turned his attention to them. My head swivelled round over my right shoulder, and I saw that while I had got underarm and rib tickling, he was tugging at my friends' knickers and groping at their chests. I turned away, feeling sick. I pulled up my knees and hunched over them, staring straight ahead, trying to ignore the noises. Something told me that what was happening was wrong. Two of my chums had no father figure, so it may be that they thought this was how a loving father behaved. Perhaps they felt reassured by my presence that all was well. I remember at that same lochside spot, my friends giggled when he played with us in the rhododendron bushes. But it struck me as odd that a grown man would want to join in hide and seek with wee girls. He took turns at coming to look for us and said he knew good places to hide if anyone wanted to go with him. My confusion grew as I played through that summer, and I found excuses not to be near him. He only laughed at my discomfort. One day, I was told by Elizabeth the redhead that she wasn't allowed to play with me anymore, and no reason was given. Beth and Elizabeth too, they came to say that they weren't allowed to play with me anymore either, or to cross the doorstep of 51 Dumbeth Road. We're just not allowed. And we're not allowed to say why, they murmured in unison, shaking their ringlets disconsolately. Their cheeks were pink. Age 7, 8, I couldn't form my doubts into questions, and something wouldn't allow me to talk to anyone, particularly not my mother. However, I worked out ways of keeping my friends clear of my dad. I couldn't have foreseen that Alexander would shift his attention from my friends to young girls he lured into his bus cabin. His behaviour was witnessed by a number of his colleagues, who might have found it distasteful, but not one reported it to the authorities. Chapter 6. From the age of about 7, when my friends were turning away from me, I began to escape into the world of books. If it was too cold to be out playing, I would either be found in the tiny branch library a few doors down in Dumbeth Road, where I exhausted their supply of Enid Blyton and Bobbsey Twins books, or curled up in a corner of the house, my back to the wall and a book inches from my face. "Get your nose out of that book, you lazy wee bitch!" my father would roar if I shut out his constant demands. He was the type of man who refused to wash a cup and preferred to leave a row of dirty ones along the mantelpiece for others to deal with. "It isn't healthy, a lassie reading all the time the way you do. You'll end up with glasses. Then all the lads will call you Specky. Do you hear me? You'll wear your eyes out." I would ignore him, and my mother would try to pacify him. "Who do you think you are? You're Miss High and Mighty, that's you," he would yell. "Think you're better than all of us, don't you? Well, you're not, Miss Prim. I'll show you whose boss ruined this house. You'll get my hand out of your arse in a minute." "Leave her alone," my mother would implore. "She isn't doing any harm." She would step between us or send me off on some errand until he was setting off on his next shift. The two of us had our own strategies for coping with my father. Yet, he had another side, and I can remember him too as a loving father, good-humoured and joking, swinging me up in his arms and calling me his princess. Around my 7th birthday, he took me with a crowd of his mates from Baxter's to see The Dancing Years on Ice. Well, the trip to Murrayfield in Edinburgh was exciting enough, but I was entranced by the spectacular show and returned shining-eyed to Dimbeth Road, describing every moment to my mother and treasuring the special programme he had bought me. Once or twice, I tested the ground with my mother by telling her tentatively that my father acted funny with my friends. But I got nowhere. "Oh, he's just playing with you all," she said dismissively. "He's just a big Wayne himself. Learn to ignore it." That summer of 1956 was warm, and my father took me off on a Baxter's outing while my mother and brothers were at home. It was an all-day excursion to the Trossachs of Scotland, a beautiful area to visit on a sunny day. On the bus, my father indulged in his favourite shenanigans with a group of 3 or 4 young women right at the back, while an older conductress I didn't know was requested to take charge of me. What should have been a glorious day, paddling right there in the river that runs through picturesque Callander, was spoilt. With my bright blue cotton seersucker dress tucked into my knickers, I surveyed him, kissing and cuddling the giggling females. I tried in vain to ignore him, but tears stung my eyes as he spent the afternoon rolling around in the grass, putting his hand up the women's skirts, and every so often openly departing into the bushes. Other adults in the large party took pity on me and helped me to catch minnows to put in my jar. In between all the hilarity, they posed for snaps taken with the little box brownie my father had brought. My father must have noticed eventually how quiet I had become, for I was suddenly taken to a cafe in the town for a special treat. I was only slightly cheered by the huge Knickerbocker glory, my first, which he put before me. My father knew I would never tell my mother the brutal truth, that I, her child, knew that he was unfaithful to her. And he knew that she was unlikely to see his faults for herself. She would stick by him through thick and thin. I puzzled over this endlessly. Why did she seem to admire him, even look up to him? He was a reliable worker. He provided for his family and was the main breadwinner, although money always had to be augmented by a series of part-time jobs taken by my mother. He was also inordinately proud of being a teetotaler, terrified of losing his PSV licence, which in those days was difficult to obtain. He refused to touch a drop of alcohol and adhered to this strict code even at Hogmanay. He almost always volunteered to do overtime, wouldn't take even a sip of Grandpa Fru's famous elderberry wine, and refused to venture into a pub. My mother always regarded his temperance as a major saving grace, and she watched in horror as other women tried to cope with men who didn't hand over their weekly pay packet on Friday nights, but went straight to the pub and drank every penny before weaving their way home. "Oh, there are worse things," my mother would say heavily. "There are worse things than fancying the women." Also, however unsatisfactory other aspects of her marriage were, she was from a family to which you could not return if things weren't right. Marriage was seen as irrevocably binding, and divorce was frowned on as against all the teachings of the church. "You've made your bed, now lie on it," would have been the response of our parents to any complaints. Divorce then was a social stigma, and just as we accepted that the work chosen by young men would be what they did till retirement, so we assumed that marriage would be with the one lifelong partner. In the 1950s, we didn't know anybody who was divorced, and the word was only associated with Hollywood film stars. Even my interest in the printed word led to a puzzling and upsetting discovery about my father. I stumbled across magazines belonging to him while I was looking through a cupboard and wondering about the existence of Father Christmas. I'd spotted some Christmas wrapping, and although I knew I shouldn't be doing it, I had started to rummage. Under piles of Exchange and Mart, I found what I now realise were graphic pornography magazines. They weren't like Titbits or Rivali, which I'd seen high up on the shelves in Mrs. Linney's little newsagent shop in St. John Street near the chapel. These magazines, they showed torture and graphic scenes of women in concentration camps being branded on their naked bodies with hot irons. Oh, with a strange mixture of guilt, fascination, and shame. I replaced the magazines so nobody could tell they'd been disturbed. Knowing my mother preferred to keep clear of my father's domain, I was positive she knew nothing of them. She even disapproved of me looking at our family's medical book, in which there were pull-out pictures of intestines and information on the mysterious, forbidden human reproductive system. I'd learned to study it when she was not around. But this was different. This was yet another matter on which I knew instinctively that it would be better to remain silent. Chapter 7. When I was 7, my father was involved in 2 incidents that eroded any remaining love I had for him. My mother deemed that I was old enough to take my father his piece, his lunch sandwiches, if he was asked to do an extra shift. This meant walking down to the foot of Dumbeth Road to the bus stop on Main Street, at which all the local buses pulled in. I would look for his usual vehicle, the single-decker Cliftonville bus, which was timed to arrive every half hour, the crews passing each other or meeting up for meal times at the terminus. At busy times, as many as 8 buses an hour might ply this route, which was popular because it took passengers right through the town centre. The final destination varied. My father's bus nearly always went to Kirkwood in Old Monkland, and it turned at what was then a quiet, rather desolate spot near the cemetery. Normally, I greeted my father, settled on his bus at the front, and chattered to him. Needless to say, my fare wasn't collected by his clippy, and she would sit, if she ever had the chance, on the first seat on the right as you walked up the aisle, so that she could talk to the driver. A little door at waist height separated him from his passengers. People always chatted to the driver, and eventually a rule was made and prominently posted up, warning that it was an offence to engage him in conversation. One day in 1956, I'd gone as usual with my father's sandwiches. My mother decided, because the bus was going to Kirkwood and my dad's Aunt May lived just across the road from the terminus, that I should take some flowers to May's old mother, rather than having my own sandwiches with my dad and his clippy. Well, I was quite happy to do this, as Aunt May and Uncle Harry, her husband, had a television set. I knew they would let me watch the after-lunchtime children's programmes, including the Wooden Tops, which I liked. My aunt greeted me and waved at my father, who was turning his bus and parking it next to another single-decker. She was fairly used to drivers and conductresses, who were friends of my father, coming to ask if they could fill up their flasks or pop into her bathroom. She made me some tea, then gave me the sad news that the TV repairman had just departed with the set. It had broken down. Oh, after some desultory conversation, I tiptoed with the flowers into my great-grandmother's room. She didn't stir, and I decided to rejoin my father, who was due for a half-hour break at that terminus. I boarded his bus by pushing hard on the concertina-style folding door at the front. My arrival was totally unexpected by all four adults, who were grouped near the back of the vehicle, sprawled on the side seats. They didn't even realise I was walking up the narrow aisle towards them till I was almost there. My father and his conductress were grappling with each other in a way I'd never seen before, while opposite them the driver of the other bus was locked in a passionate embrace with his Clippy. In the few seconds I had to register the scene, I noticed a pair of frilly briefs was hanging out of my father's pocket, and the woman's stockings were round her ankles. He was clambering onto the seat just over her, pinning down her wrists with one strong arm. What on earth were they doing? "Their telly's broken, so I've come back," I announced. In the ensuing scramble, I was aware of my father's furious scarlet face looking over his right shoulder. He gaped at me. "Get the hell out of here!" he roared. I raced back to my aunt's house. When I sobbed to her what had happened, she pointed upwards to the ceiling, where her elderly mother slept. "Shh!" She put a finger to her lips. She put her arms round me. "It wasn't your fault," she murmured soothingly. "Just forget it, Hen. He'll have forgotten all about it when you go back. You'll see." "But what will my mum say?" He's bound to tell her," I spluttered. "Bet you he won't say." She looked at me knowingly. "And maybe best you don't mention it to her either, Sandra. He married a saint when he wed your mum, you know. That's what our Jenny, my sister, I says. Alec married a saint with brisk efficiency." She began to wipe my cheeks with a cold flannel and said, "Now, just you forget all about it." Perhaps after the incident at the bus terminus, my father was concerned that I might disclose the relationship he had with his Clippy. A brief period followed in which he was pleasant to my mother. He should take her out more often, he mused. Mary needed to get away from the kids a bit. Bemused, my mother pointed out that I was not nearly old enough, at 7, to be left in charge of the two boys. He talked of arranging a babysitter, and although Mary dismissed this as more pie in the sky, he brought a 13-year-old girl to our home one day and introduced her as Betty, the young, giggly blonde sister of one of his colleagues. She wished to earn pocket money. Surprised but pleased, my mother agreed it would be nice to go to the pictures with her husband and an occasional dance. A deal was struck, and Betty became a regular visitor to Dunbeth Road, always escorted home by my father. I looked forward to her visits, while noting with distaste the way my dad looked at her, particularly when my mother was not in the room. I came to regard her as yet another threat to my mother's happiness, and began to show a distinct coolness towards her, which my father thought was uppity. Betty's visits continued as winter approached, but one Saturday she didn't come. My dad, in a jovial mood, handed money ceremoniously to my mother. "Why don't you take the kids and yourself to the pictures?" I jumped up and down in great excitement because The Wizard of Oz was showing at the garden near my granny's, and I loved the story. My mother was pleased by his generosity and the way in which he helped organise the two younger ones, putting Ian into a pushchair. All smiles, he waved us goodbye and said he would have a meal fixed up from the chippy nearby for our early evening return. We set off, happily enough, arrived at the cinema and paid our admission money at the kiosk. All was well during the wee picture, and Ian nodded off to sleep. Then the main feature began. Well, while I was entranced with the Munchkins, Norman, who was 3 years younger than me and not yet at school, began to whimper, at first quietly, then louder. In vain, my mother tried to hush him, glancing round apologetically. Maybe he would have settled down if the Wicked Witch of the West had not then made her dramatic entrance. Norman's screams of terror filled the cinema, and Ian woke up and joined in. My mother dragged us towards the exit, which did not suit me. I chimed in with the howls of protest as a frantic usherette hurried us into the corridor. Luckily, my mother knew her. Not only did she refund our ticket money, she told my mum that I could see another showing of the picture for free. However, there we all were, turfed out of the cinema much earlier than anticipated. "Never mind," my mother said stoically. "Let's just head home early for our fish and chips. At least that part of your dad's treat you will get, Sandra." We caught a bus from Whifflet up to Coatbridge. I ran on ahead of Mum and reached our back door first. I burst into our small living room and froze. My father was with a little girl of about 2, the child of one of our neighbours. She was sitting on our couch, half-dressed, with an expression of bewilderment on her face. Then my mother appeared behind me. An unholy row broke out, and we kids were all bundled into the bedroom and told to keep quiet. Just before Christmas, in 1956, without warning, some men arrived and took our daddy away, witnessed by Norman. For several days, we were all in a daze, and people refused to discuss my father's disappearance. I was unable to fathom what on earth he had done now, and I was too scared to ask. All I knew was that adults fell silent when I walked into rooms, whether it was at home or at Granny Katie's in Ashgrove or Granny Jenny's in Bellsill. Voices dropped to a whisper in my presence. Children acted oddly towards me at school, and neighbours avoided my mother and huddled in small groups to murmur together. I began to think that whatever had happened must involve me, but I was terrified to know how. Eventually, I couldn't prevent myself from asking, "What's happened to my daddy? Where is he gone?" I confronted my mother and grandmother as they sat sobbing together, and yet apart, in our living room, in which a Christmas tree waited forlornly to be dressed. My mother couldn't look at me and sobbed all the harder. It was one thing to see her cry, but odd to see Granny Jenny, a big strapping woman who'd worked all her life gutting fish and butchering meat, crying her heart out. I was stricken by her face. She blew her nose noisily, then looked at me. Her eyes were all puffed and swollen. She was wearing black from top to toe, and the material reeked of camphor. Had someone died? "Hospital," she croaked. "Your daddy's been taken awa' to the hospital, hen. I dinna ask your mammy any more about it. She's far too upset the noo. You'll be tell all about this when you're a lot bigger." I looked at her solemnly and nodded. There was a long silence, punctuated only by the ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece, their whimpers, and the occasional movement of great glowing cinders in the fire as logs shifted. My eyes fixed on the firelight, which usually fascinated me with its myriad pictures, and I rolled myself into a little ball, chin perched miserably on my knees. Does it mean Santa won't be coming to us this year then? There were cuddles of reassurance, and I was told that this year would be a bit different, but Santa would not forget where we stayed. The subject had been changed, but neither woman ever voluntarily told me where my father was. Reluctantly, I accepted what I was told. One day in the summer of 1957, I asked my grandfather, as we picked sweet peas together, confidentially, "Why can't I visit my daddy in hospital?" He looked at me quickly, then carried on cutting the twisted tendrils. "Well, there are some hospitals children aren't allowed to visit. Do you mind when Gran and I took you on the train to see someone at Hartwood?" I nodded, all ears. My dad's father was chief boilerman at Bestselling maternity then, near where they stayed, and I reasoned that he must know about these things. "Well," he said, "it's a mental hospital. You and William, remember you had to play outside? This is the same. Your dad's in a mental home. They wouldn't let you in, Sandra." I absorbed this answer and suppressed more questions. I did remember the visit to some relative. It had stuck in my mind, because as we played in the grounds of the hospital, my cousin and I had seen some patients shovelling snow. As one bent perspiring over a spade, heaving the glistening heaps into the front of a wheelbarrow, another was busy tipping snow out the back. This had greatly appealed to the humour of 2 5-year-olds, but we were also slightly fearful of these souls who had been labelled daft, and we ran off as they approached us. For many years I accepted that my father's absence had been due to mental illness, which then carried such a stigma it could not be discussed. Chapter 8. In all families, there are unspoken agreements about what may and may not be discussed. People live with the worry that in a moment of unguarded confidence, a dreadful secret might be disclosed that could never be recanted, and that might shatter the family. In 1957, children were kept in ignorance of sexual matters, and few of us had effective strategies to deal with flashers, or someone touching us inappropriately on the bus or at the pictures. Then people avoided discussing sex with their children through embarrassment. Facts had to be gleaned from playground pals who were mines of misinformation. I was so naive about the monthly cycle that when my best friend at primary, Carol Fairley, told me with a giggle one day that she'd a period, I said in all innocence, "I've got one too. Bet mine's better than yours. I've made a great pattern." Her shocked face puzzled me, till it dawned on her that I had thought she'd said "Peary." We were very proud of these small wooden toys, Pearies, which we spun on the ground using a special whipping cord. They would burrow for ages, depending on the skill of the player, and I had discovered from some older girls the trick of colouring circular bands of rainbow chalk on the surface, so that a really good shot produced a wonderful, mesmerising, kaleidoscopic blur of vivid hues. Then she dissolved into giggles until she realised she had a chance to show off her superior knowledge of what I could shortly expect to happen to me each month. Although my father made a brief reappearance shortly after my 8th birthday on 7th of January 1957, I was told by my mum that he would be going away again. She spoke in tones of misery, so I knew that I would not see him for a long time. This filled me with a mixture of relief and shame that I couldn't have explained to anyone, even if I could have found someone willing to listen. When he disappeared again, it was spring, and by that time the search for Moira was in full swing. What do I recall of the actual weekend of her disappearance? When my mother and I discussed it many years later, our memories dovetailed together in the jigsaw of events. It had been a landmark for us both, and for quite different reasons. My mother said that my father had had an early rise that day to take the miners to the Annet Hill colliery. Then he'd been home mid-morning before going out after lunch to do the 2 to 10 shift. She told me that she could recall that weekend in some detail because her parents had a visitor from Australia. Grandpa Fru's sister, Auntie Sis, who had emigrated years before, had come for a reunion. A family gathering was held on the Saturday evening at Ashgrove to celebrate her arrival, and my mother was annoyed that my father hadn't arranged for someone to swap with him, particularly when he'd already done an early morning shift. She organised us to attend the party, but then had to call it off anyway. Like many others in the town, I had succumbed to Asian flu, which was sweeping Scotland. It was the first time I'd ever been ill, with a high fever, and I remember it well. It was not until Sunday, on cotton wool legs, that I went unsteadily to my grandmother's, having been off school all week. I was delighted to be given pretty hankies, lovely handkerchiefs embroidered with kangaroos, from the Australian guest of honour. My mother told them I'd been put straight to bed with the younger ones the night before in the recess bed in the wall. At 10 o'clock, she'd debated whether to send for the doctor, as my temperature was sky high, and she kept looking out for my father parking his car in our yard. There was no sign of him, she said, but she'd found that once she'd sponged me with a flannel and water, I was a bit better. Worried by his non-appearance when the snow had been so bad earlier, she decided not to go to bed, but to keep an eye on me while she made some vegetable soup for the Sunday. It was nearly midnight before my father's car drew up outside in the yard and he let himself in. She told him about me, and she reminded him to go the next day to say hello to her aunt. Then she offered him some soup. He said he was tired, and she noticed he did look exhausted, but the weather had caused mayhem. On Sunday, my father got up early and took the sandwiches she had wrapped in the wax paper that she saved from the loaves of bread we got at the co-op. He went to work, saying he'd be back mid-afternoon. I arose looking much better, but my mother decided against going to church. No, after lunch, she did think I was well enough to go to Coates's Sunday school, 5 minutes from our home, and she sent me off with Norman. As it was after 3, she expected to see my father, but again, he was delayed, and she thought, well, he must have gone to see Aunt Sis. When the door opened at last, it wasn't my father, but her sister-in-law, my Aunt Betty, who, like Aunt Margaret, stayed in Alexander Street, just over the hill. She was breathless with hurrying and frozen, her legs mottled with purple and blue from the cold. "Ah, you've no idea what's going on at our place." She threw herself on the couch and told my mother that men were combing the streets looking for a child who'd vanished the day before. "There's men everywhere, all checking our closes and the coal cellars and even in the bins. They don't have any idea what's happened to this wee lassie at all. Isn't it terrible?" My mother agreed. "Who is it?" "Well, somebody told me it's one of Andrew Anderson's lassies, the middle one," her sister-in-law announced, self-importantly. "Moira, I think she's called, but I could be wrong. He works in the creamery beside me at the Red Bridge. I hear he's worried out of his mind. Poor man. See if she's run away after an argument and caused all this fuss, with the police getting involved, then I bet he'll kill her when he gets hold of the wee bism." When we kids returned, it was to find them tut-tut-tutting in disapproval over their tea. My mother asked me if I knew the missing girl. I said I knew her wee sister, Marjorie. "Oh, she's bound to turn up." My Aunt Betty rolled her eyes heavenwards. "And I wouldn't like to be in her shoes when she does. She'll be for it." "Oh, no," my mother murmured. "Oh, no, it's her folks I feel heart sorry for. They'll forgive her for anything, as long as she's all right. You know what it's like when kids get you up to hide dough like that. She's probably shut in somewhere from playing hide and seek. She'll probably have just cuddled up and gone to sleep. You're right, she'll show up, large as life, and wonder what all the fuss was about." But the days of searching turned into weeks. Aunt Sis left us, and although we never met again, her diary of the visit still exists, with these events meticulously noted. My father went off the scene again, the first of many prolonged absences, and our lives settled into a hard-working, yet uneventful routine without him. But as my mother took on the role of a single parent, I was given responsibilities for things that today I wouldn't dream of asking my young daughter to do. As well as helping to parent my brothers, I went cleaning with my mother at Faulkner and Prentice's, the quantity surveyor's offices in nearby Church Street, opposite the side door of Woolworths. This made up part of the wages we sorely missed from my dad's income. In those days, there was no income support or any single-parent benefit. On some occasions, I went at dusk to these offices on my own to clean them, although I wasn't yet 10 years old. I thought the lives of my friends uneventful compared to mine. They went home from schools to meals laid on by mothers who didn't have to go out to work. Then the norm was for women to be at home. I do not recall any of my pals doing char work as I did. Yet while my mother treated me in some ways as an adult and a confidant, she also protected me from what she saw as information that would taint me. On one horrifying occasion, I was attacked and assaulted in Dunbeth Road. My Aunt Margaret was ill, and my mother sent me to her house with some fish one evening. I trotted off to walk a 5-minute journey, 1 year on from Moira's disappearance. Although it was dark, it wasn't very late, just around tea time. And near the high school, a young man suddenly leapt out at me. I was knocked off my feet, and I landed on my back. My hood slid down over my eyes, and I couldn't get a good look at him, but I was overcome by two things: a horrible smell of woodbine and an excruciating pain after his hand shot up under my skirt. I was gasping for air while he muttered obscenities, and already I could feel a great big giant bump forming on the back of my skull where it had hit the ground. A sense of outrage shot through me, and I let out a yell. A light came on in the porch of a big house, and the man ran off, but not before aiming a savage kick at me. Despite the noise, no one appeared. Shakily, I got to my feet, and I picked up my battered parcel. My uncle opened his door to a small, dishevelled girl, scraped and bruised, with blood trickling down over one knee-high school stocking. It was a good half hour before they could calm me down with the obligatory cup of tea. "You'll be okay, Sandra. You'll be okay," my aunt murmured soothingly, after I'd blurted out what had happened. "Your Uncle Archie will walk back with you and make sure he isn't still about, and he'll speak to your mum." We duly went home together, passing the police station, and my uncle and mother spoke in whispers as I got ready for bed. I waited for my mother to ask me what had happened. Instead, she gave me a cuddle, a hot water bottle, and reminded me to say my prayers. She assured me that we would talk about everything later, when I felt better, then gave me a quick good-night kiss. Adult voices droned as I drifted into sleep. I was sent to school the next day as if nothing untoward had occurred. I was too humiliated to mention it to any of my chums, and my mother didn't discuss it with me. What should have been reported by her as an indecent assault on a child was swept under the carpet, as if by not confronting it, my mother could convince herself that her child remained untouched. When my father returned from his long absence, his attitude towards me had taken a turn for the worse. While he'd been gone, I'd grown, and I had my 10th birthday just after he reappeared. I withdrew again, and though I wasn't a naughty child, the beatings started, ostensibly to knock the cheek out of me. My mother kept us as separate as possible. As she'd gathered some self-esteem from the way she'd coped during his absence, she asserted herself more than she had before, and several times she intervened when he beat me black and blue. "They may have beaten you up where you were," she yelled at him once in front of me. "Don't you lift a finger to my wains without good reason." I noticed the antagonistic looks that passed between them with satisfaction. "Keep out of his way, Sandra. Don't annoy him or give him cheek," she hissed at me. And mostly I complied with this, but she couldn't always be around. I wouldn't answer my father when he used endearments. I refused to kiss him goodnight, and I ignored his rules in preference to my mother's, which we'd got used to during his absence. I would even curl my lip in contempt at him and not bother to disguise it, which caused dreadful ructions. One beating he gave me was so bad that I ran away. My lip split from a blow which, uncharacteristically, had been delivered to my face, where others might notice it. I wandered for hours, left Dumbeth Park when the gate was locked at sunset, and trailed round the streets till dawn found me almost back home, sitting on the stone steps of the town hall. I must have nodded off, for the next thing I remember is a kindly policeman with a torch picking me up and carrying me round the corner to the station. There he examined my face, made me a cup of Cadbury's hot chocolate, and asked what ailed me. I dissolved into tears. "My dad's a great big bully, and he thumps me for nothing." I heard myself get the words out before a huge wave of guilt swept over me. This was an overwhelming betrayal, although I owed my dad no favours. But what of my mother? Hadn't she enough to cope with without me giving her extra trouble? She must be worried sick about me. Maybe I deserved it. I'll have to go back, I suppose," I added flatly, looking at the floor. "They'll be angry, though." He regarded me sympathetically and handed me a chocolate biscuit, a big treat. I was torn between wanting to stay in front of his one-bar electric fire and heading for home. I gave him my name and address, as requested, and he scrawled them in his wee notebook rather than in the gigantic ledger on the surface of the mahogany counter. I wriggled down reluctantly from the chair. "But you're just round the corner," he smiled at me. "I'll walk you round, will I?" He must have seen how my face changed as my father, dressed immaculately in his uniform, came to our back door. Of my mother there was no sign, but my father stood there, a smirk on his face that I couldn't understand. Smiles passed between him and the friendly policeman as I hovered uncertainly on the step. "Think we have some lost property here," the young cop spoke in amiable tones. "You've saved me the bother of coming to the station," said my parent affably, placing a hand on my shoulder that told me my nocturnal adventure was over. "In you come, young lady. You've had your mum up the pole with worry." "Bit of a tiff, then?" The young officer's voice lost none of its friendliness. "The lassie's got a split lip there, but nothing too serious." "Och, just a bit of a dust-up, that's all," replied my dad soothingly. "Nothing I can't handle. Just you let me deal with it, officer." I was pushed into the living room while both of them spoke about kids these days, and then the younger man departed with a wave. I realised with sickening accuracy that there was no way the younger guy could confront the 6-footer standing on our step. They'd recognised each other by sight, and the cop was just one of many who jumped on and off my dad's bus. He would dismiss what he had seen. My parents thought that a good way to patch up their marriage was to take a family holiday. Our trip to the small seaside resort of Montrose, however, was an unmitigated disaster. Not only was the weather bad, but several times my mother ended up in tears. I never knew what had been said when we called in to see relatives who lived near Bankery and to have tea with them, but when someone referred to an acquaintance called Betty, she dissolved into sobs. Our holiday home in a back street of Montrose was Spartan, with meters that had to be fed regularly with shillings to give gas for heating or hot water. The elderly couple who let part of their home didn't appreciate young children and expected us all to be out for the greater part of the day, rain or shine. We ventured out of town on a number of day trips, all of which seemed to begin with accusations by my father about how long it took my mum to organise the children and the food, and to end in rows over directions to various places like Brecon and Stonehaven, and silences. Just as bad were the looks of hatred I received in the driver's mirror when I suggested we stopped or played one more game of I Spy for the sake of the two smaller ones. There were no books to speak of at our lodgings except The Pilgrim's Progress, which I devoured in a day. The one outing voted a success was to the lighthouse at nearby Skerdyness, where my brothers and I had the chance to run about and explore without being told to be quiet. On the last evening, a Friday, our landlords encouraged my mother to take me to their Kingdom Hall, where they thought we would have ample entertainment to round off our holiday. For once, the rain was not lashing down, and we set out with much muttering from me because Ian and Norman were being taken to the fair by my father. Its twinkly lights were inviting, and in vain I pleaded with my mother to change our plans. I reminded her of the pocket money I had left. She was adamant that Mr. and Mrs. Young, our hosts, would be on the lookout for us at the religious meeting, and she never broke a promise. The hall was full of people with damp macks and umbrellas, who all sang heartily from Sankey hymn books to an out-of-tune piano. Afterwards, over cups of tea and wonderful Scottish home baking, they shook their heads mournfully about the weather. Nah, it cannae last. I was thrilled when my mother agreed that, as it wasn't too late, we could walk down to the fairground and meet the others before going home, perhaps getting some fish and chips on the way. I had a go on a few hoopla stalls, but we couldn't spot my father and brothers. My mother smiled tolerantly as I picked up a fluffy gonk I'd won and agreed I could spend a few more coppers at the next stall, where you could win a coconut by knocking down cans. But she was too distracted to enjoy herself watching me. "Perhaps they've headed home already," she said anxiously. Oh, well, come on, Sandra. We should too. Remember, we'll have all the packing tomorrow. I pulled a face, but I tried not to show how disappointed I was that my dad wasn't there to take me on the ghost train, or the dodgems, or to buy me a ride on the waltzers. When we got into our lodgings, however, there was no sign of the rest of the family. We ate our fish suppers, washed up, cleared the table and started to think about bed. My mother was worried. "Where on earth can he be?" she demanded, as she ordered me into my baby doll pyjamas bought specially for the holiday. I shrugged. I snuggled down with a Reader's Digest. The minutes ticked by, and my mother paced up and down on the well-worn lino. Then she started to pile things into cases. Just when I was rubbing my eyes and checking that it really was after midnight on the baby Ben clock, and she was muttering about going to the police station, we heard a key turn in the lock. My father was carrying one child, who was fast asleep, and wheeling another in his pushchair. My parents hissed angrily at each other as she demanded to know his movements. It transpired that my father had met a woman at the fair, and according to him, she'd invited himself and the children to her home for supper. "You've been sitting with some woman while I've been worried sick about these wains. How could you?" my mother asked. "She was a very nice woman," my father smirked. "She took to me right away, and she was good to Norman and Ian." And then he added, "And to me." My mother smacked him across the face and marched off to bed. The atmosphere in our car going home next day could have been cut with a knife, and as we left Montrose behind, I knew it was somewhere I would never wish to see again. Chapter 9. In November 1959, a kindly town councillor had listened to my mother's plea to be relocated near her parents during her husband's absence, and we were installed at 9 Ashgrove, directly above my grandparents in number 11, with adjoining gardens on a large corner plot. Perhaps my mother felt that such close proximity to his father-in-law would ensure that my father changed his ways when he came home. But this wasn't to be. My grandfather detested him and deplored his sexual conduct, but his policy was to avoid him, while exerting a strong patriarchal influence on the rest of his large family. My grandfather's principles and values were drummed into me. No matter how glorious the weather, playing outside on a Sunday was off limits, and even a game of snap was forbidden. It never crossed my mum's mind to question why we had to adhere to the rigid code of discipline laid down by her father. Religion had also played a strong part in the life of the Anderson family. After Moira's tragic disappearance, her two sisters continued to attend Band of Hope meetings, which Moira had loved. Janet never came to terms with the fact that one evening she'd rushed Moira home when the younger girl had wanted to learn something about becoming a missionary. It would keep, she said. But shortly afterwards, Moira vanished. I started at Coatbridge High School in August 1961, and my workload increased dramatically. As my mum and her sister helped me to cover all of my books and jotters with wallpaper samples, they agreed that I needed the privacy of my own room and a good part of Sunday to myself to get my homework completed to a good standard. Although my mother was delighted that I had won a place to the town's elite senior high school, kitting me out in its uniform gave her nightmares. A navy blazer represented a major investment, and a leather briefcase was out of the question. Hand-me-downs came to the rescue once again. The blazer came with elbow patches, and the white shirts for boys had to be adapted. I transformed them to short-sleeved blouses, over which I could wear the navy V-neck sweater with a gold neck edge that Granny Frew had knitted. The ignominy of having to start at secondary school without the case I needed for books filled me with far more apprehension than facing algebra, logarithms, Latin and French for the first time. Also, I shrank from the gaze of the terrifying rector, James Cooper, who had been feared by generations of local school children, mainly because of his height, which was 6'10". As I embarked on my secondary school career, where I made friends who've lasted ever since, My father embarked on a string of affairs with various young women, some of whom were strangers and some of whom were known to my mother. There was Norma, sister of one of his driver pals. There were several bus conductresses, mostly single, then a long line of women who were all married, including a Lily and a Rose. Occasionally my mother took me with her to confront the current women. One stands out. Taken off school for the day and cringing with embarrassment, I was marched up a garden path in the townhead area of Coatbridge to the door of a thunderstruck woman named Cora, whose husband worked away from home. My mother delivered a furious tirade and declared that Alexander was married and should be left well alone. Not only that, he was also the father of 3 children, and this was the eldest, at which point I was pushed forward to underline the potential jeopardising of a family. The raised voices attracted a small, interested crowd of neighbours, mainly women, slyly nudging each other and uniformly folding their arms across their chests. That afternoon, Cora told us that she and my father had been planning to run off to England together, but her husband had been informed of this anonymously and arrived on the scene threatening to throttle my father. It was agreed that the affair must end with no further contact. Later, Mary told me of the one other ultimatum she had made. "I want him away from Baxter's buses, Sandra," she said, "for 2 good reasons. First, the environment supplied him with an endless rota of female conductresses and opportunities for affairs. Second, she was convinced he was being influenced by a driver she regarded as a shady character, a small, powerfully built man with whom he'd struck up a friendship. The other man had a reputation for being quick with his fists, and I too detested him, having noticed how terrified his quiet little wife and his young son were when he was around. My mother was sure that if our family left Coatbridge, she could leave the past behind and start afresh with my father. With this in mind, she wrote to his young brother, who lived in Leicester, to see if he could help. Uncle Robbie. He was the antithesis of my dad. An ex-Marine, his language could be colourful, and his temper flared up quickly, but he shared none of my father's sexual traits, and he was a man of integrity. He'd done well for himself and was manager of the city's sewage works. Although his wife had reservations about my father going to live with them initially, and had no time for his extramarital exploits, Robbie agreed that he would find Alec work, which he did, as a security man at the sewage plant. My father was to establish himself in the post, which was reasonably paid, and once he'd found a house, my mother would join him and send for us when funds allowed. My brothers, still both at primary school, were quite excited by all this. My father was keen to leave Coatbridge and left to the relief of his own parents and my mother's, who all found him difficult to cope with. However, no sooner had my mother arrived to visit him than Uncle Robbie had a catastrophic falling out with his brother. He'd been given a copy of the telephone bill for the plant and had spotted a series of long-distance calls to Coatbridge. In those days, bills weren't itemised, but knowing we weren't on the phone, Robbie tackled my dad and discovered that the affair with Cora was not over. The house he had found was to share with her, not us. My uncle hit the roof. He had to pay for the private calls himself and then to dismiss his own brother. My father had caused him such humiliation that he ordered him out of his home and said he would have no more to do with him. He sat my mother down and gently explained why he would provide no further help with the planned move, as she sat sobbing and my dad packed, to my aunt's undisguised relief. "Look, I'll always have lots of time for you and the kids, Mary, and I'll help you ones any way I can," Robbie told her. But I washed my hands of our Alec. "That big bastard, he'd better no show his face over my doorstep again, or I'll let him have it. I know how strong your Christian duty is, but if I were you, I'd think about divorce and get shot of him." But my mother simply followed my father back to Lanarkshire. The first thing I insisted on in our new home at 9 Ashgrove was that not only did I have a bedroom to myself, but that a lock was put on the door. No one questioned why I wanted it, and when any friends expressed surprise, I explained it was to keep my little brothers out. The other great advantage about living next door to my grandmother was that I could spend a great deal of time in her house. If ever I found myself alone with my dad, I made a beeline for downstairs, or made excuses not to open my bedroom door. I was careful now about whom I brought home. 2 chums I played with were different in maturity and appearance. Barbara had been raised in a strict religious background. She was small and fiercely intelligent with glasses. The other girl, whom I'll call Ellen, was much taller, heavier, more physically developed than either Barbara or me, and more worldly wise too. The 3 of us had little pocket money. But Barbara and I noticed that Ellen pleaded poverty regularly, but then acquired funds out of the blue, treating us when the ice cream van came, and occasionally being what we called flush. My father looked out for her comings and goings, and Ellen warmed to any sign of affection. I liked the teenage Ellen. We shared a love of reading, and we would sometimes go to the cinema together. One night when we were 14, Ellen and I sat mesmerised through the first of the James Bond films at the Odeon in Coatbridge, and we missed the last bus to Whifflet. Shrugging off the 1.5-mile walk, we queued for chips, then set off on foot, chatting with 2 young lads who faced the same journey. We were pretty pleased to have their company on the dark road. Before we arrived at Whifflet Main Street, we were on first-name terms, and arm in arm. Near Tennant's Works, the boy beside me nudged me and pointed to a small black car that was going along slowly, just behind a blonde woman who was hurrying away. "Oh, these weirdos, they make you sick, eh?" he muttered, putting his arm round me protectively. "You know what they call them, don't you?" I shrugged nervously. I had a sick feeling in my stomach as I saw the woman shake her fist angrily at the driver of the car, who sped off. I knew who it was. "Curb crawlers, that's what," my escort went on knowledgeably. "Just as well you ones are with me and my mate, though I think that woman, she's got rid of him." To push it out of my mind, I began to chat animatedly to him while Ellen and her newfound friend strolled behind us. In Whifflet we agreed to split up, since Ellen lived in Shawhead. Waving goodbye, my escort and I went on towards my house. Just before we got to my street, a car drew up with a screech of brakes and out jumped a menacing figure. My companion gave an almighty start as my father yelled at him. Letting go of my arm, he took off like a harrier, not stopping to find out what it was all about, and I almost laughed as I saw him bound athletically over the 6-foot fence at the back of St. Mary's School and disappear into the night. "Just what the hell are you up to, miss?" my dad shouted. "I'll leather your hide for you. Get in the car this minute, you little bitch." I did so silently, fully expecting him to lash out at me with his fists. Instead, he peered at me in the gloom and muttered something about how inconsiderate I was to worry my mother, who, he said, had sent him out looking for me. "Who was that little runt?" he demanded, as he parked our car. I explained how the journey had come about, and I said I had spotted his vehicle on the viaduct. "It must have been when you were searching for me," I said sardonically, looking him right in the eye. "Too bad you missed us then. I'll let Mum know I'm fine." No, he glowered at me. "There's no need. I'll tell her. She'll be in her bed now anyway, so just leave it. We'll say no more about it." That incident alerted me to danger. My father would have beaten up the young man if he'd had the chance, and he'd looked almost pathologically jealous. I realised I would have to think of other strategies to deter him from coming anywhere near me. Protection came in the form of my friendship with Irene. We started to go around together in the second year of high school and shared the usual teenage interests that occupy all adolescents. We haunted the local church halls on a Saturday night, where for the princely entry fee of 1 and 6pence, you could dance all night to top 10 hits and learn the locomotion, the hitchhiker and the twist, while sipping nothing more dangerous than Coke and lemonade. We became part of a group that circulated round churches and scout halls, where pairs of girls could dance to their heart's content, often in large groups round a pile of handbags, till duos of bashful young males tapped them on the shoulders. Irene lived several miles away, and when we went out together, I often stayed at her home. We adorned our bedroom walls with posters of the Fab Four cut from a magazine called 208. Irene's older sister, Elizabeth, tolerated the chatter of two youngsters late into the night, and their parents liked me. So much so that when they went on holiday, I was taken with them several summers on the trot and consigned my memories of Montrose to the Holiday from Hell album I placed in a bottom drawer. Irene's father taught me to swim and dive in places like Bournemouth and Scarborough, and effectively he took the place of my own father. He encouraged us to cycle everywhere and to go off youth hosteling all round Scotland. I can still feel the warm breeze in my hair as we cycled through the pass of Killiecrankie, singing The House of the Rising Sun and sipping lurid cremola foam. It was through Irene that I met my first real boyfriend, John Somerville, who lived in Muirhead, another small village near her home. She had gone out with him first and knew his family well, so I had no qualms about him, and we went out together happily for almost 3 years. Although I was only 15, John was an athletically built 18-year-old who ran at county level and who could have played football professionally. He was striking, with broad shoulders, piercing blue eyes that crinkled when he smiled, and fair hair. My father could not ignore his fitness and strength. He was a motor mechanic in Fagin's garage near my home in Whifflet and thought nothing of removing car engines single-handed. He and John detested each other on sight, which didn't surprise me, and I now realised that John was the physical tower of strength I needed to support me. My father no longer dared beat me whenever he liked, as he knew his behaviour would not go unchallenged. Granny Katie, she was a rock of strength too, and staunchly championed everything I did. When she met John, she brushed aside my mother's concerns about a lad courting me when I was still so young. Granny had only a few years left and died of cancer at Christmas in 1966. Her death was a great blow to Mary in what was yet another turbulent period in her life caused by my father. Chapter 10. When my father ran off from Coatbridge in 1965, my mother decided that she was going to see a solicitor about divorce. Everyone held their breath to see if she would change her mind. She did not. Still somewhat bemused, as well as in a state of deep relief, I told the tale of his hasty departure to one of my friends at high school, as we perched together on art stools and worked on life drawings for our higher art exams. Myra Reddings was a cool, fair, beautiful girl whose home in Alexander Street I often visited after school before catching the Cliftonville bus to Ashgrove. Her parents seemed to have such a warm, stable relationship, and as an only child, she came from a lovely home and seemed to have everything anyone could possibly want. Now, she shot me a look of undisguised horror when I described how my father had vanished with his clippy, Pat Hanlon, who was half his age. Oh, they've run away together, completely out of the blue? Oh, my God! Myra's shocked tone caught the attention of several heads, which turned with great curiosity towards us, and red-faced, I motioned her to keep her voice down. Well, I don't think it was out of the blue for the two of them, really. They dumped a brown paper parcel behind our front door, I whispered. Later, it turned out to be their bus uniforms, folded with their badges and hats, all wrapped up to be handed into Baxter's bus depot. So it was planned. Myra's huge blue eyes rounded in astonishment. I thought of the journey my mother and I had made to Gartley bus station in Airdrie to return those items. We'd crossed the yard and entered the gloom of the depot, and were shown into a filthy office for the use of the inspectors, whom my father loathed. He called them wankers with watches when he spotted them loitering at bus stops. And my mother handed over the parcel with a muffled explanation, then sat beside me. The man to whom she entrusted it went off to see about any due pay. We knew that my father's timesheet would be in. It was the only paperwork he ever did. My mother was petrified that no money would be forthcoming, even though common sense told her that traditionally there would be what was known as lying-in money and some holiday pay. When the man returned, he doffed his peaked cap and cleared his throat, obviously finding his task difficult. "I'm very, very sorry to hear what's happened to you, Mrs. Gartshaw," he sighed, and Mr. Baxter is very vexed to hear your news too. He says if there's anything he can do to help your predicament, just to let him know. My mother's eyes were downcast as she nodded disconsolately, but I saw relief in them as he offered her a brown wages packet before he ushered us out. It was only when we got home to Whifflet that she allowed me to open it at our kitchen table. When I tried to ask questions, she said, Now then, as if she was trying to calm a restive young animal. I pulled out a long strip of typed information on greaseproof paper, which was folded concertina style with some notes, mainly fivers. These she sorted into piles for different household requirements, and then she put the lying-in cash into an old biscuit tin, saying with weary conviction, "We'll need this kept aside, but as sure as God's my judge, he'll not send us any support, neither for me nor any of his 3 wains." "So what happened then?" Myra's voice brought me out of my reverie. She almost fell off her seat in astonishment when I revealed that, at the end of her tether, my mother had hit my dad over the head with a frying pan. Myra had never met my mother, but knew Alexander Gartshore from the bus that passed her door. She was aware that he was 6'4", while his wife was small. She hit him! Myra's huge blue eyes were like saucers. My God! Why? She said she came home from the Women's Guild at the church at 9:30 one night, and there he was, canoodling in his cortina right at our gate with this girl, and they weren't bothered who saw them. When my mum realised what was going on and pulled the car door open, he told her they were going off to Leeds, just like that, and wanted to take my wee brother Ian with the 2 of them, I explained. Quite matter of fact, trying to ignore Myra's stricken face. So, my mum ran into the house and tried to stop him packing while the female waited in the car. She was so furious with him, she must have seen red, and she walloped him with the frying pan right over the head. But he didn't belt her back. Ah, and did Ian? Did he go with them? Myra knew that I was fond of both my brothers, but I was particularly protective of Ian, who was only 9. I shook my head. No, thank goodness. And it's good riddance to bad rubbish, as far as I'm concerned. We're better off without him. Well, I'm glad you're not going to lose your wee brother too, but I can't imagine how you can say you won't miss your dad, Sandra. I'd hate it if mine went away, I know. I'd miss him so much. You're bound to, you know? If only you knew, I thought to myself. But I was unprepared for the depression into which my mother slumped in the autumn of 1965. I constantly felt I had to keep her spirits up. I would cajole her with remarks like, "We're doing just fine, Mum. We're far better off without him. We'll manage. Just wait and see. You've got me, haven't you?" Her eyes would blur with tears, though she nodded in agreement. I knew, though she couldn't say it to me, that she missed him and needed him, and that angered me, for I knew there was no future with such a man, and that tears were pointless. Once or twice, when the months were slipping by and his return looked more and more unlikely, she made remarks that cast him in a good light. She pointed out to me one evening, as I toasted some bread on a long fork and held it near a roaring fire when I was drying my hair, "You know, it was your dad, Sandra, that got me this grate just after we moved here. I've always liked it. Don't you miss him?" A yawn froze in my tonsils. She spoke again in the same wistful tone. "I know you hate it when I mention his name, but he does have good points. He really does. I can remember telling him when we looked round here that I'd love a new fireplace and grate. And the very next week, he stopped his bus to let me know he'd won the sweepstake at work. 'Just you go and pick any grate you fancy, Mary.' Those were his very words. 'I want us to be comfortable in this house.' He handed me the lot when he got it. And you know, a lot of men wouldn't have done that. They'd have blown half of it on drink, but not your dad. I got my fireplace and grate, just as he promised. She looked at me beseechingly, but I wouldn't meet her eyes. There was no chance of me ever feeling comfortable in any house I shared with my father. I could never tell her that one of my last memories of my dad was a weird incident that had occurred in church, of all places. Just weeks before he left, my father, hardly a regular churchgoer, happened to sit beside me. As it was a warm, late summer day, I had on a navy mini dress, bought with money from my 16th birthday, with a neat white Peter Pan collar and a cardigan over it. Granny Katie had admired my new navy blue high heels with their white piping and my matching shoulder bag, and had made remarks about me being sweet 16. I hurried round to the little kirk with a spring in my step and my newly washed fair hair bouncing on my shoulders. My mood changed the moment my father settled beside me, and he smirked as I wiggled along to my left to make more room. In vain, the pew was packed that day. I was stuck with him. Smiling sardonically, because he knew I hated him being in such close proximity, he deliberately cast his eye over all the women sitting in the rows in front of us, with the air of an experienced cattleman at a sale of bloodstock. When the service began, I felt claustrophobic and more aware of my breathing. During the sermon, I could swear I could hear my own blood rushing through my ears and my heart pounding as if I was running a marathon. It seemed so loud to me I was amazed no one else could hear it. What was causing such panic? I couldn't be sure at first whether it was being hemmed in by rows of people in a warm atmosphere, or whether it was the air of malevolence I felt coming from my own father. I suddenly realised that his eyes were boring through my dress, observing every movement of my thighs. The service seemed endless, and I was stuck to my seat with terror, unable even to close my eyes in prayer. I knew that day beyond doubt that given the glimmer of an opportunity, my father would ravish me without compunction. Little wonder, then, that I dismissed my mother's nostalgic longings for him with exasperation. I was determined that we would survive without a main breadwinner in our home. But financially, things became difficult, and even minor items became major expenditures. As funds grew scarce, it looked likely I'd have to abandon my plans to go on into higher education and seek employment. I swallowed my pride, and I went to see Mr. Cooper, still an awe-inspiring figure, although I was now a fifth-year prefect. That interview in his office in the spring of 1966, when I stammered my way through my explanation for asking to see him, is vivid in my mind. It was practically unheard of for a pupil to go to his room without a summons from him. I told him something of our circumstances and of the pressure on me to leave school and go to work. His brows knitted together. So, you see, sir, my mum's been left with 3 of us to bring up. I don't want to leave school, Mr. Cooper, but it might come to that. And my gran, the one who lives in Bellshill, well, she says she can get me a good job in Woolworths there, if she can just speak to someone she knows. How old are you, my dear? He interrupted in his booming voice, and his big, bushy, silvery eyebrows stopped frowning. 17, just a few weeks ago. I took a deep breath. I could leave at Easter, sir, but I'd really like to either go to art school or to be a teacher, and for that I'd need my hires. But I'm helping out my mum as much as I can just now. In what way? he interjected. I work on Saturdays in Glasgow in a record shop till 6, and in the evenings I go cleaning offices with my mum. But we're really struggling, and this week it's been difficult even to get enough to cover my bus fares to school, never mind the lunches. Hasn't your mother applied for free school meals for you and your brothers? Oh, definitely not, sir. She'd be far too embarrassed to do that. She wouldn't want any of us singled out for free dinners. She has her pride. Tell me about your Saturday job and what that involves. I told him I earned 17 and sixpence for working all day in Patterson's, a large music shop in Buchanan Street. I had got the job selling long play records down in the bowels of the store through my friend Irene, who had persuaded the eagle-eyed, austere manageress to interview me. Irene sold singles and EPs. Our camaraderie was the one thing that kept me going. The rector rose and crossed to the window, his black gown flapping behind him. Slave labour, he grunted at last. 17 and sixpence is unacceptable in your present position for what your work is, if what you tell me is true. It won't do. I gazed at him silently. So curious, I'd forgotten to be nervous. I shall speak to the Carnegie Library Committee, of which I'm a member this year, and propose that a position is found for you on Saturdays and over holidays at a decent rate of pay, and to cut down on the number of expenses you're currently paying for travel, etc. Do you like books, my dear? I couldn't believe my ears. Did I like books? I assured him I'd had my ticket to the adult section of the main library in Coatbridge before I reached the official age, because I had exhausted the supply in the junior section. Books. They're the most important thing of all, sir. I'd love to work there. I make no promises, but I've got high hopes for you, and I will do my best. Meanwhile, I will make arrangements for you to be given school dinner tickets in the normal manner, but your mother is not required to pay for them. Please tell her that. And one other thing. I think you should consider primary teaching as a very suitable career, Sandra. Say to her I said so. Now, back to class. I was so excited I could hardly breathe, and had to squeak out my thanks as he showed me gruffly to the door. I returned, walking on air, to my English class. I was desperate to rush home and tell my mother that perhaps, after all, I did not need to think of Woolworths, and could ignore Granny Jenny's remarks that it wasn't worthwhile to keep a girl on at school. They just go on to have wains, so it's a waste of time. My mother was delighted, and I heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. Cooper indeed used his influence, and I gave up travelling to Glasgow on Saturdays to work instead in the Carnegie Library, where I loved my part-time work in the children's, then the adult section, for some 4 years. I picked up the necessary hires to train as a teacher. I parted from John to concentrate on my studies, and I found college life suited me. Mr. Cooper's interest in my career continued, and he played matchmaker unwittingly too. The library was where I met a handsome fellow student delivering Christmas mail, who later became my husband. Chapter 11. As adulthood beckoned, it seemed to me that the best way to cope with the past was to bury the rotten memories and avoid any connection with my dad. I tried to deny the influence that he'd had on me, or that I bore any resemblance to him. I was furious when Granny Jenny had remarked that all 3 of his children had inherited his height, but I also had his nose. I spent weeks studying my reflection in Granny Katie's triple dressing table mirror, and I was convinced that Granny Jenny might be right, but I would never have given her the satisfaction of saying so. Many people found it remarkable that my mother had not turned against Granny Jenny for her son's treatment of his first family, but they got on well, and my mother stressed, "It's not Jenny's fault that her son Alec turned out to be so feckless. She's done nothing to us, and look, she's still your gran." Jenny was proud that she'd been born in the same year as the Queen Mother. We were close, though this was more through my efforts than hers, and we never shared the almost psychic relationship I had with Granny Katie, to whom I related my dreams. Like Joe Gargery's wife in Great Expectations, Jenny wore a rubber apron to which pins and brooches were stuck, and her chest bristled with jaggedy objects that ruled out cuddles. Her lively sense of humour hid the fact that she didn't find it easy to show affection to children or young adults. When I enrolled as a student at Hamilton College of Education in 1967 and found I was entitled to the maximum student grant, it didn't occur to me to spend the first cheque I received, which was for the largest amount of money my mother and I had ever seen. My mum presented it at the bank, and we solemnly halved it between us so that I could go and purchase my books. She couldn't believe that the huge sum I had received would be available each term. She was over the moon. I couldn't tell her that many of my peers were well-to-do young women who regarded their grants as pin money for their exclusive use. The 300 students in my year contained a sprinkling of privately educated girls from privileged backgrounds, several of whom even drove to college in smart little sports cars. I was finally on the same planet as some of the St. Clair's types from my childhood comics, and now I knew I had little in common with them. The lecturers I related to best were the ones who clearly identified with a strong working-class background and who encouraged my growing interest in writing. My memories of student days are warm, primarily because I didn't have to worry about my father's presence. I had spare cash, and I didn't have to borrow makeup and tights from Irene, who had gone to study languages at university. My mother followed every aspect of my college career with interest and pleasure, and no one could have been prouder than she when I graduated in 1970 with a teaching diploma that received merit in academic subjects. After the ceremony, when I emerged a fully fledged teacher, she reflected that education was the key to making something of your life. "There are times I wish I'd never married," she said thoughtfully. "You know, when I look back and think, what a waste. And I know I wanted to be a teacher or a writer." Then her face softened. "But if I hadn't married, then I wouldn't have had you once." It's only now I can acknowledge publicly the amount of support she gave me. There was much about her to admire. She had found great courage and strength in the face of hardship during my childhood, and yet she could also retrieve a sense of fun when she was with children. She had made her own childhood sound magical to me as we lay in bed and laughed about all the adventures and scrapes her brothers had got into. Her own spirit and determination shone through in the stories. Over the years, I told them to the primary children I taught, and then to my own two children, Ross and Lauren. She sized up all the lads I brought home after my first serious relationship with John, and she was anxious about my eventual choice of partner. It was important to me that she approved of Ronnie, the man I married at the age of 23. I have put total faith in him, and throughout our marriage we have shared similar values and beliefs. He's shown me through our children how special fatherhood can be. Thankfully, he made a good impression on my mother. Ronnie and I set a wedding date in October 1971, and we saved hard, putting away almost every penny from my assistant teacher's salary of £40 a month, which was what I received when I started my first post, £10 of which went to my mother for my board. I had been employed on graduation by my old primary school head teacher, Mr. Allen. Ronnie put his meagre wage as a graduate civil engineer straight into a joint bank account. We knew without ever discussing it that the only way we could have a family wedding do was to pay for it ourselves. He also knew, intuitively, that there were elements of my childhood I didn't feel able to discuss with him. He'd never met my father, although our families lived near each other. His parents seemed to like me, and I respected them. The ugly parts of my past remained locked inside me. It felt strange to be back at the school I had attended so many years ago, but I enjoyed teaching. The staff at Gersheri Academy still contained some of the old guard, but happily they were held in affection and were more than helpful to the new raw recruits. Miss Pringle, the delightful infant teacher, dedicated to educating children since a whole generation of young men had not returned from the First World War. She was still there. So was Miss McLean, a real character, whose sisters owned the most amazing drapery shop in the town, renowned as a surrealistic labyrinth of underwear and hosiery that you could get lost in. I renewed a childhood friendship too, Fiona, a long-ago playmate from Dimbeth Park. She was in the classroom next door, to my delight. After our engagement, I heard Granny Jenny and my mother discuss Ronnie approvingly. And I knew what was coming next. Jenny's bottom lip trembled, and she said to my mother, "He should give away his only lass." I flatly refused to consider sending my father an invitation. My mother agreed, and she said to her mother-in-law, "Sandra and Ronnie are paying for everything themselves, so it's up to them who they invite. I'm divorced from Alec now, and it's certainly up to the bride who gives her away, Jenny. She can ask whoever she wants." When I got married, Uncle Robbie gave me away in the church. He was delighted to help out and brought all his family. They no longer lived in Leicester, but had settled on Canvey Island. "Stupid bastard," was his pithy comment when he saw me in my wedding dress and we got into the limousine. "He'll live to regret what he's left behind him." For the first 3 years of our married life, my husband and I lived 15 floors up in one of the new high-rise tower blocks that suddenly dominated the landscape in Coatbridge, just a stone's throw from my old home in Dimbeth Road, which had been demolished in the mid-60s. We joked about our penthouse with its panoramic view. Our town had its very own version of American skyscrapers. From my lofty vantage point, I could see that despite the coming of the high flats, the old games hadn't disappeared completely. Girls still thumped balls off the walls of the flats, and when I visited the basement launderette, I was pleased to see an occasional game of peever going on. Hopscotch, yeah. Everywhere I had lived as a child, my mother always worried about rough elements. It never seemed to occur to her that the worst influence I ever came across was my father. I also noticed that these skyscraper wains did not venture far from their homes. The lessons of 1957 had not been forgotten. people still discussed the mystery of Moira Anderson. The whispers and pointing fingers had been hard for the Anderson family. When some malicious tongue started a rumour that Mandy Rice Davis, the call girl involved in the Profumo scandal of the 60s, was none other than Moira. A likeness, they said, had been spotted. And the next thing was the story broke in the press, causing the family more heartbreak when the tabloids asked if Moira could be one of many runaways from the north who lost their identity deliberately in London, only to surface years later under an assumed name. Most townsfolk, though, thought that Moira's tender age, her background, and the way in which she disappeared didn't match that of a runaway in search of the bright lights. Foul play, they agreed, had been the cause. Change was in the air, not only in the town with familiar landmarks vanishing overnight, but also in the classroom. In February 1971, we switched to the metric system and the joy of decimals. My brothers married, and my mum found the house in Ashgrove too large. She flitted round the corner to School Street, and one of her brothers, Bobby, who had been abroad for many years and was also divorced, moved in. It was company for her, and the arrangement suited them both. The Anderson girls married and moved away, perhaps feeling they could never have a normal life when the disappearance of their sister was still the focus of speculation in the town. Janet emigrated to Australia, and Marjorie moved away to England. On the face of it, I was happy, and I found marriage liberating. I enjoyed the years of primary teaching before we started our own family in 1978. For a young woman in her 20s, though, my health wasn't perfect. From puberty, I'd suffered crops of severe mouth ulcers, which appeared 24 or more at a time. I was never free of them for long. I was referred to the Glasgow Dental Hospital, where I was examined by consultants and dental hygienists and others to attempt to analyse the cause, but to no avail. Pregnancies made little difference, which disappointed those who said hormones were to blame. Vitamins didn't help, and blood tests showed up no abnormalities. For many years I had to cope with mouthwashes and, during very bad spells, doses of steroids. It was a mystery, they said, in someone who otherwise seemed perfectly normal. But although I used to believe that if feelings are not expressed outwardly, they disappear, now I know better. As a child, I had been required to file away horrific memories. The more painful they are, the more poisonous they become within our system. After many years of pain, homeopathic medicine, where the whole person is examined, helped me. The ulcers reduced to manageable levels. And recently I've even been ulcer-free and able to enjoy the bliss of eating whatever I want. Significantly, the homeopathic treatment coincided with a long spell of counselling, when with specialist help I was able at last to speak of the secrets I had buried deep within me. I was made aware of how much our emotions and memories are tied into the nervous system and how stress can manifest itself. When my grandfather died, my father was traced by the police for his dad's funeral and arrived at the last minute. Ronnie and I had a glimpse of him getting into the funeral car. It was the first time my husband had seen him, for I had never shown him any photographs. I refused to sit anywhere near him. Ronnie and I sat with my mother at the opposite end of the room, and I wouldn't look in my father's direction. He spoke briefly to my brothers, which had me seething with anger, but wisely he knew to avoid me. Granny Jenny had moved to a tiny sheltered house in Bellshill. My mother phoned her every day and I visited regularly. I said nothing when I noticed that pictures I had given her of my family disappeared. I guessed that she'd sent them to Leeds. As she reached her 90s, and eventually Alexander was her last living child, she sometimes became pensive. Robbie, her favourite, she mourned openly. But once she discussed Alexander, she pondered on the terrible things he'd done. When I looked at her quizzically, she added hastily, I'm just meaning the awful things he put your mammy through, Hen. He put you all through hell. And me, and Grandpa Tay, God rest his soul. Aye, he was certainly awfully stupid. Renowned for her sense of humour, that day she was depressed. Wicked, wicked, she repeated to me. But all of us love our ain. You can't help loving you and yours, even when you know She broke off and wiped her eyes. She motioned me closer to her chair. Even when they've what? But whatever she'd been about to confide, she'd thought better of it. Her bright blue eyes dropped from mine. Oh, leave it. Leave it. She waved me away dismissively. Sometimes you're better to put things behind you and not stir it all back up. Make me a cup of tea, Sandra, Hen. Go on. I decided she'd meant the way my father had jettisoned all responsibility for his first family. Meanwhile, Ronnie and I saved until we could buy our own home, a feat unheard of in the generation before ours, raising our children in middle-class bungalows rather than the tenements or the council houses familiar to our parents. I enjoyed the early years of parenthood, but although I wouldn't say I smothered my children when they were small, I found it hard not to overprotect them. I could barely let them out of my sight when they were little, and I was always on the alert. I told myself it was normal for a young mother to check constantly who was hanging around the school gates or who was speaking to kids. I told myself this was uppermost in my mind because of my primary school training, from the years of being responsible for large groups of children. I just couldn't get out of the habit. That was all. The day came when I realised the truth about my reluctance to leave my children with other adults. I'd returned to full-time work and was now a lecturer in child education in a college. Auntie Rosie, our childminder, had my complete trust and was adored by both of our two children. Her home was just yards from our own. The arrangement suited everyone beautifully. However, that day when I arrived to collect Lauren, nobody was there. I was told that Rosie had had to go to the dental hospital for emergency treatment. They wouldn't be long. I was thunderstruck when Rosie told me later that she'd been longer than expected at the clinic, and Ali, her husband, had spent the afternoon with Lauren across the road at the Chambers Street Museum. I started to shake. I blurted out in a complete panic that I'd only met Ali once or twice, and I heard myself ask, Ali's been checked out by the social work department, hasn't he? He's been checked out too. He doesn't have any kind of criminal record. Many months later, when I was able to speak to Rosie about my past, she said that although she'd been offended at the time, what I'd said was clearly understandable. Today, I still insist on knowing where my children are. There's no question of my daughter going off anywhere alone, not even for a country walk. It is, many people say, a sad reflection on the way society has gone. I don't agree. The dangers were there before, but they went unrecognised. And now at least, while we know we can't wrap children in cotton wool, we can give them mechanisms for self-protection. Explain to them that their bodies are their own and that nobody has the right to touch them. Chapter 12. In 1992, life was going well for me. I had a good marriage, 2 children who seemed popular and well adjusted at their schools in a pleasant suburb of Edinburgh, and I had an interesting job. My teaching career had taken a step forward in 1989, when I'd been promoted to senior lecturer and then shortly afterwards to section head. While this brought much more in the way of administration, I enjoyed it and attempted to keep a balance between the work I often brought home and the demands of my role as a mother and wife. After a long, difficult spell, however, when I filled in for almost 2 years for someone senior to me who was on sick leave, I jumped at the chance of a full week's training in management skills between the 3rd and 7th of February. The seaside hotel venue was in Portobello, close enough to Edinburgh should any family emergency occur. I had a distinct sense that if anything was to go wrong in the family, it was bound to happen when I was away for any length of time. Sure enough, it did. But it wasn't to do with Ross and Loddon. My mother told me when I rang her that my grandmother was ill and likely to be taken into hospital. Worried, I called Jenny on the Tuesday of the course and assured her that if she had to go into hospital, it would be like the other 2 recent occasions when her cast-iron constitution had astonished doctors and she'd quickly been discharged. I reminded her to eat and joked that my mother and I marvelled at her appetite. She was the only woman we knew, I said, who could eat a pot of mince and tatties by herself. Although she laughed, I detected a note of resignation in her voice, as if she knew she wouldn't come home this time. "Och, I think that's me," she said, quite unsentimentally. "We've all got to go, sooner or later, and I've had a long life, Sandra. If I go into hospital, I dinna want them putting me on they drip things that keep me going. No, that would just scunner me. I've lived lang enough." "Don't say that, Gran," I pleaded. "You still get a lot out of life and you always know what's going on in the world, not like a lot of old biddies." "Oh, I know that," she said flatly, "but I hate hospitals, and it's time I went. Thanks for phoning, Hen. I'm glad you did, so I could say cheerio." Later, my mother told me that Granny Jenny's sense of humour had been intact until the last. She died in Law Hospital in the early hours of the Friday morning when my course was just due to finish. I received an early morning phone call from Ronnie, and through my tears, arranged that I would go to Coatbridge and Bellshill later that day to take my mum to Granny Jenny's home and discuss what must be done. Ronnie, though, was unaware that my father had been contacted by the police in Leeds and had already come north. Travelling up by train, he had met up with my cousin, William, and William's fiancée, Lily. All 3 of them were now installed in Granny Jenny's tiny house. Later, I discovered that my father had been unhappy to find that one of my brothers had been appointed by her as the executor of her will. In other words, she had excluded her only surviving child. He was shocked to discover her bank book had the joint signature of my brother Norman. Norman would be the one to sort out her financial affairs. That Friday morning, 7th of February, 1992, I struggled to concentrate on the final sessions of the management course. The week had been something of an emotional roller coaster for everyone involved. There had been role-play exercises and discussions requiring deep soul-searching, which many of the 24 or so participants had found as gruelling as I had. Nearly all of us had been tearful at one point or another, including several men. Jeanie, the course leader who had come from Bristol, she'd given us an interpersonal skills exercise midweek, which had caused me some problems. With a partner, we had to compare the messages given to us by our parents from an early age. I was stunned at the negative ones I had picked up when I studied the topics of politics, money, relationships, sex, employment, etc. When I looked at the conflicting messages I had received from my parents in my own childhood, I couldn't understand what had made them think that they had had anything in common when they first met. From my mother, I had learnt that to get anywhere, you had to work hard. You had to save the pennies so the pounds could look after themselves. You had to go to church regularly. Sex before marriage was not only out of the question, it couldn't be discussed. My father's philosophies were the opposite. A girl staying on at school was pointless. A good job in a factory or a shop could always be fixed up by speaking to someone he knew. Money? Well, money was something to spend when it was available, and saving it was none of his business. Housekeeping, budgeting, and childcare, they were women's responsibilities. Church was not necessary unless you had an ulterior motive. And sex, well, sex was there for the taking, whenever and with whom you liked. Deep within myself, I had acknowledged my memories, but I knew I had sealed up that cupboard long ago. Only once had it been forced open. Just a chink. In 1981, when I was 36, Ronnie and I had gone to live in Pitlochry, in the Scottish Highlands, not long after Lauren's birth. Ronnie's job had taken us there for 2 years. They were happy years for me. I taught art locally in a private school. I helped run the playgroup and participated in the thriving Amateur Dramatics Club. Also, I'd done something I'd wanted to do for years. I'd saved money of my own, and I decided I would use it to change the one thing I disliked about myself. I underwent surgery in Glasgow at Bon Secours Clinic to have my father's inheritance removed. When asked what I wanted in place of my own nose, the consultant glanced up when I said, "Oh, just one that's different." I was pleased with the result and surprised that virtually nobody noticed what I'd done, not even close family members. And I rarely gave it a thought afterwards, but now I no longer cared if photographs caught me in full profile, as one wedding snap had. During the exceptional summers of 1982 and 1983, I immersed myself in community drama festivals, and I took the children for swimming and picnics in the loveliest of spots. The small town of Pitlochry, it felt so safe that even in the depths of winter, I could return home from babysitting in the early hours and walk back alone through the little wood near our home at the golf course. I could marvel at its beauty without once feeling fear. Childhood anxieties of being attacked were remote, and I would join with others in agreeing that Pitlochry was typical of communities 30 years ago. It was in a kind of time warp. I was in a place where everyone knew everyone else, and where folk felt able to let their children play where they liked, in the knowledge that they would come to no harm. Suddenly, a bombshell dropped. It was during a panto, put on in Pitlochry Town Hall, when I was taking the part of the principal boy in Aladdin, and I happened to encounter a former neighbour from Coatbridge. "I remember you, Sandra," she remarked at the after-show party. "And I remember your dad particularly well. A big, tall, handsome bus driver with dark hair, right?" I nodded politely as I passed round food for my friends Ian and Linda. I was about to explain that my parents had divorced in the late 60s, when she added, "He'd a wee black car, hadn't he? And he was a great one for the ladies. But I always felt sorry about what happened to him, you know." I frowned. She went on to tell me that my father, who I had always thought was in hospital between 1957 and 1959, had been in prison. According to her, he had been sentenced for the rape of a 13-year-old girl, my parents' babysitter. As the woman chatted, I attempted to act normally, but I felt sick. In fact, I needed a brandy, a drink I rarely touch. Suddenly, it registered with the woman that her revelation had come as a shock to me. I thought you knew," was all she could say. "You couldn't miss it at the time. It was in all the papers." "I'd only be 8, I muttered. "I never knew." Cringing with humiliation, I felt I couldn't discuss it with my husband. Why not just pretend it had never been said? The discovery, however, preyed on my mind, and I resolved to speak to my mother. I was devastated. How could she, to whom I was so close, hide something so important all these years? I remembered how adults had whispered or stopped talking when I entered rooms. I'd always felt that my father's absence, when I was between the ages of 8 and 10, had been something shameful. I had been right. I tackled my mother about the length of time I'd been kept in the dark. I told her how upsetting it had been to learn the truth in my 30s from a near stranger. The information she reluctantly confirmed was correct. My father had served a prison sentence in Saughton, Edinburgh. There had been no long hospital stay. I noticed, however, that she was defensive of her actions and protective of my father's behaviour. "I was only trying to shield you," she said stonily, and then broke down. I thought it was the right thing to do at the time. Then I always just kept putting it off. But it wasn't rape. The girl, she was a teenager who was very promiscuous. She was round all the drivers. Alec was the one who happened to get caught. She was a wee tart." Her last phrase was delivered with a venom most unlike her. It hit me that she blamed the child involved. Astonished, I pointed out that the girl had only been 13 and my father 36. Was she seriously trying to say he had been led astray? Huh! I was not satisfied with the scant details she provided, and later I resolved that I would find out more about the events that had led to his arrest in December 1956, just before my 8th birthday. But the opportunity to question her further didn't arise easily. After my initial shock at the conversation I'd had with the woman, I found I was able to put it out of my thoughts, but only for a short time. In my dreams, disturbing images and memories began to surface. I forced them back. Lots of people know someone who's been in prison, I argued inwardly. It's something I'll have to learn to live with. I knew, however, that I couldn't reveal to anyone asking me outright why he'd served his sentence. I just won't tell people what it was for, I resolved. I tried to talk to Granny Jenny, who wouldn't even look me in the eye. All I'm going to say, Sandra, is it's long past, and I hate talking about it, for I believe it just about killed his father. Old Sanny, he was never the same after your dad. After what happened. Your grandfather was a different kind of man altogether. The one thing I can say about Sanny is he died as he lived. He never harmed a soul, but he always said your dad killed... She stopped, as if terrified she'd said too much. Lauren, toddling into the room, distracted me briefly as I placed the guard in front of the blazing fire that I had just fueled. Then, Granny Jenny went on, your daddy, he killed all Sanny's love for him. That's all I was meaning. She refused to say any more on the subject, but I was chilled. On the sunny, clear morning of my grandmother's death, Jeanie, the management course leader, noticed a profound change in me. She'd coffee with me at break time. She'd heard I'd suffered a family bereavement, and she comforted me. We chatted about the assertiveness training which had formed part of the course, and I found myself telling her that a man at work, older than myself, used subtle ways to undermine my authority. I found him difficult to handle. She looked at me obliquely. Women, she said, who've encountered very early rejection from their opposite sex parent, they've often got problems needing to be liked by males. They go through life effectively seeking male approval. That was her comment, and she suggested some strategies to try with the man at work. I explained that my father had indeed gone off in my early years and had returned, only to abandon us all again. Jeanie said she could empathise with this. In some ways, she told me, I was a young version of herself. We had had similar events to cope with in our lives, and she too had had to deal with problems that stemmed from childhood. I told her I loathed my father for the things he'd done. Don't underestimate the father-daughter thing, she said, and how powerful that relationship is for the first 7 years or so. It's the first one you have with the opposite sex. Out of curiosity, when did you last speak to him? Have you ever told him how you feel? I explained that for 27 years I'd felt unwilling to exchange a single word with him. I was frightened of the consequences. What would you say to him if you were to meet him today? Come on, role-play it with me, said Jeanie. I unloaded a lot of anger into the exercise, choosing my words with care. I felt better for it and promised that should the opportunity arise to tell my dad what I really thought of him, I would grab it. The opportunity arose that very evening. I picked up my mother to go to Granny Jenny's. I knew that because of my mum's blindness caused by diabetes, she couldn't see how upset and dishevelled I was. But I gasped when she said in the car, "By the way, Sandra, I think you should know your father's here at your gran's. He and your cousin William and his fiancée, they're all here till the funeral on Tuesday." Accelerating, I said grimly, "Actually, it's going to suit me just fine, Mum. I want to have a word with him on my own." There was silence while she absorbed this. As soon as we arrived, she began to organise tea for everyone. William and Lily were blowing up an airbed in the living room, as my father had taken the one small bedroom that had been Gran's. He hovered, watching me expectantly with a half-smile. He didn't look like a man of almost 71. He was still a man it was hard to ignore. "I'd like to speak to you in private." My words were terse, and everyone else studied the floor with interest. He ushered me through to the bedroom, still nodding and smiling. We sat inches apart on the bed, him on the window side, I nearer the door. I was nervous, but adrenaline was pumping through me, and the anger I'd expressed in the role-play with Jeanie came back in its rehearsed phrases. Fate had played me the most incredible hand, and I was determined not to cry or lose control. I inhaled deeply and began. He drew back, visibly shaken and unprepared for the unrelenting tirade I unleashed. He muttered, "Once you're a black sheep, you're always a black sheep." I could tell by his manner that he'd been wrong-footed by my attack. He tried to get in a word edgeways, making the excuse that his mother had always preferred Robbie, his young brother, to him. He'd always felt neglected, and so he was the one who got into scrapes. "Scrapes?" I cried in disgust, my flesh crawling as he tried to pat my hand. "Is that what you call going to prison for sexual offences and serving a sentence? Scrapes?" He caught his breath, and his eyes flickered oddly in the light. I told him how I'd learned the truth about his hospitalisation. He looked away. "I thought you knew about that," he said slowly. "Your mum should have told you." "Her name was Betty, but you won't remember her." "But I do," I retorted angrily. "She'd fair hair and lots of freckles, and she giggled all the time. She came to babysit." His eyes narrowed. There was something strange about them, I realised. They were like grey, flinty pebbles now, remote and filled with anger. But they no longer instilled in me the fear of long ago, I noted triumphantly. "No one gave me the chance of turning over a new leaf," he said. "Not one." "That's not true," I burst out. "My mother told me when you got out of jail, both of you got down on your knees in front of the minister and prayed for a fresh start. You promised you'd change your ways. I tried to, he said heavily, looking at his hands. But not everyone would forgive me and let me start again. Your gran forgave me, and your mam. But my father never ever did. There was a silence between us now. I thought it was an odd thing to say. According to my mother, her father-in-law, old Sanny, he'd been a tower of strength, organising petitions with my father's workmates to send to the trial judge to persuade him that the events with the babysitter had been out of character, and getting church people to write saying that my father was a pillar of the community. Why wouldn't your father forgive you? I quizzed him several times. Why? I was not prepared to let go now, not when I seemed to have him on a hook. Another long silence followed. He wouldn't forgive me for the Moira Anderson thing. My head shot up. Had I heard him correctly? He was looking bleakly out of the window now, where snow had started to swirl past. Then he went on. I was charged about the babysitter. Then I got out on bail. You won't remember this. It was all a long time ago. It was back in 1957. My father wouldn't forgive me for Moira Anderson. You won't remember her either. You were too wee. My heart raced and my throat closed painfully. I didn't want to hear any more. I forced out, You're wrong. I do remember her. Grandpa was always convinced I'd done it. He said to me to tell the police where I'd put the wee lassie. My father's fingers were now working at the fabric of the candlewick bedspread. He stared unseeingly at the snow, which was flashing past the window, the flakes strangely orange in the neon streetlight, for all the world like phosphorus. Was it my imagination, or was the room darkening? Some instinct told me that I must imprint every detail of this weird conversation on my brain. Terror wrenched at me, and I cried, But why on earth would Grandpa even connect you to Moira Anderson? What could possibly make him think you were responsible? Those cold eyes shifted away again and silence fell. Finally, he said, I told him I'd nothing to do with her, but I was the driver of the bus the day she went missing. I told Grandpa I didn't even know her. But she got on my bus in all the snow. I was the last to speak to her. I was the last person to see her. His voice trailed away, and my heart lurched. My mind finished the end of the sentence, which he could not bring himself to say, as tears ran down his face. Alive. Chapter 13. As I drove shakily east towards Edinburgh on the M8, which that evening was reduced to one lane, blinding blasts of snow tried to claim the few patches of visible road. My mind was in a turmoil. With a kaleidoscope of snowflakes dashing against my windscreen, it seemed as if I was venturing through a tunnel of whirling elements with no clear view ahead. This image has stayed with me, and it sums up the state of mind I was in during the days following the conversation I'd had with my father. Over and over, even when I was asleep, I heard the words he'd used, like an interminable tape recording. 2 assurances that he'd given me before we had left Granny Jenny's bedroom kept echoing through my brain. I had frantically demanded to know if he'd been interviewed when Moira disappeared. "Oh, aye, I was." He nodded quickly. "I telt them the same as Grandpa. I didn't even know her." These two statements disturbed me because I knew he was lying. I didn't know how I could feel so sure of it, but my conviction that my father and Moira had known each other was overwhelming. In the meantime, there was the funeral to get through. But before that, I managed to pull myself together enough to telephone Aunt Margaret, my mum's sister. "Auntie Margaret, I expect you know my father's back on the scene at the moment, which has been very upsetting for us all. Never mind having to cope with bereavement." She made the normal expressions of condolence at the other end of the line. "I don't want to ask my mum about this, but I wondered if you would know. Was my father ever interviewed regarding Moira Anderson going missing in 1957? I was astonished when, after a short silence, my aunt said categorically, "Oh, yes, that's right. He was. In fact, I was there at the time. He came in when I was visiting your mum in Dunbeth Road, and I can remember him saying, 'Now, don't put my tea out, Mary. I have to go round to the police station to be interviewed.'" I chewed my lip and said, "What else do you remember about it?" "Oh, well, your mum was shattered. I can tell you, Mary hit the roof. She said, 'What's happened now?' Because, of course, he was already in all this bother and out on bail." There was a delicate pause. "Do you know, Sandra, about all that?" "I do now," I said wryly. "So, let's get this right. You're absolutely sure he was interviewed. When was this?" It was a Monday, the week after she disappeared. We were living in Alexander Street. We were just round the corner from her home, and I remember all the men searching in the back closes. He said to us that he was being seen because during the week some woman had said Moira got on his bus. She'd thought she'd heard the driver say, "Hello, Moira." And he was going round to explain to them that it was another girl that he'd actually spoken to that day, a different Moira, a Moira Liddell, who gave all the drivers sweeties, and the lady must have been mistaken. Anyway, your mum was in a state, and I waited with her till he came back about an hour later. Mentally, I pictured the scene, reminding myself that my father had had only to walk round the corner to the local station. It would never have occurred to either woman, as one sister comforted the other, to check on his actual movements. As far as they were concerned, when Alexander Gartshaw returned to say that all was well, they accepted that he'd been through a full police interview and had not been detained. Both women shared a family trait of always seeing the best in others and would go to great lengths to defend an underdog. I could almost see the relief on their faces when he returned, his tale seemingly checked out. Not only had he convinced them, but there was also every chance that if his name were to arise in the investigation, they would staunchly defend him and spread the word he'd already been questioned. I shook my head at my father's sheer audacity. I was quite unprepared, however, for my aunt's next revelation, when I outlined the weird conversation he and I had had. She murmured that my grandfather had indeed had problems in believing that his son, already bailed for sexual offences involving a young girl, had had nothing to do with Moira's disappearance. When he'd heard that Alexander had been driving the bus on which she was alleged to have travelled, he and Jenny had journeyed from their home in Bellshill to Coatbridge to confront him. Ignoring my father's protests, my grandpa had produced a crowbar and proceeded to pull up floorboards in the kitchen of 51 Dumbeth Road. He was aware that his son had recently renovated the scullery and had purchased new flooring from the ironmongers, Nelson and Cleland, who traded in the town's main street. He also knew that the sink units had been replaced, and he pulled out everything to check behind the new ones, ripping out the false panelling. My father had been furious. I later heard from my mother that he'd kept repeating in greatly affronted tones, "You surely don't think I did away with her, do you?" My grandfather's search of the whole house, including the large walk-in cupboard in my parents' bedroom, which doubled as a workshop, was fruitless. He sat head in hands and said grimly, "You're in enough trouble as it is. God knows I don't want further shame brought on our family's good name, but I'm convinced you're involved in this. You tell the police where you pit that wee lassie, Alec." But my father stuck to his story that the police had seen him, and the child that he'd been seen talking to was not the one for whom everyone was now searching. Later on, I actually found out that my grandfather hadn't restricted himself to our home, but he'd searched anywhere that somebody could conceivably hide a small girl's body. He had insisted on checking the boots of my dad's bus and car. "As if I would do such a thing," my father complained afterwards. "What kind of man do they think I am, saying I'd lay a finger on anybody? Just because I'm in bother for this other thing, they're wanting to pin this on me too. My father's right out of order doing what he's done, and I've told him all I know. But he still won't believe me. So what can I do? You know I'd never harm any Wayne, Mary." When my mother recounted this conversation to me, years after it had taken place, I felt like saying to her that if the police had spoken to me at the time, and I just had been a bit older, I would have let them know he was more than capable of harming young children. Moira's appearance. Slim, boyish, with an exceptionally striking smile, I could have told them was a type much admired by a predatory, unscrupulous male like my dad. Her outgoing personality would have drawn him to her like a magnet, because he liked liveliness in a child. My grandmother's funeral took place on a damp February day in 1992, with a service in Bellshill, where she'd lived all her life, followed by her cremation at Daldowie, near Calder Park Zoo on the south side of Glasgow. Strangely, the crematorium route was lined with policemen. They were all organising themselves for the funeral of a respected colleague. Afterwards, we gathered for what we Scots like to call the purvey: tea, sandwiches, sausage rolls and cakes, in the little hall back at Granny Jenny's sheltered housing complex. I travelled there with my friend Irene. As soon as we were alone, she sensed that something was amiss. She was horrified when I related my father's history. "I'm sure he must have been interviewed at the time, Sandra," she protested. "They brought in the Glasgow CID, didn't they? It was in all the papers. And they always round up the local suspects when these things happen. What if they missed him somehow? Surely that's not possible. If he was out on bail, they'd be keeping an eye on him. I was relieved to hear a tiny question creep into Irene's voice. I'm not convinced he was interviewed. Don't ask me why, but I'm not. What I do know is that I've got to decide whether I need to find out or not. The meal in the pensioners' hall passed without incident. My father sat with his son, another Alec Gertshore and a previously unseen stepbrother, at one end of the room, while I sat at the other, with Irene, my mother, and my own family. The Canvey Island relatives were in the middle, with my brothers and their wives, and also William, the cousin who'd travelled up from Leeds with his fiancée, Lily. The only real communication between myself and my father at the table was to pass up photographs that Ronnie and I had taken of Granny Jenny enjoying herself on Christmas Day at the large Victorian house my brothers had bought some years ago and divided between them. There she was, large as life, laughing and joking in her wheelchair, and presiding over Ian and Annette's white, lace-covered festive table. When 3 photos were put side by side, you could see all 16 or so happy faces in the glow of flickering Christmas candlelight. A warmer family scene couldn't be imagined. For Alexander Gertshore, here was evidence that the wife and the 3 children he had abandoned in 1965 had not only survived without him, but had prospered. I noticed that the photographs made a deep impression on my father, the reason for which I understood later when I gathered he was living in a tower block flat that in no way could be described as the lap of luxury. As we left, my father suddenly planted an awkward kiss right on my lips and then pecked my mother's cheek. While we were recovering from this belated display of affection, we were bundled into cars to travel the few miles between Bellshill and Coatbridge. I was more puzzled that William and Lily had now moved out of Gran's home to my brother Norman's. Lily was in a highly emotional state, weeping profusely, which I thought peculiar because she hadn't known Granny Jenny very well. I was aghast when she told me that my dad had made persistent sexual advances towards her. She said, William gave him a talking to, but it were no good. He wouldn't give over at all. Acted as if it were all a big joke, and I were making a fuss about nothing. Why didn't William just thump him one so he got the message? I asked. Well, he is his uncle, she sobbed through her tears. But I couldn't stand much more of it. And then the final straw was when he comes into our room, wanting to sleep in beside us. My jaw dropped, and so nearly did the teapot. It were the sound of your Gran's simmer. He said he could hear these ghostly sounds in our bedroom, and he were frightened to sleep all by himself. We told him it were just the wind or the plumbing, but he was certain it was her. William had told him to get lost, and they left the house at the first opportunity. Later, I decided to speak to my brothers and their wives about what Lily had said and the awful dilemma in which I now found myself. Shock registered on all the faces looking back at me as I said we had to do something about this man. No one was safe from him. no women, and no female children. Both my brothers sat as if turned to stone. I broke down when I explained how our conversation had ended and told them my deepest suspicions that our father was responsible for the disappearance of Moira Anderson. Their reactions round the table varied from incredulity to bewilderment to open hostility at the very idea. At first, Ian showed utter disbelief. His voice rose. You can't ask me to believe that our father calmly drove around in his bus after doing something as horrendous as that. Nobody could carry on doing their job quite normally, as if nothing had happened. It was like a kick in the stomach, but I understood how he felt. I too had wanted it to all go away and be a bad dream. I pointed out to Ian that criminals do go about their business after they've committed offences, and they don't have a label tattooed on their foreheads saying thief or rapist. I could see that I was asking him and Norman to think the unthinkable. One of my sisters-in-law asked me furiously, "What do you hope to gain from opening all of this up again after all these years? Her family have probably forgotten all about it by now. Why upset everyone?" "What do you mean?" I gasped. "Her family's never known what happened to her. We can't just sweep this under the carpet as though it was never said. I can't accept that what you've just said is true. You would never, ever get over your child disappearing. What if it were Michelle or Lauren?" I was so aware that we had our children, but the Andersons' little girl had disappeared forever. My reference to Michelle and Lauren had a sobering effect on everybody. The thought of either of them going missing and never coming home was unbearable. I could see Norman nod in agreement. He and Ian then remembered that my father had said some odd things in the past few days. They'd felt obliged to let him accompany them on all the various duties that have to be performed after a death. He had sat in the car and seemed a little confused about landmarks, they agreed, not recalling that the Coatbridge Hotel was near Drumpellier Golf Course. It was likely, they said to me, that all this stuff he'd said about Moira Anderson could be put down to senility. I pointed out that some confusion about landmarks after a gap of almost 30 years was not unreasonable, and that as someone who'd taught umpteen courses for Lothian Region's social work department on dementia to carers who deal with clients with Alzheimer's disease, I was clear that my father was not a sufferer. In vain, I tried to get through to the shocked group round the table that the truth would have to be confronted and exposed. One sister-in-law rounded on me. "It's all right for you. You don't live here anymore. You changed your name to Brown, and now you live in Edinburgh. We have to live here, not you. Everyone knows Norrie and Ian because they drive taxis. We have to think about our kids going to school. Everybody looking at them. You've made up your mind that he's guilty, and that's it. You've absolutely no proof, and he's told you that he's been interviewed for it. Leave it well alone." "There's things I know about him that you don't," I said at last, very slowly. "I can't see why you're this upset when he wasn't your dad and you never knew him. But I want to find out if he was actually interviewed. I don't think he was, somehow, and I'm sure he knew her. He slipped through the net at the time. Not only did he serve a sentence in Saughton in Edinburgh, for the girl who was the babysitter. He's responsible for Moira Anderson and managed to get away with it. Chapter 14. The day after the funeral, my father and his son had gone. All that was left to show that he'd been there was a letter in which he apologised for their shabby behaviour in not staying to help. This is how I came to obtain my father's address in Leeds. Once again, he'd disappeared out of my life as suddenly as he'd come, as usual, leaving a trail of havoc. But this time I was far more able to deal with it. I told Ronnie the details of the conversation and my father's behaviour with Lily, but I couldn't bring myself to talk to my mother. Ronnie told me that whatever I decided to do, he would support me all the way. The next few months were a nightmare of pain and confusion, and the only thing that kept me based in reality was work. I drove back and forth to the college campus in Livingston as if on automatic pilot. I felt that my demeanour there was normal, my breathing unhurried, but of course, many colleagues noticed a difference in me, but put it down to sudden bereavement, knowing I had been close to my grandmother. Then my concentration deteriorated. I had a car accident, and my handbag was stolen from my office with the family snaps that we'd taken at Christmas. While I could pull myself together enough to phone banks and let our minister George Grubb know that a set of church and Sunday school keys were missing, I couldn't cope with the loss of those irreplaceable photos and their negatives. I was inconsolable, but wouldn't listen to my husband's advice to take some time off work. I couldn't sleep. I lost weight, and I was irritable with Ross and Lauren. My inability to concentrate, particularly when driving, became frightening. I would drive through to the Scottish Vocational Council's headquarters in Glasgow, where I was one of a small national team developing a new childcare course, and realise I'd driven over 40 miles on motorways without registering one landmark or a road sign. I would find I hadn't checked the petrol indicator. The situation couldn't go on. I made an appointment with our doctor, Brian Venters. By the time I was called, I was like a wet rag. I couldn't think straight. I couldn't look at anyone. And even worse, when he asked me cheerily what he could do for me, I burst into tears. Not a word emerged as he gently asked me what was wrong. It was as if the most enormous stone was lodged in my throat. 20 minutes passed, in which I attempted to speak several times. Nothing came out. Just when I was positive that our GP would suggest I stop wasting his and everyone else's time, I blurted out that it was to do with my father. Another 5 minutes of racking sobs followed. Then somehow I managed to disclose some of what I'd seen my father do when I was a child, of what had happened to my friends. He closed his eyes. I told him of my father's sentence and how I had only found out at the age of 36. I explained how my grandmother's death had brought my father on the scene again, and haltingly repeated the conversation where he'd linked himself to Moira. When I stopped, Brian swore under his breath and said, "I see people in here regularly, Sandra, whose families have been destroyed by child abuse, but this bastard takes the biscuit. Obviously, you're in a state because as well as your grandmother's death, and it sounds to me as if she was the glue holding you all together to some extent, you're also having to deal with making a decision about what you're going to do about this disclosure he's made. Right? I agreed and explained about my sleepless nights. Well, I can help with the sleep getting back to normal, he stated firmly. Not through medication, just through some relaxation exercises I can show you. But also, you need some very good counselling, someone to listen to all that's happened to you, including your early childhood. And I think I know just the person. Ashley is her name, and she'll come to your home. Easter 1992 came and went, and so did the first of our sessions. But even before I met Ashley, a tiny, neat little person, bright eyes and silver blonde hair, I had already taken a further step on the road down which I was being slowly drawn. I had told my husband I was certain that I should take the information I had to the police and have my dad's claims checked out. I couldn't live with keeping such things to myself, where they would lodge in my conscience forever. I was aware of the huge weight of responsibility involved in going to the police and knew the likely negative reaction of my family. Ronnie and I had talked it through, and I was clear that while there was a risk of relatives being shattered by my disclosure, other lives might finally heal. I wondered about speaking to a long-standing friend, Billy McCloy. Now a police inspector, he had become a leading member of Coatbridge and Airdrie Operatic Society, the amateur club in which I'd been involved for some 10 years. He had married Fiona, who had been at Gertsherry Academy with me both as a pupil and teacher. I'd known Billy since he'd joined the police, and we had attended each other's weddings. Billy and I met at his home. An Airdrie boy, he knew much of the background to Moira Anderson's disappearance. We agreed, however, that neither of us could recall a bus ever being involved in the case. That crucial sighting had been overlooked by both police and public in 1957. I told Billy I needed him to check if Alexander Gartshaw had or had not been interviewed in 1957. I implored him to go through the records without anyone else's knowledge. Slowly, Billy explained that it wasn't as simple as I thought. Records from the 50s would not be to hand. He would need a reason as to why he wanted to trawl through them. I asked him to check the police computer files to discover if my father had been in any further trouble down south in the 70s and 80s. He groaned. Sandra, it's more than my job's worth to do that. The best thing is for me to speak to someone you can trust, who's based here in Airdrie, and they'll visit you in Edinburgh, take a statement, and that way you'll find out what you want to know. But I can assure you, if what you're saying is right, there's no way they'll have missed your dad at the time. He's bound to have been interviewed. I agreed. A few days later, Billy's colleague rang me and made arrangements to visit my home. I organised the children to go on a holiday treat that day to the newly opened leisure centre in Coatbridge. They had just gone off, full of excitement, when 2 plainclothes policemen arrived. One was thick-set, dour and gruff-looking, older than his buddy, while the other was handsome and noticeably fit, probably around my own age, with a lively, intelligent face. The voice on the phone had been friendly, but my heart sank slightly as they stood on the step, grim-faced. Their handshakes, though, were firm and positive. Both men settled in our family room at the back of the house, and I made us a cup of tea before the interview began. Jim McEwen introduced himself as Detective Inspector and indicated that his companion was Bobby Glenn. Jim outlined a little of what he'd gleaned from Billy McCloy. Then he leaned forward and tapped a large box file which he'd carried in with him. My heart gave an enormous leap as I saw a slightly dusty but still legible label marked Moira Anderson Inquiry, 1957. What I can tell you categorically before we take a formal statement, Sandra, is that we've combed through the original investigation files which you see here, and there's absolutely no trace of an Alexander Gartshore ever being interviewed at that time or later. No trace. What I can do is show you that indeed, contrary to what a large number of people seem to recall about this girl's disappearance, there is a confirmed sighting of her. In fact, several of her being on a local service bus after the time given out by the officers then carrying out the inquiry, who didn't choose to make this public at the time. It hardly featured in the press. I think you may be interested to read this page. He passed me the bulky file with its yellowing entries. Nearly 40 years on, I read James Ingall's statement that she was the child to whom he spoke. He knew all three sisters and was unlikely to have confused Moira with Janet, despite their resemblance. Janet, in any case, was away from her home. The incident had stuck in his mind because while he'd been sheltering in a doorway opposite the bus stop, she, a typical child, had played in the snow. For reasons best known to themselves, the original investigators, MacDonald and Mackintosh, dismissed Ingalls and made no attempt to interview the bus driver. They also had put aside the statement of the woman, although she was clear that Moira had not only boarded the bus, but might have sat at the front near the driver to speak to him. She herself had walked much further up the middle aisle of the bus and had sat near a side door at the back, by which she later left. This woman said she couldn't be sure where the little girl got off, but had the impression that she was still there when she disembarked. Her statement wasn't fully investigated, although she was a policeman's wife from Irvine Crescent near Moira's granny. Those investigating officers didn't choose to reveal publicly that a third local witness had spotted Moira boarding the bus. An old lady who lived over Molly Gardner's sweet shop in Alexander Street had been peering at the white-out conditions, and she'd noticed a little girl playing among the lock-up garages. As the woman reflected wryly that children rarely feel the cold, she noticed the girl fall over with quite a bump, then pick herself up and rub her bottom. Then she spent some time searching among the thick snow as if she had lost something. She checked through her pockets and her bag as if this witness concluded she had dropped money, perhaps her bus fare, for she seemed to have been looking out for the local bus. Moments later it pulled in at the stop opposite the woman's home. When the bus departed, the small group of passengers had all got on, and the child was no longer there. She was sure the kiddie had got on with everyone else. I read the statement of a policeman's wife, Mrs. Chalmers, the one who'd exchanged a smile on the bus with Moira. I looked up at Jim McEwen in amazement. My father floored me with what he told me about driving his bus that day and being the last to speak to her. I was only 8, but I don't recall all this about her getting on a bus at all. Everyone just said she had disappeared in a blizzard. Why on earth did they not act on this? Surely if they had a policeman's wife making such a clear statement. Oh, that goes for nothing, put in Bobby Glenn bleakly. Are all these witnesses dead? I swept my hand right down the page. Only the young guy is still alive. Jim glanced at me briefly, and he's a pensioner now. However, we've already been to see him. I've told him the way we're treating this investigation is as if it happened yesterday. He stands by every word he said, and the statements of the other witnesses will be treated with respect, even if they are no longer with us. I realised that Jim McEwen was saying that my conversation with my father, as related to Billy McCloy, was being treated very seriously. In a strange way, while it petrified me, that knowledge provided a little comfort. It was clear that these two detectives did not regard me as some deluded woman wasting police time. They believed what I was saying. Read on, said Jim, pointing to the bottom section of the page. This part indicated that whoever had taken the statements from the two bus passengers had gone to the bus station to see the crew. I read with some disbelief the perfunctory words. The driver indicated that neither he nor the conductress were aware of any child answering Moira's description. As I read out this sentence, we all shook our heads. Not only had the unknown police interviewer not bothered speaking to the female companion of the bus driver, he had not checked that he had the correct crew. He had not even asked the man he had questioned for his name. But at least one mystery had been solved. My father had never been questioned about Moira. I'd been right to trust my instincts. Suddenly Jim asked me, "Was your dad in the Freemasons by any chance?" Alexander had indeed been a member, I told him, but how active, I couldn't say. Although I was aware of rumours of corruption linking the police and Freemasonry, I dismissed it as a reason for others protecting him. Much later, I discovered from a reliable source that my dad's lodge was composed of 90% policemen. Now, Jim said, I think, Sandra, you'd better start the very beginning. Tell me about your earliest memories of your dad. Chapter 15. The two detectives listened to what I disclosed that day. They absorbed my words and occasionally asked questions, treating me with great sensitivity. Some of my memories were not sharply defined, while others were vivid in appalling detail. Psychologists have recognised a phenomenon that they refer to as 40-year syndrome, found usually in survivors of the Holocaust. The subject denies painful truths for many years. It's in the interests of their own survival and mental well-being. Reality emerges 4 decades or so later, when the person's secure in their own self-esteem and in the path they've chosen to follow. Something triggers the images that accompany the memories in the form of flashbacks which register on the inner screen of the brain. For me, the trigger had been the conversation with my dad. I was relieved that these men were also in their middle years and that, like me, they could recall the era of forbidden subjects. Tellingly, each could remember exactly what he'd been doing on the weekend that the news had broken about Moira's disappearance. Jim thought that people of our parents' generation, colleagues, friends, ex-neighbours, would remember my father well from that time. He was anxious to start gathering a detailed picture of him. "So, does this mean you're reopening the inquiry?" I asked, as Jim started to gather his papers together. He looked at me. "This inquiry's never been closed, but despite the length of time involved, which convinces me foul play occurred, it has never, for some reason, been upgraded to a murder investigation. It remains a missing person file." I gave him my father's address and arranged to look out photographs of my father in 1957 from old family albums. I asked when Jim intended to see him. I was fearful of the consequences of that, as my dad would know who had spoken to the police, and I remembered my eldest step-brother's scowling face at Granny Jenny's funeral. Jim reassured me he wouldn't be going to Leeds until he was very sure of all the facts, and he would warn me before he went. I also asked him not to approach my mother. I had said nothing to her of contacting the police because of her health and her advancing years. Jim said if he needed to talk to her, he would be in touch with me first. Jim contacted me again a few days later, and I arranged to see him at his base, which was the police station in the Wellwind in Airdrie. As I waited for him in the small reception area, I wondered if the pleasant, open-faced young cop at the counter had any idea why I was there. He'd taken my name and said that D.I. McEwen was caught up on police business and that I'd have to wait a short while. When Jim appeared, he swept me through to his office, where I stopped dead. The room was sparsely furnished, with a mahogany desk in the centre and a tall metal cupboard opposite. Pinned up beside a large-scale map of Coatbridge Borough from the 1950s were 2 black and white photographs. One was the familiar, haunting, head and shoulders portrait of Moira, eyes crinkling with laughter at the school photographer who'd taken it, fair hair swept to one side with a slide, hands folded into the crooks of her arms on her school desk. The other was of a heavily jowled man in his 60s, whose eyes glazed straight ahead with a penetrating stare. My father. Jim asked, "Can you identify for me, Sandra, that is your dad?" My mouth was dry as I nodded. "Is that a mugshot?" I stammered. "When was it taken?" Yeah, it is. Taken mid-80s, I think. Jim gazed back at me steadily. Down south. He would not tell me what offences had been committed. Then he showed me a copy of the newspaper article from April 1957 in which my father's rape case had been reported. I noticed that the sexual offences against Betty the babysitter were said to have happened over a 2-month period. But I knew that they'd gone on for longer than that. My father's solicitor attempted to cast responsibility for all the incidents on the girl. It read, "Although the girl is now only 14, she is mature. After the first incident took place, and despite the girl's youth, Gartshore was in her power for fear that she would betray him to his wife. In my opinion, the girl had simply become a menace to Gartshore, and he should have ordered her out of the house, never to show her face again. Instead of that, he allowed the offences to continue. All the blandishments of a young woman were used by her when she came to Gartshore's house. In cases of indecency towards young girls, the accused person often lures them away to lonely and isolated spots. But the accused in this place did nothing like that. The offences were committed in his own home, where he lived happily with his wife and 3 young children until the appearance of this girl. The same solicitor had argued that my father had a good war record, that he was a good father, and had been a churchgoer all his life. He had learnt a bitter lesson, but wished to avoid prison. If he was sent there, his wife might leave him, his home might be broken up, his children would suffer, and he would emerge an embittered member of society. But Sheriff Young, who had heard the case, sentenced my father to 18 months' imprisonment, saying he had heard nothing that minimises the serious crime of which you're guilty. Jim told me that he had recently interviewed Betty the babysitter. She had said that she had not been promiscuous and had actually been forced into sexual intercourse on the first occasion by my father. It had been rape, and he'd given her money to keep quiet about it. She'd met him over a 6-month period, mainly in Dunbeth Park, where Moira and her chums had played. And after the first time, intercourse had taken place by mutual consent, but never, she insisted, in my home. I could imagine how this article must have upset both my sets of grandparents. My school teacher, purple-rinsed Miss Marshall, she must have known that my father was serving a prison sentence for sexual offences against a girl just a few years older than her charges. It seemed unlikely to me, given the relatively small population in our area of 30,000 or so, that anyone could have missed the newsprint devoted to my father's trial. Jim agreed and said, "Which makes it all the odder that our friend up in Stornoway now, ex-Inspector John F. MacDonald, seemed to have no recollection that your dad was ever in any kind of bother. He remembered him, including the unusual surname, and was able to give us a description of him. In fact, he was very shocked by what we revealed. He said, 'But it couldn't have been him. He stopped his bus for all the old ladies, and he dropped them at their gates, and the kiddies all gave him sweeties.' He was 100% clear that your dad never figured as a suspect at the time. He was convinced it was the handicap guy, Ian Simpson." I could see that Jim couldn't fathom either why the man in charge at the time could know my father by sight, yet not his history, given that he'd made local headlines and been sentenced. "I know hindsight's a wonderful thing," said Jim, "but I just can't think what these guys were doing that they let your dad slip through the net." My father had been arrested and questioned in December 1956. He was charged with having carnal knowledge of a minor and other offences of a sexual nature on the 23rd of January 1957. Between Christmas and New Year, my grandfather, old Sanny Gartshore, had raised bail money to get his son home and had pressured the Baxter family to allow him to have his job back until the case came to trial in the spring. At the end of January, my dad had resumed his seat at the front of the Cliftonville bus, which passed Moira's door. 3 weeks later, she disappeared. My father was sentenced to prison in April 1957. That summer, when townsfolk were wondering at the lack of headway in the local investigation, my father had been out of sight in one of Her Majesty's institutions. I asked myself why MacDonald had been reluctant to accept the help of the Glasgow CID. Why had he not wanted to screen Moira's photograph on television? Why had he not disclosed that the policeman's wife, Mrs. Chalmers, had not been the sole witness to the bus sighting? Everything seemed to point to my father having been missed from the roundup of suspects either through sheer ineptitude or because someone in John F. MacDonald's force had protected him. Chapter 16. My next meeting with Jim McEwen took place at Bathgate Police Station. On the 30th of April 1992, the reception area was plastered with dramatic posters of a missing 15-year-old girl. The face of Vicky Hamilton, who had disappeared on the 10th of February 1991, stared down at us from the walls. She had vanished from the main square of Bathgate as mysteriously as Moira had from another small town 35 years before. Also, when there were 8 inches of snow on the ground, she too has never been seen again. Disposal of a body in such bad weather conditions is difficult. Snowstorms and frozen ground make it impossible to dig a makeshift grave. Jim and I had discussed this when I pointed out the route my father's bus had usually taken, where the termini had been located. I had shown him my father's favourite haunts and other familiar places. We agreed that if he had killed Moira, it was unlikely that he'd travelled any great distance that night, given the road conditions and the fear of being seen. We felt that if we'd had to get rid of a body, we would have chosen old mine workings or water. Unfortunately, Coatbridge is riddled with old colliery workings, abandoned pits, lochs and ponds and surrounding marshland, not to mention the Monkland Canal. It had gone right through the town in the 50s. I told Jim of one memory I had from about age 4 or 5, when my dad took me on a long walk one Sunday to a small loch where some swans were gliding about in the reeds. Now named Clyde Calder's Nature Reserve and visible today to passing M8 motorists, my dad had told me it was called Dick's Pond. He'd known it from boyhood. "Aye, Sandra, I used to play here," he said, showing me how to select a small pebble and skim it across the surface of the water. Come on, you have a go at this." I asked him why we couldn't see the stones come back up, and he explained, "You see out there, I knew a laddie when I was wee who went swimming out in the middle there. He got drowned. He was never found again. No, he wasn't. You see, underneath, there's a big old mine shaft that goes right down. Nobody kens how far down it goes, but they never got him. Put a body out there and nobody would ever find it. It's sae deep. It's sae deep, hen. If I ever wanted rid of something, that's where I'd put it." Jim told me that he had spoken with the West Yorkshire Police, who had provided further information. The offences that had brought my father to the attention of officers south of the border had related to deception and trying to obtain a mortgage under false pretences. I breathed a huge sigh of relief and then thought, so what if he's been in jail for other things and not child molesting? He's probably still adept at getting away with that. Jim went on, "Look, they're very interested in what we are telling them, but your dad's name doesn't show up on their list of known paedophiles. He's only known to them for these offences." "So what's new?" I asked. "They just don't know about him, that's all." Well, Jim said, Leeds has one of the biggest known rings of paedophiles in Britain, but he's not known to them through complaints of perversion. We stood up to leave, and Jim said he'd be in touch. Over the next few months, we spoke regularly on the telephone, but we couldn't meet again until July. Meanwhile, Jim had told me he would need to speak to my brothers. Although they were 3 and 6 years younger than me, and the period in our lives in which Jim was most interested was 1957, when they had been tiny, he had to interview them. He also said that he was keen to know if my father had had any contact with other young female relatives. I was horrified at the very idea. Well, no. I've no sisters, and all of my cousins who are female are all much younger than me, I said. It was my friends he molested, not any of my relatives. They would be too wee, and besides, I would have known if anything had ever happened. Something would have been said. Jim mused. These things are often hushed up in families. We may even be making assumptions that only female children attract him. Many paedophiles don't discriminate. Then he asked the question that was repeated by countless others over the following months. Are you absolutely sure, Sandra, that nothing happened to you? I have to ask it. It's just that when abuse is uncovered like this, it's rare to find that all the offences take place outside the family circle. Although my instincts told me I had not been one of my father's victims, I was terrified that perhaps this memory might still be lurking in my subconscious. I decided to convene a meeting with my brothers. We got together at Ian's house and discussed our different memories of our father, recalling in particular how he'd gone off to Leeds. We seemed like witnesses of an accident. Victims who'd seen the same build-up and the same events simultaneously, but who all had personal images of it. Ian had been pulled in and out of the car parked at our door by my parents. He had witnessed not only the row between our parents over the presence of Pat Hanlon in the car, but also our mother hitting back with the frying pan. She had fought like a tigress and won. Well, Norman had shared my father's interest in cars, and the two had been close, but he too felt bitter about the way we had been abandoned. He was the only one of us who was upset when he never received a birthday or a Christmas card, and the only one to visit my father in Leeds in an attempt, perhaps, to mend bridges. He went only once and would not discuss what had happened there. Norman remembered how I'd tried to keep myself and my friends out of my father's way, and how I'd insisted on a bedroom door I could lock from an early age. Both my brothers swore that their father had never molested them. Physical beatings? Yes. Sexual overtures? Definitely not. But I still needed to talk to my cousins. Chapter 17. Before we set off to the United States for a family holiday with our friends, Janet and John McGill and their children, I saw Ashley several times for counselling. She felt the holiday would do me the world of good, as long as I got a balance of rest and sightseeing. She was right, and everyone ensured that for 2 weeks the worry took a back seat, and I relaxed. Janet and John knew of the chain of events unfolding in my life. Janet told me that she had heard years before from a relative that my father was well known to all the half-dozen Coatbridge cinema owners as a perpetual nuisance someone who sat next to children or young women and pestered them. He had been asked to leave a number of times. Most women moved to avoid him, but many children sat frozen with shame and didn't know how to react. Janet had never felt it appropriate to tell me until now. Before we went away, I drew up from our extensive family tree a list of all my cousins from the huge clan on my mother's side, concentrating on the girls. I dismissed those who'd gone to live abroad, which left 6, all much younger than me, 3 sets of sisters. The eldest would have been 14 or so when my father left Coatbridge, the youngest only 3 or 4. I shall call my 3 sets of cousins A and B, C and D, E and F. Before I approached any of them, I phoned an aunt I felt I could trust for advice. I was convinced that nothing could have happened to her daughters, both lovely, well-adjusted young women whom I adored. But as soon as I broached the matter, there was an awkward silence. I repeated it. I couldn't say why I needed to know, but for the sake of my health, I did. Finally, she said I should speak privately to C, the elder of her girls. She would say no more, and hung up. I was stunned. I had looked after C as a child, and I've always felt close to her. I rang my cousin and asked to see her right away. She told me to come to her home. She and her husband were shocked by the terrible state I was in when I arrived. After some tea, I stumbled through an explanation, and although C was upset, she was relieved that I was not about to tell her I was leaving my husband. She and her partner could think of no other reason why I should be so distraught. When I asked if my father had ever made sexual advances towards her when she was little, she looked at me directly and said, "Yes, it's true. When I was 6. Did my mother tell you what happened?" I've had some counselling about it, which has helped in the last little while, but I've never been able to say anything to you about it because he was your dad. It was a beautiful warm day, she said, sometime in the summer of 1962. My little sister and I were both in similar outfits, little cotton dresses with matching bolero-style sleeveless jackets, so it must have been scorching. So good that we were taken to visit Granny Frew and were able to have afternoon tea in the back garden at Ashgrove. A rug was put out, and while the adults sat in deck chairs, we had our own little picnic. Then off we went to play. Your mum was there, and mine, and they were both just enjoying chatting in the sunshine to wee Katie. You weren't there, or your brothers, but your dad was working in his garage. Grandpa Frew, I remembered, he had had a hut that screened off the area where the picnic was being held from my parents' garden. That land ran to one side of our home and formed a large triangle dominated in the centre by the garage my mother had built for my dad's exclusive use. Within months, Alexander had filled this garage with all his usual junk. My cousin continued, I don't know what he actually shouted to get my attention from the front garden. That's where Dee and I were playing. She was only 4 years old then, so I was really expected to keep a close eye on her and make sure she didn't venture onto the road. But he used some kind of pretext to lure me into the garage. Perhaps it was an offer of sweets. I don't know. I recall he was sitting, Not where the garage doors were open, but up near the top, beyond his black car, with its bonnet up. He'd something on his knee which he was fixing. I wasn't keen to go further up into the gloomier part of the place, but whatever he said, it must have been persuasive. As I passed his car and approached him, I felt something wasn't right, and I hesitated. I remember, he said, "Come here, hen, there's something I want you to hold for me here." Well, I couldn't see what exactly he was doing, and it was drummed into us to be polite, so I stepped closer. I was a pretty helpful wee girl, and it would look bad to say no, but I didn't like him. I saw that it was one of those old one-bar electric fires that he had across his knees, with a flex hanging over it onto the floor. He'd on these navy blue work overalls over his own clothes. I didn't know why he was inside his garage on such a nice day. Anyway, I was really quite close to him by now, almost within arm's reach, when I stopped dead. He had this really weird expression on his face, a funny look, but I just didn't trust. He said, come on, hen, I want you to hold this for me. Come on, hold it, just for a minute, that's all you've to do, it's a cable." Well, I could see that what he was pointing to, something big and white and sticking right out of those overalls, wasn't anything electrical, but it sure as heck gave me one almighty shock. I was rooted to the spot, and staring with such incredulity, I could describe his underwear for you right down to the last detail. But I couldn't think what to do. I don't know what your dad would have tried next, although I had nightmares afterwards about that. Strangely, it was Dee. Dee really saved the situation. She'd followed just at the back of me, all curiosity to see what Uncle Alec wanted me to do. And as I stood there transfixed, I suddenly felt her at my elbow, peering round and trying to see what he was showing me. I just panicked, because I knew I must protect her, although I couldn't have said exactly from what. I backed away, turned abruptly, and I said, "Run!" and grabbed her hand, and we rushed out. Heavens. I was incredulous that my father could have done such a thing while a tea party was in full swing just yards away. His cunning, it was so frightening too, for of course he'd been smart enough to leave the doors of his garage standing wide open. Any passerby could have glanced in his direction, but the car bonnet obscured a perfect view. This outwardly normal scene meant that if he was accused of anything by a child, he could claim that their imagination was overactive and protest that no one would dream of exposing himself where he could so easily be seen. "I got my little sister back," she said, "to where my mother was, and she saw we were both very upset. I whispered to her that my Uncle Alec was doing bad things. She took me inside right away, and I was categorically told never, ever to repeat such an accusation." Jim McEwen had been absolutely correct, I thought, about denial within families. I wasn't believed, Sandra. I was told to stop telling such lies, and we were taken home. Despite my aunt's apparent refusal to believe that anything sinister had occurred, she ensured that for the next few years, contact between her daughters and my father was minimal. Yet because her mother had been so adamant that C had told lies about my father, when later aged 8, she was indecently assaulted by a neighbour, She said nothing, but attempted to avoid her attacker. Shortly afterwards, this same teenage boy came to babysit for her parents. Eventually, they noticed how his visits terrified her, and he was asked to stop coming, but not before the damage had been done. My cousin told me that she'd had counselling, which had helped, and that she was fundraising for Childline in Scotland. She wanted to channel the anger she felt at what had happened into something positive. There are far too many people out there, she said, saying, child abuse? What's all the fuss about? Or they say the figures are overestimated, denying they've ever come across it. Or they kid themselves that these sordid events only happen in poor families, which is rubbish. I'm a classic example of a child who spoke up, but wasn't believed. She continued, I wasn't a naughty kiddie who told whoppers, but it was easier for my mother to deny everything I said that day and to call her own daughter a liar rather than raise the alarm. It was hushed up, as it often is, and not confronted. Well, I'm not prepared to hush it up any longer. Her courage was infectious, and I told her why I was asking questions about my father. When I got home, I had a phone call from C's husband. She told him of the hostility I was facing from some family members who hated the idea of public exposure. Ignore these people, he said flatly. If it was their child who was abused or their daughter who'd gone missing, it would be a different story. Bottom line is, Sandra, you have to live with the fact that your dad spoke to you. And I agree, you couldn't dismiss what was said and just go on with your life as if nothing had happened. I have real respect for what you've done, and if they can't give you support, then they're not worth bothering about. Those who are right behind you, like ourselves, are the ones who count. So don't give the doubters the time of day. His unexpected midnight call really lifted my spirits. There was no way I wanted to cause a split within the larger, extended family, which was important to me. But my professional role involved teaching courses on child protection, and my integrity wouldn't allow me to ignore what my father had told me. As soon as I returned from holiday, I telephoned my aunt again, and I demanded to know why, given my father's history, and in 1959 that he had then recently emerged from prison for sexual offences, she had allowed her children anywhere near him. Oh, she said, I thought it might have all been a mistake with the babysitter, Betty, and that maybe he'd learned his lesson. And Sandra, he was their uncle, married to your mum. They always thought the world of their Auntie Mary. So I never thought for 1 minute he'd try anything with my two. Then why on earth did you ignore what C told you? I asked. Several seconds passed while she fished about for answers. Then she said, I had to stop it right there. My husband would have killed him if he'd got any inkling about what your dad had done. There would have been terrible trouble in the family, and I couldn't have that on my conscience. I marvelled at her logic. Where had the need come from to protect such a man? Why had her loyalty to her own 2 daughters not come first? Then my aunt told me the real reason she'd not gone straight to the police when this incident occurred. You don't know, Sandra, what it was like. I couldn't have put your mum through any more pain. She'd been to hell and back, with people talking and whispering and everything that was in the papers. Then she got the house beside your gran. and she seemed to be getting back on her feet. When he got out, we all felt he deserved another chance. And your mum's such a Christian soul. She gave it. I felt I had to protect her. She didn't deserve more pain. And it's all in the past now anyway. No need to bring it all up. Some things are better left alone. Well, in this case, we can't do that, I said gently. It may not have been reported then, but it will have to be now. As calmly as I could, I explained about the investigation and what had triggered it off. The silence at the other end was deafening. It would be up to C and D, now grown women, I explained, as to whether they made a statement to the police. But her daughters had information that Jim McEwen would be interested to hear. Any evidence that proved I was correct about my father's pattern of behaviour might aid the investigation into the murder of Moira Anderson. Oh my God! You're not saying he's responsible for that, she screeched. I'm having to try not to think about that, I replied grimly. But when I said a moment ago that my dad spoke to me about Moira, and I went to the police with information he gave me, I didn't mean that he was just a witness that they'd missed at the time. The reason I reported the matter, after nights of no sleep, is because I believe he witnessed her death. And that's because he took her life in 1957. Chapter 18. As the leaves started to turn in our garden, there were days when I felt crippled by anxiety, and shame, and insecurity. Fear of what lay ahead paralysed me, although I continued to work feverishly. It seemed important to have some areas of my life still under control and functioning, so I threw myself into the Masters in Education I'd embarked on just before my world disintegrated. I met other new students and prepared for my own first exam. Jim had now interviewed a number of people. Some ex-colleagues in the police, and some of my father's former workmates. Most seemed, he joked, to be suffering from the disease of the three wise monkeys. They'd seen nothing, heard nothing, and were prepared to say nothing. But some of his probing, he felt, was beginning to prove fruitful. I explained what had happened to one set of cousins. I knew it was imperative that I spoke to the other four, but fear gripped me as to what I might find. I reflected on the wall of silence Jim had encountered from those we had felt would be able to help. Some of the former Baxter's employees were now silver-haired grandparents, but the Clippies who'd been involved in, or who had observed my father's affairs, were reluctant to admit to any part in it. They were wary of what their families would think. Drivers refused to comment in front of their spouses on the wide-scale philandering that had gone on. This selective amnesia was apparent too in the ranks of retired policemen. Although not all were unwilling to be interviewed, Jim's officers were meeting surprising resistance. Some former policemen seemed uneasy that this case was being put under a spotlight once more. One retired policeman, though, Alec Imrie, made a damning statement. He said, complaints were made on numerous occasions about Alexander Gartshore. Very often these were in the vicinity of Dunbeth Park. In particular, the bushes there. His exceptional height gave him away. He was long suspected of being a flasher within the park and in other areas, but this was not able to be proved. Significantly, he added, he was never interviewed regarding Moira Anderson. The unexpected stonewalling Jim encountered made my desire all the stronger to discover the truth as to what had happened to Moira. I decided to attempt to speak to my cousin B. Her mother was seriously ill in the hospital, and I suggested I accompanied her to see how my aunt was doing. We would have a few minutes of privacy in her car. She agreed and we set off. B is an attractive woman with glossy black hair and striking features. She chatted 19 to the dozen until I asked, I know this is kind of out of the blue, and I don't want it to upset you or anything, but can I ask, did my father ever make any sexual advances to you when you were little? The question had a dramatic effect. B's knuckles tightened on the steering wheel, and she almost drove through a red light near Monklands Hospital. I was struck by the closed expression that came down like a shutter on her face. What a thing to ask! She tried to regain her composure as she swung her saloon into the car park, checking her driving mirror several times and avoiding my eye. I don't want to upset you, or A, I apologised. Not when your mum's so ill, but I wouldn't ask if I didn't have to. It's vital. I can explain why I need to know later, but please tell me, did anything at all, ever happen? Still, she avoided my eyes. Finally, she answered in a strangled tone. Your dad, he was... it was so long ago. He was over-friendly. That's all I want to say. And then she repeated, just over-friendly. Before I could ask her anything else, she swung her legs out of the car and was off, rushing towards the main entrance, so I had to hurry to catch up. As we strode along the corridors, she pleaded with me not to say anything to her sister, who was grief-stricken about their mother. I promised. Now that I had discovered another of my father's victims, I knew there must be more. Meanwhile, I had been telephoned by another relative. She'd heard a rumour in the family, but couldn't accept it was true. Had I really sparked off some criminal investigation into my own father? One which involved murder? Yes, I had. She demanded to know what had caused me to go to the police. Wearily, I told her. You should have ignored what your dad said, she said. He's your own flesh and blood, no matter what he's done. He'll be an old, confused man by now. I explained that 71 was no great age, and that he was pretty sharp. Well, it's years since I last saw him, and I never want to see him again, she said. But this information you've taken to the police, it's dangerous. The work of the devil. You should have carried on. You never heard him say what he did. There's no need for all of this to come up again. What good is it going to do? There followed a string of invective, the main gist of which was that I would live to regret the steps I'd taken, and that I'd carried out what she considered to be a betrayal of the whole family. This will kill your mammy, and you'll be responsible if you take this any further. Do you hear me? You don't know what you're getting yourself into. And all your family too. They've to haud up their heads in Coatbridge. This can't go any further. It already has, I said. Listen, you wee bitch from hell. What about your mammy? This'll kill her as God's my judge. I'd never do anything to hurt my mother, I roared. And then I took a deep breath. Look, I love my mum, but if anyone's hurt her, It's that bastard down there in Leeds, and I've got enough in my mind right now without you adding your tuppence worth. Just remember, the damage was done a long time ago, but not by me." I paused for a second in an attempt to control my anger and my language. There are people who could have tipped off the police about my dad years ago and what he got up to, and that includes you. The truth's got to come out, whether it's going to upset folk or not. I've given a number of names to the detective in charge, and they'll be coming to see you. So save your criticism for them. If they'd done their job properly 35 years ago, none of this would have happened. There was silence, and then she declared she would never agree to being interviewed about her memories of Alexander. She point-blank refused, she said, and nobody would make her. They would have to drag her kicking and screaming before they'd get anything. In fact, she was seen by the police later and made a revealing statement. But I was still shaking with fury when she ran off with the parting shot. Mark my words, if all the family turn their backs on you, you've only got yourself to blame. She left me with a horrible sense that whatever I did, I was going to incur somebody's wrath. Another attack was more subtle. My mother's sister asked me how was I getting on with my counsellor, and I told her that Ashley was probably single-handedly responsible for keeping my life in one piece. While Ronnie and the children were supportive, what was happening to me was outside their experience. "She's great," I said. "We're meeting weekly just now, and I'm really finding it a godsend." And I added, "Isn't it silly that I was a bit resistant to her at the start because she was a psychiatric nurse? I said, if anyone needs a psychiatrist, it's my dad." "Don't you think, though, Sandra, that it's possibly all in your mind?" Aunt Margaret chose her words with care. "You've always had a very fertile imagination as a child, you know. Isn't it possible you're confused about what your dad said? Do you not think maybe you've made a mistake, and that's why you're having psychiatric help?" I almost laughed out loud at the absurdity of what she'd just said. It would have been easier for some of my relatives to hear I was insane than to confront the truth. I refused to be daunted, though, and arranged a meeting with my cousins at B's home. It was a difficult evening. We'd last met at A and B's mother's funeral, and they were still in the raw stages of bereavement. Only F was not there. Her sister said that she could hardly remember my father, being only 3 or 4 when he'd left, so I imagined that her absence wouldn't matter. I talked at length of what I'd been through in the past 9 months, while those who'd had no inkling sat motionless, drinks untouched. When I spoke of my past and my dad's history, there were shudders of horror and tears. When I'd finished, I wiped my eyes and said, "I'm pretty sure he never came near me, but for weeks now I've been having flashbacks, remembering the things I saw him do to my friends, the womanising, the lies. I can't tell when I'm going to have them, they just happen, and I'm right there going through the experience again, feeling the same horrible feelings, even smelling the smells. It's awful. It's one thing to know your dad's a sadistic brute who thought nothing of walloping you with the buckle end of his leather belt, but it's quite another to realise that he is the most awful liar, that he's a paedophile who's molested kiddies all his days, and that there's one victim at least who didn't escape with her life. That's why, hard as it is to discuss it, I must know about you." C and D told of what had gone on in the garage at Ashgrove. Then A said, Neither of us escaped him either. She and her sister, she told us, had not realised for a long time that they were both victims. The campaign my father had waged against them had been sustained over several years. A is a slim woman with high cheekbones, dramatic brown eyes like her sister, and an infectious laugh. Now, though, she was trembling as she told us how B had related to her our conversation in the car, and how they had decided to talk to me. "What's the point of keeping quiet now, even after all this time?" she said. "Just as you're remembering flashbacks, Sandra, I've had to contend with incidents that involved your dad, some triggered by even the simplest things. My husband played a joke on me once," she said. "Left me in the dark with a bare light bulb swinging about. I was petrified, without being able to think why. Then I realised. Your dad pushed me into the cupboard that he worked in, the one at your house in Dunbeth Road. I was molested by him there on more than one occasion, for he was very sly. He's adept at winning over kiddies. Let's face it, we weren't well off in those days, and it was such a novelty to know someone with a car. All the kids were attracted. And I know, she said, that I was flattered when I was just 7 or 8. It made you feel special if he took you somewhere. It seemed so grown up. Like a fool, I went with him. Then you got into this situation you didn't know how to cope with at that age. You were in his power. And of course, he was so devious. He made it look as if he was a nice man, taking kids out when he knew our parents couldn't afford a car. It was as if he was taking us off their hands. So it didn't ever occur to my family to question what my uncle was actually doing. He thought it all out carefully and only built up gradually. I eventually learned how to avoid him, although that was tricky, because we were often sent to our granny Fru's, and he'd try all sorts of ruses with pocket money and extra sweets. I told my mother when I reached my early teens, but she found it hard to believe, and she would never have let such a terrible, shameful thing reach her husband's ears. She told me I had to forget it. And then your dad left anyway. He took away all my innocence. It was wicked. He touched me everywhere, so really it was everything except actual penetration. I was so wee, and he was such a huge man, the tallest we knew. Maybe that's why he didn't do that. I don't know. But it's affected my whole life since. Even the smallest thing can trigger off a memory. One of my children got a job, and when he brought home his work clothes for me to wash, I almost had a heart attack. They were exactly like those navy blue ones your dad wore, Sandra, the ones with the buttons right up. A described to us how the abuse in her childhood had caused her to suffer severe depressions and had interfered with her ability to enjoy relationships. She'd questioned her own ability to relate to anyone sexually. After her marriage, although she knew she'd married the right man, her fits of depression worsened with her 2 pregnancies, and she began to feel suicidal. She'd been taken into a psychiatric hospital, where it was recognised that she had a phobia about anyone touching her body. But the root of the problem was never diagnosed. She too had walled up her awful memories. But she went on. The one good thing that's come out of all of this being brought to light is that now I know why I've had these problems. It makes sense with hindsight, and it's clear I'm not going crazy. It's made me realise that the healthiest thing is to be upfront and honest with your family and kids. There are no secrets in our home. And that's why I told B here that there's no point in covering up what happened to her. It was her sister's turn to speak. Well, I've been a victim all my life, she said quietly. There was a horrible old man I knew, and then there was your dad, Sandra. The first one was a ghastly neighbour who would grope at you, but your dad was something else. No way at the hospital could I have told you what he did, but he abused me from when I was 7 or so, until I was 10, I think. I remember the first time. I hadn't a clue being so wee. I just went along with it. But I knew something wasn't right, and I ran to the back green where Granny Frew was hanging out her sheets. I can still see those lines of washing flapping away, and her getting angry with me. I was told to stop making it up. Another time I tried to tell her what was happening to me whenever I went out to play, and she just wheeshed me to be quiet, and then took me inside as if I'd fallen. I got a cuddle and a biscuit. A and B agreed that this had happened on several occasions. Much as all of us had adored our grandmother, we had no answer as to why she'd concealed the truth when her son-in-law was picking off his victims one by one from the ranks of her own granddaughters. B continued. Mostly, I would just go rigid all over when it happened, whether it was in his car or his bedroom. Do you know, he even assaulted me there one time your mum sent me with a cup of tea to him in bed. As if you can blank it out. Of course it stays with you. I can describe the rug on the floor. I can remember him in his stripy pyjamas, his newspaper lying there, so that he could cover his tracks well. And him forcing my head down. Even now, 30 years on, I remember this ghastly sensation of choking. You were petrified, but it wouldn't have been any use struggling. He had it all worked out. I went cold all over. He could have easily suffocated a young child, I thought, forcing her into such an act. Was this what had happened to Moira? I realised I had witnessed several occasions when tense young bodies had gone limp. I'd been at a loss to know why they weren't fighting my father off. But now, with the insight of an adult, I could see why a child might adopt this strategy in a frightening situation. Hadn't I often transported myself mentally elsewhere when confronted with what I couldn't cope with? Hadn't I wished to be rescued by one of my comic heroines? It also struck me that my cousins were correct, that my dad's behaviour was premeditated. It wasn't, as I'd been trying to convince myself, it wasn't a result of uncontrollable urges. What had happened to them had been every bit as carefully planned as the afternoon he'd packed my mother, my brothers and me off to a film, so that he could lure a tiny child into our home. Chapter 19. I drove from my cousin's home that dark wintry night, reeling. My father's lifelong hobby had been depravity. He had the classic profile of the paedophile, whose goal is to always be in close proximity to his prey. Before the evening ended, my cousins asked why my father had spared me. I could only repeat what I'd told the police, I had been an articulate child, and perhaps he had not been able to judge whether I would remain silent or not. He might have been reluctant to touch his own daughter, and in fact, statistics show that girls are more likely to be molested by stepfathers rather than their own father. I felt incredibly lucky. Physical and emotional abuse, yes. Mental torture, yes. But sexual abuse, no. I described the strategies that I had devised as a teenager to keep out of my father's way because I'd seen what he'd done to my friends. They could all recall the amount of time I had spent in my grandmother's downstairs and how I would call in every day after school to make her tea and chat. I wouldn't go upstairs if my father was alone, not even into the bedroom I could lock. My granny must have worked out why I did this. She had been my staunchest ally, often deflecting criticism my father targeted at me. A said, "Do you know, if there's 4 of us here that he managed to molest before he left in 1965, there are many that we played with in Ashgrove he must have approached. We'd not be the only ones." They suggested names to me, including my friends from high school, Ellen and Barbara, and the immediate next-door neighbour's daughter, who had played at some point with every one of my cousins, as well as me. I'd have to have a word with them all, we agreed, and hope that they would understand why. Suddenly, E burst into tears. I was horrified. She wouldn't even have been at school when my father disappeared. She'd been so young that although she knew she'd been abused, she couldn't be certain of who had done it. She only had one clear memory of her parents carrying her to see Dr. Simpson, their GP, at his home. She knew she had seen him because of the pain she'd been having on passing urine. It struck me as significant that the doctor had not been asked to make a home visit. Had she ever asked her parents why? When she'd first regained the memory, E had been told that, well, she'd had a kidney problem and a recurring infection had caused her to scream, so it was to do with getting help quickly. We asked, what else could she remember? "Well, I know without a doubt that it happened to me." "It did," she said. "We moved into your old home in Partick Street, Sandra." Oh, I was terrified of that old man who lived below us, the one who had tropical fish. I felt such relief when he died. His name was McLaren, I said with certainty, for I could remember disliking him too. "All I know is I couldn't pass his door," she said. "I was so terrified of him." "He and my father had been friendly when we lived there," I said, and I knew that. "What about my dad?" I asked. "Well, I just remember he was so tall and his bus uniform," she whispered, "and him being friendly. But I know I hate tropical fish and those sweeties that you get wrapped in purple and gold, stripy twists of paper. I forget what you call them." "Oh, they're toffee eclairs," I said. "My father's favourites," which he often gave to kiddies, and he and the neighbour knew each other because they were 2 of a kind. I was shaken by the things I learned that evening. It was hard to take in that of 6 women present, aged in their 30s and early 40s, not one had had a childhood free of abuse, and I was stunned to have to absorb the certainty that my father had approached at least 4, if not 5, of my 6 cousins. They agreed that for Moira's sake they would make statements to the police. Now, as I neared Edinburgh on my way home, I knew I wouldn't be able to keep my mother in the dark much longer. I had to tell her of everything I'd done before someone else did. E's description of the pain when she passed urine niggled at me. I realised I'd once had a similar pain. I had to concentrate hard, but finally there it was just as I was about to drop off to sleep, and I sat up with a jump. I was 3 or 4 years old, and I was in the back bedroom of the house in Partick Street. I was angry because it was sunny outside, but I wasn't allowed out to play. I was also furious at having to use an old china soup tureen with red roses on it to pee in, rather than being allowed to go to the outside toilet. My mother referred to it as the chanty pot and insisted on me perching there. An independent spirit and unwillingness to resume my toileting on something reminiscent of a toddler's potty led to a confrontation, with her using force to hold me there and me screaming my head off, partly through pain and partly through displeasure at being thwarted. The urine scalded my skin, which was nipping with the most awful burning sensation, and it felt as if a red-hot poker had pierced my abdomen. I was tucked back into my parents' big double bed, and my tears were calmed with a favourite Rupert Bear story. We were interrupted by a knock at the door, far off along the hall lobby. "Oh, that'll be Dr. Goldie." My mother rushed through to greet him. But it wasn't Dr. Goldie, who knew every single Frew and who'd brought many of my cousins into the world. Nor was it his partner, Dr. Simpson. It was my mum's cousin, Victor Smith, who was training to be a doctor and of whom she was inordinately proud. "Ah, look who's come to see you." She led him in. "It's your Uncle Vicky, Sandra." I eyed him, standing there with his important medical bag. "Are you going to look at my wee sore bottom?" I asked. "It hurts when I go." My mother told him that she'd noticed that my stools were an odd colour, which perplexed me. "I wonder where she's picked it up," Victor said. "It's possibly a bad chill in the bladder, which will need to be flushed out." Had I really suffered only a chill that had severely inflamed my bladder? Was my inability to pass urine for several days a result of an infection? Or had it been more sinister? I closed my eyes as I thought of the words that the police had used. "When we come across someone like your dad, Sandra, we don't normally have to go very far out of the family. It seems surprising that he never got to you." I gulped. What if my dad had abused me as a child, despite my protest to Jim McEwen? I'd now come across so many people unwilling to confront my father's behaviour for fear of upsetting my mother that I began to think it was entirely possible for someone mentally to avoid brutal truths to protect their own sanity. I resolved to find out how my mother's recollection of this incident compared to my own. It was hard to find the right moment, but I knew I had to take the bull by the horns sometime. I hadn't intended to blurt everything all out at once to her. But after I'd asked her about my childhood recollection of Dr. Vicky's visit, she asked why on earth I needed to know exactly what had been wrong with me. "You had a chill in the bladder," she said. "What on earth are you getting all worked up for? What's this all about?" I looked at her, sitting at her fireside, Christmas cards strung round her living room. The floodgates opened. My Uncle Bobby was with us, and he clapped his hand to his mouth as I told my mother what my father had told me. Before I had finished, he said, "I don't want to hear any more. Anything to do with that man is of a sexual nature. He's brought your mum nothing but pain. Sandra, stop there." But I couldn't. I told my mother that I'd gone to the police. and that an investigation was underway regarding Moira Anderson's disappearance in 1957. Her face froze. Then she threw back her head into the wings of the armchair and, screwing her eyes tightly shut, shook it violently from side to side. "He had nothing to do with that," she screamed. "He was interviewed and he was cleared. Just ask our Margaret." "I have. And she was under that impression too," I said. "But he lied, Mum, to both of you, to his parents, and then in February, 35 years on, to me as well. The police say he was never interviewed at the time. He's responsible for that child's disappearance, believe me. There's things I know about him I've never been able to tell you, but I've told the police now, and it seems they'll have to speak to you before they go to Leeds to see him." Then I told her about my cousins. "Lies! Lies!" she muttered, her hands fluttering helplessly at her ears to shut it all out. I was worried that breaking such news would destroy the relationship between my mother and myself. We'd always been so close. She was subdued for several days and wouldn't speak to me. I was desperate to patch things up and continued to call daily. Finally, this strategy paid off, and I was heartily relieved the following week when she said suddenly, in mid-conversation, "I don't want to discuss anything about your dad just now, Sandra, but I want you to know nothing's going to split us up. I know you did what you thought was right." December 1992 brought its usual whirlwind of activity, through which Jim McEwan and I kept in touch. He planned to interview my father in the new year. 4 cousins had now made statements, and Jim told me that my father was now liable to answer charges for his crimes against them. When I returned to college for the start of the new term in January 93, I felt tired and ill. Strange tingling pains developed in my chest, which I tried to ignore. I joked with colleagues about needles from our Christmas tree, which I'd cleared out of our lounge. But the sensations got worse, and Sheena, the chief clerical officer, noticed my expression. A first aider, she said she couldn't ignore inexplicable chest pains that worsened as I drove. Perhaps I'd pulled some muscles lugging the tree outside, but red blisters appeared on my abdomen, sprinkled round to my armpit, and the doctor found I'd a severe attack of shingles. Had I been in contact with chickenpox? I recalled dropping off some late Christmas presents for E's children who'd been going down with something. But the underlying cause was the stress of what I had been going through over my father. The body soon lets us know its limits of tolerance. Chapter 20. The shingles left me at a low ebb, and I'd never felt so down. Jim McEwan told me that he was planning to go in late March to Australia to visit his wife's relatives and to celebrate her 40th birthday. He would interview my father before he left. Things were now very strained between me and my family, and my brothers were questioning the allegations made by my cousins. I had explained to my children what their grandfather had done, and that he was now facing prison. But Norman refused to tell his children. I thought this was wrong because they might find out about it, as I had, from a stranger. I told them it would be dreadful for them to see it on a newsstand and then find out our family was involved. Lauren and Ross had accepted what I had told them without any ill effects. But Norman, understandably, wanted to shield his children from it until the issue could no longer be avoided. When Jim and his then superior Detective Chief Inspector Ricky Gray were interviewing my father in Leeds on the 17th and 18th of March 1993, I was staying at the Station Hotel in Inverness before speaking at a conference. I tossed and turned all night and wondered if my father was in his own bed or in police cells. Waiting to find out what had happened in Leeds was dreadful. Somehow I got through the events of that day at Inverness College. I couldn't stop worrying that Jim would return to tell me I had made a ghastly mistake and I had wasted everyone's time. He had promised to phone when he got back, so all I could do was wait, something I'm not good at. Finally, he called me from his home and we agreed to meet up in Airdrie Police Station on the 22nd of March. Then he'd fill me in, he said. I braced myself for the meeting, when I now expected him to tell me that they'd got nowhere with my dad, who'd probably accused me of being a scheming liar. I would show Jim I could take it on the chin. Jim was remarkably perky. He cleared his throat and then he picked up a photograph of Moira. Well, Sandra, he said, I have to tell you that you're absolutely correct in your view that your dad is responsible for what happened to this young girl. I've come back convinced that we have our man. He holds the key to her disappearance. My legs turned to jelly, and my heart dropped to the soles of my shoes. There were so many reasons why I hadn't wanted to be right. I asked, what did he say that convinced you? Jim handed me the photo of Moira. As well as my own gut intuition, it was your dad's reaction to this. If I'd lived down south for the amount of time he has, no way am I going to recognise after 30 years a school snap of a child to whom I've got no connection. When we showed him it and asked if he knew who it was, he stammered out, Moira, and he started to shake. Then he said a very odd thing. She looks a lot older there. I demanded to know what had been my father's first words to Jim when they arrived at his flat, and what was Jim's impression of his mental state. He grinned. First, well, let me say you're right about your dad being on the ball. He told me quite categorically that everything you reported of your conversation with him at your grand's house was true. He didn't argue with the accuracy of the account you gave us. In fact, he agreed with you. I was astonished. I'd expected vehement denial. Jim continued. We took your dad to police HQ in Leeds and interviewed him there, Sandra. There are quite a few hours of tape, which right now are all being typed into transcript. The other person we thought we'd speak to was his estranged wife, Pat. We decided not to hold your dad at that stage and took him home, and then we waited to see what he would do. He made a beeline to her house, where he spent a great deal of time, presumably filling Pat in on the events of his interview with us. He emerged in the small hours, and we picked her up in the morning. Hers was an interesting statement. I looked at him expectantly, reminding myself that although I'd never seen this woman, she was only a little bit older than me, and she was now living with another man. Patricia told us two things I found hard to accept. Jim sounded cynical. When we asked if she'd ever heard your dad mention the name Moira Anderson, without a flicker, she said we of course were referring to the child, the one who'd gone missing in the 50s in her hometown. She said she could clearly recall him discussing Moira when the chum of Christine Keeler's was thought to be her in London in 1963. Just like that. We had no need to prompt her memory. The answer came out slick as you like. At the end of the session, we asked if she kept in contact with her ex-husband. Oh, she said, only rarely. It tended to be of an accidental nature, such as running into him at the shopping centre. When I asked when had she last seen him, she was adamant that it had been some months since they'd last met. Here was another of my father's ex-partners, willing to protect him from the law, I thought. I asked Jim if I could listen to the tapes. Not at the moment, he replied, perhaps later. He knew that many of the things my father had referred to could be checked out with me, and while he would not normally allow a witness access to them, he felt in this case it might aid the inquiry. Jim said, "Your dad is cunning, Sandra. And all my experience of handling suspects tells me he feels he can play cat and mouse with us. You could check this out with so-and-so," he said, and 2 minutes later, "Oh, but they're dead, unfortunately." That's the type of thing he's trotting out. He's damn sure that because I'm in a different age group, and not from the borough itself, he can talk of routes and buses and crews, and we haven't got his inside knowledge. We've interviewed a number of his ex-colleagues, and I'm hoping the flurry of publicity will reap rewards. It didn't surprise me that my father was toying with the policeman. It had all happened so long ago that he'd convinced himself that he'd got away with it. I asked how his health had appeared. "Well, he's pleading prostate trouble," said Jim. "His lawyer's ensuring that every time your dad feels the need to relieve his bladder, we have to let him go out. It's significant that when your dad finds the quizzing is making him go hot under the collar, it grinds to a halt, so he can go off to take a leak." I asked if my dad would get legal aid, unsure why it mattered to me that he got some support. Jim paused for a moment. Instead of answering my question, he said, "Sandra, you asked what your dad's first words to me were. When we arrived, he said, 'Someone's let the cat out of the bag up there. I'm not going to say anything that will commit me until I see my lawyer.' He's trying to say now that you're orchestrating some kind of vendetta in your family against him because you've not forgiven him for abandoning your family and your mother." "Well, that's true. I haven't ever forgiven him for that," I agreed. "But it's hardly likely that I'd wait almost 30 years to seek revenge, and in such a manner. He knew he'd said too much to me that night, and that was why he left with his son right after the funeral, and it's also why I got that letter of apology from him. And although what you've said today justifies me in talking to you, I didn't want it to be true. I don't hate him, just what he's done." Jim understood exactly what I meant. Whatever my father had done, he was still and always would be my father. The news broke in the local papers that detectives had interviewed a man in his 70s in the north of England because of information that had been given by someone who used to live in the Coatbridge area. I saw the story first on our doormat low down on the front page of the Scotsman. but the huge front-page headline of the Airdrie and Coatbridge Advertiser of 26th of March, 1993, grabbed local attention. Detectives quiz man in north of England. Police probe case of Coatbridge girl who disappeared 36 years ago, following a definite new line of inquiry. Two revealing statements caught my eye, which the reporter, Eileen Macaulay, had ensured were given front-page prominence. The man police spoke to last week is not thought to have been questioned by the detectives who carried out the original investigation. And then I read, contrary to official information released at the time, Moira did not vanish without trace from her grandmother's home in Murray Street. She was apparently spotted after she left on an errand to pick up a packet of butter from a shop just 300 yards from her own doorstep in Eglinton Street. 4 eyewitnesses claimed to have seen the youngster after she left her grandmother's. All 4 gave statements in 1957, and although 3 are now dead, their statements are still of great value to the police. Moira's picture was also on the front. Inside was a massive 2-page spread, headlined, "The Little Girl Who Disappeared on Her Way to the Shop," and a feature urging those who thought they could help to telephone Airdrie Police Station. It went on to say that although senior Monklands detectives felt they were on the verge of a major breakthrough, they were still anxious for fresh information. Locally, the story was on every other person's lips. Lunchtime reports were shown on television, and in the early and late evening bulletins, with a reporter pacing out part of the short journey Moira had made from her grandmother's house in Murray Street, curious neighbours all around him. Details given were extremely sparse, and neither Jim nor his men were interviewed. Naturally, he was playing it low-key. There was huge speculation in my hometown about the identity of the pensioner being questioned. Chapter 21. Meanwhile, I was still trying to trace down old friends who my cousins and I felt might have been other victims. Some were impossible to trace. Perhaps they didn't wish to be found. Others had moved away from Coatbridge, but I found my ex-next-door neighbour Jan in Airdrie. She remembered my father locking her in his car, only releasing her when my brothers interrupted him, and told me she dreaded her widowed mother sending her to lend my father gardening tools. Jan agreed reluctantly to be interviewed by the police, but clearly would have preferred the past to stay in the past. Another chum, I'll call Marie, had lived in Newland Street just round the corner from me. We'd started high school together, aged 12, but our friendship had suddenly foundered. I had never been able to work out why. I knew I had never left her alone with my father, and had always tended to visit her house, rather than the other way round. I found her in Glasgow. It had been so many years since we'd met that I barely recognised her at first. We chatted briefly for a few minutes of how our lives had changed, and then Marie said, "I think I can guess why you're making contact after all this time. My mum still sends me the local paper and I've put 2 and 2 together. You're the one who's gone to the polls in Coatbridge, about why your old boy should be investigated about Moira Anderson, aren't you? Am I right?" I told her she was spot on and asked her if anything had happened to her, saying I'd always wondered about why she broke off our friendship. Her eyes watered. "Well, 2 horrible things happened to me, which I was never able to tell my mammy. Do you remember your dad taking quite a few of us one hot day in the summer over to Bothwell Bridge, by Hamilton to a place down by the river? Yeah, I did. I only ever went with you the once, she said. It was a boiling day. We took these long poles with fishing nets on the end of them, and you brought jelly jars so we could look for minnows and sticklebacks. I don't know how he'd the nerve to do it in a public place like that. He let us play for a while on our own, and then after rounders, he took us all for a walk, down to a bit of the river where kids could wade into wee pools or lie on the bank to see if we could catch anything. Some went in paddling, and you were dipping in the water with the jars we brought. The next thing I knew, your dad was lying right next to me, with no space for me to shift away from him, because there was a log or something right there by me on the bank. We were all laughing and shouting, and then I don't know why, but I felt uncomfortable. It was this hand, going right up my dress. He wouldn't stop, and he was sort of pressing me into the ground, his weight almost on top of me, so that I thought I'd be crushed to death. I was just frozen there. Can you believe he would do that in broad daylight? She was silent for a moment. I just couldn't believe what had happened. But I knew it had when I saw him smiling at me in his driving mirror on the way home. The worst part was feeling that because I hadn't shouted or screamed out for him to get off me, somehow I deserved what had happened. I could have maybe stopped it, but I didn't. And that gave me the creeps for weeks on end. I hated myself for it. After that, I avoided him. I wouldn't even go on a Baxter's bus in case I ran into him. Worse was to come, though. She carried on. One day after that, I went to ask if you could come to the pictures with me, and you weren't in. But your dad said, "Come on in, Marie. She won't be long." And I tripped up the stairs onto your landing. You had a glass door at the top, just at the bend of the stairs, and he was standing right next to it. As soon as he had me through that door, your old boy clicked it shut and snibbed it. He pushed me into the first bedroom and shoved me over the end of the bed, and I just knew what was coming next. He did what he'd done before, but this time he was moving his whole body into me. Then he shoved this half-crown in my hand, laughing away, and said maybe I'd like to come back another time nobody else was in, and earn some more pocket money for being nice to him. I felt sick, and I ran all the way home. The one sister I told wouldn't believe me at first, and then she said I was a little whore because I'd accepted money from your dad. And then she said she'd never speak to me again, which she hasn't to this day. Marie had been in all sorts of trouble since those days. Recently she had had counselling, and it was only through that she'd come to understand that my father's actions had been responsible for her alcohol and drug problems and the failure of all her relationships. Now she was sorting herself out. She had a new partner. She was happy, and she didn't want to be involved again with the police. I understood why she refused to make a formal statement. Chapter 22. During the week when the story broke in the media, I felt exposed and self-conscious. It would have been easy to sink into further depression, but I reminded myself I had to go and meet Jim's sidekick, Gus Patterson. He was a friendly bear of a guy who chatted away, putting me at ease. Over a coffee, he asked me the question I was now becoming used to. Was I sure that nothing had happened to me? I sighed, and I said I really didn't think so. though I couldn't be 100% sure. I told him I had thought of having regression hypnosis through a practitioner to whom my GP could refer me. That might put my mind at ease. Gus told me the team had had a good response to the publicity Jim had generated, and they were following up a number of calls. One of Baxter's ex-employees actually phoned, he said, from down south, after someone sent him the local paper with the headline, and the first thing he said was he wanted to travel north, stay with his sister here in Airdrie and make a statement if he was correct about the identity of the man being questioned. We wouldn't, of course, comment on your dad's name over the telephone, but the guy actually said he'd suspected a man whose initials were AG for many years, and he wanted us to say yes or no to that. We've arranged for him to travel north. Finally, a Baxter's employee who was prepared to spill the beans. My mother and Aunt Margaret made their statements on Friday, the 26th of March, 1993. Both were nearly hysterical, petrified of neighbours spotting police cars at the gate. Finally, I quietened Mary by reminding her of the biblical quotation about how we should confront evil. "Oh, you're right," she agreed. "There is evil. Cast it out." Detective Chief Inspector Ricky Gray decided to interview my mother himself, while Auntie Margaret spoke to the woman police constable, Audrey. Before he began, Ricky Gray told me that Jim McEwen, in Australia, had discovered by sheer chance that he was just a few miles from Janet Anderson Hart, Moira's elder sister. She had contacted Scottish police when a relative had told her of the mounting interest in the media about the reopened investigation. Jim visited her Sydney home on the same day my mother made her statement. "So, you're not the only one we're speaking to, Mrs. Gartshore, about painful past events," Ricky Gray said gently. "I know you're divorced from him now, but you need to tell us all about Alec. How you met, what you learned about him, and what he was like as a husband. How he was at his job. He was teetotal, wouldn't touch a drop all the years he was on the buses," my mother declared. The DCI commented wryly that drinking was certainly one vice that caused his team headaches, but there were worse offences. If I had thought that my memories emerged like an old tank being sluiced out in sudden rushes then slow trickles, my mother's resembled a torrent that had been dammed for years. The flow, however, spelt out a clear message to everyone in the room. She described the decent, hard-working people my father was from, his excellent war record, how he had, it was said, rescued civilians from a burning building in Holland. She had even had a Delft plate from the couple on her wall for years, and how she was sure that Alexander had witnessed scenes in the war which had psychologically damaged him. As she rattled on about his timekeeping and good attendance at his work and his breadwinning abilities, I began to see that she was attempting to justify her choice of him as a life partner. My mother had made a decision she'd lived to regret, but she felt unable to expose the man who'd given her the 3 children she adored. She explained the circumstances in which they'd met, and how she'd felt assured that he was of the same Christian background as herself when Alec mentioned that he knew her minister. "I've been in the manse and had tea and sandwiches with him," he'd said, which had pleased her. I felt he was a kindred spirit. It wasn't till much later, she said, that I discovered he'd been in the manse for reasons all of his own. By that time, his family had welcomed me. I'd got to know and like his mother, and the war was coming to an end. So it seemed logical to marry in October 1945. But after that came all the problems. All these other women. I blame the buses. Ah, said Ricky Gray, finally managing to get a word in edgeways. Womanizers. They're hard to live with. Baxter's buses too, he added. We're finding they seem to have been a hotbed of affairs in the 50s. I agree. We need to talk to you, however, of what you can recall of the actual day, Saturday the 23rd of February 1957, when Moira Anderson went missing. Can you remember what you and Alec were doing that day at all? Still as scrupulously fair to my father as it was possible to be, my mother recalled what she could of that winter weekend when her aunt from Australia was arriving, and she'd been annoyed with her husband for failing to swap with a colleague for the evening. She talked about his late arrival home and his shift the following day, for which she had prepared his sandwiches. Asked how she remembered hearing of Moira's disappearance, she was as clear as I was that this news had been given to us by my Auntie Betty, her sister-in-law, on the Sunday afternoon. She could recall the circumstances of that weekend just as I could. It stood out from others because of its surprising events. Questioned closely, she was positive the news had not been broken by my father. She also described how after a week or so had passed with no sign of the child, my father had come in and said that he'd been asked to go round to the station to be interviewed. She gave the policeman in her living room the same version of events that I had given Jim McEwen, the tale of mistaken identity with the child called Moira Liddell, also from Cliftonville, who was well known for giving sweets to all the drivers. He was definitely interviewed at the time, my mother said emphatically, although I had told her there was no written record of this. She looked at us all in bewilderment. Why would he say he was if he wasn't? There was a silence. I already knew from Jim that not only had no interview taken place, but the voters' roll for 1957 showed that while there were families named Liddell in the Cliftonville area, none had had a female child in the correct age group named Moira or anything similar. The child that Mrs. Chalmers, the policeman's wife, had spotted talking to the bus driver that day had indeed been Moira Anderson. Jim had told me that Betty, the babysitter, whose views had not figured at the time, had said that, despite numerous warnings from her parents, she had been drawn to my father's bus like a magnet. She'd even been a passenger on his vehicle at some point during the afternoon of the 23rd of February 1957, and had had a conversation with him about his plans for that evening. He had implied that he was off duty, but wouldn't require anyone to babysit. They wouldn't be going out on such a bad night. So he had intended going out for the evening, but not with my mother or herself. He had had other plans. My father's version of how he heard of Moira's disappearance and the events of that Saturday evening varies considerably from what's contained in my mother's statement and that of Betty. He had insisted, when he was seen in Leeds, that he'd heard the news on the night Moira had gone missing. There were, he stated, plenty of people mentioning it on the bus during the evening. This must have been untrue, because the child's father didn't report it until at least midnight. My dad had finished work slightly late, he claimed, bought fish and chips on the way home, and had told my mother about the wee girl's disappearance at 11:45 that night. Moira's name had been mentioned by passengers, he claimed, but he didn't know who she was. My father's view of how well he'd known the Andersons changed subtly over the months that he was interviewed. Originally, in March 1993, he stuck to the line that he recalled Moira as just one more child who got on and off his bus regularly, even though he was visibly shaken when confronted with her photograph. He insisted during his taped conversations that there had been no friendship between them. I never had much dealings with her. I never had any dealings except for on the bus. He couldn't have chatted to her or anyone else, he had maintained, as his cab was separate from the passengers. Of her parents and sisters he pleaded ignorance too, although my mother told me later that she recalled a conversation with my father after his release from prison when he returned to Coatbridge and to his old bus route. He had mentioned to her how sorry he was for that nice Mrs. Anderson, whose kid had run off. He'd seen her from his bus sweeping the pavement outside her home, and she'd glanced up and waved to him. When my mother told me this, she'd been trying to convince both of us that there was a caring side to my father's nature. Oh, I can assure you, he was shaken to see that poor woman, still not knowing what had happened to her daughter, she quavered. I hadn't realised he knew her. And how could he have come back here if what you're saying is right? Nobody could do something like that and go back. I reminded her that by the time the police had realised that Moira had not run away, my dad had been in prison. Because he was away, he'd been forgotten in the inquiry, so that when he came out, he could slip quietly back into his family and his job. But the truth was too much for my mother, who sobbed for hours after the visit by the CID, hoping still it was a nightmare from which she would awake. Chapter 23. The second time Jim and his team grilled my father, his story changed. The detectives told him they'd interviewed 2 people still living in the area who not only were able to say which bus he'd been driving that day, but also who had a photograph of the very one, calling it EVA 26, Eva 26. The 2 bus spotters recalled it easily, for it had some features that distinguished it from the rest of Baxter's fleet, including a bull nose. They had kept a note over the years of every bus bought by the firm and knew that it had been used between 1951 and 1958 in the Monklands, mainly on the Cliftonville to Kirkwood route, a journey of some 25 minutes, where crews maintained a half-hour service with 5-minute breaks and a longer lunch hour. Built in 1939, they knew its model number, T58, and its registration, CWY 219. And the fact that it was a hybrid, a Maudsley, which had been adapted with a Massey body. The driver was not completely isolated from his 35 passengers, and the vehicle had a capacious boot, the key for which was hung up in a special pouch in the cabin. Unusually, the boot could also be utilised from inside the vehicle by lifting the rear passenger seats above and operating a concealed lever. My father recognised it instantly when Jim produced the photograph. It's a Maudsley. It has a massy body. Was that the one you were driving? Similar. Don't know if it was the exact one. Oh, that was the exact one, I assure you, Alec, Jim replied. I can assure you that this is the bus that was on that route on that day. You couldn't get into them without the T key, my father said, when Jim asked him about access into the boot. We never got supplied with them. I am assured by reliable sources that a driver would not take a bus out without taking what they called the budgie key with them, because it was part of the bus's equipment. I worked in Baxter's for years and never had one, only in the luxury coaches. You weren't aware, said Jim, in ironic tones. There was a passenger's luggage compartment under the rear seat of this bus. He tried to insist there could be little contact with anyone because of a partition between the cab and vehicle, with only room in the compartment for one. When told that a witness had stated that Betty, the babysitter, had been observed sitting on his knee in the cab, he had protested. No, never. That was against the rules. But we have drivers and conductresses telling us this. I never took any lass into the cab. You were noted for having young girls on your bus at the terminus. Me? You. No, I never had time. No, you've got it all wrong. The detectives didn't tell him then that a former conductress had recalled that horseplay had gone on among bus crews when they were taking breaks at a terminus, and she had a vivid memory of being bundled by Alec Gartshore into the boot of his bus. When they told him that many of his former workmates had been seen by the police, my father demanded to know who had been interviewed. They included Cliff Harper, a man of similar height to my father with a tiny moustache, George McArdle, an old buddy who had joined him on the buses from Alison the Butcher's. He had said that Alex Gartshore was very mannerly and plausible, and renowned for picking up girls who'd just left school, and that he'd been invited by my dad to go into Glasgow to rendezvous with two 15-year-olds. Willie Brown, known as Tashi because of his large RAF-style moustache, and Pat O'Rourke, the one I disliked intensely. My father was full of self-righteous indignation and denied their allegations that he'd given young girls money to visit his cab, and George McArdle's claim that Betty had been one of many. Jeanette Mitchell-Spears, one of my father's regular conductresses, however, had agreed that it happened frequently. My father also denied all knowledge of what 3 of his male colleagues and a conductress called Nan Laird claimed was common practice, for drivers to cover for a friend. Being relieved on a Saturday to go off without your spouse having any inkling of your whereabouts had apparently been nothing out of the ordinary. George McArdle pointed out that a great deal of fiddling went on with ticket money, never mind subtle rearrangements of shifts and wholesale deception of spouses. He said that he had always been suspicious of Alexander, about whom rumours were rife at the time of the child's disappearance. It seemed that as long as buses ran on schedule, the inspectors were happy. 2 drivers who knew my father well in the 50s and 60s made particularly revealing remarks about his behaviour. Cliff Harper said, "I knew he was a bit of a ladies' man. However, he was also the type of man who encouraged young girls to frequent the bus at the terminus. Tashi Brown agreed. Alec, he said, was attracted to wee lassies, schoolgirls, not older ones. They were always on his bus, and he was known to be interfering with them sexually. He was also clear that at the time of Moira's disappearance, speculation had spread throughout the bus company that Alec Gertshore had killed Moira. Pat O'Rourke said he would interfere with boys and girls. He wasn't too fussy. On his affair with Betty the babysitter, my father refuted her statement, which described many meetings between them in Dunbeth Park, intercourse taking place by mutual consent after the first occasion some 20 to 30 times. She'd indicated the affair had lasted some 6 months and that he'd given her pocket money. This, she imagined, he had fiddled from the fairs so that his wife would not suspect. I was with her once, my dad declared, and denied ever having been near the park. But Jim told him that the police had a statement from a woman who'd walked into our house and caught him naked with Betty on the couch, having full sexual intercourse. In fact, 2 of my relations, an aunt and a cousin, had described stumbling, as I had, into sexual encounters at 51 Dunbeth Road over the winter of 1956 and 1957, and being unsure at the time of how to cope with their discovery. One witness, an aunt who was pregnant over the winter of 56-57, called to see my mum unexpectedly after a visit to the antenatal clinic at the foot of our street. She was disappointed to find my mother was out and had been about to leave when the back door opened suddenly. My father made an excuse and seemed agitated when she pushed past him. She spotted a fair-haired girl rushing about in an attempt to dress. My aunt shouted, "What the hell is going on here?" She didn't believe the tale he spun her, and she threatened to tell my mum if she ever came across him and this girl again. She was still upset when she reached her own home, but she and her husband agreed that my mother should never know anything of the matter. She also told Jim's team that she'd spotted my father in the back seat of his car, again with a fair-haired girl of 12 or 13, when she was taking a shortcut over some waste ground. She knew he had seen her. Their eyes had met before she had looked away hurriedly. She couldn't be sure if the child was the same one she'd seen in our living room. The cousin had often called to see my mother during the school lunch hour. On one particular day, there was no answer at her back door, and she found that it was locked. Surprised, as she thought she heard voices, my cousin walked through our close and, on impulse, jumped up to look through the windows of my parents' bedroom near the front door. She saw my father and a blonde girl of around her own age, 13, whom she thought she recognised as Betty, a fellow school pupil, naked in bed. She also thought there had even been talk of an anonymous letter sent to my mother linking my father to Moira. A former neighbour might be able to confirm it, she said. Ella Brown Copeland agreed that this had happened just after Moira's disappearance. She told detectives that even after all this time, she wasn't surprised my father was being investigated. When I asked my mother about the letter, she admitted it readily. She had received a cruel note pasted with assembled letters cut from newspapers immediately after my father was sentenced. It said, I should take myself and my wains away to Australia with my aunt and disappear from town. She sighed slowly. And it said that the lassie Betty wasn't the only one. There were a dozen others he didn't get caught with. At the bottom, they put, "Why don't you go if you know what's good for you? You think you know what he's done, but you don't know the half of it. He won't stop with the lassie Anderson." Your grandfather insisted I took it round to the police station, and I did. The police saw the anonymous letter? Yes, my mother answered me dully. I handed it in to them at the desk and told nobody else that I'd got it, except for my own mother. She told me I should ignore it. And no police officer came to see you to discuss it? No. I was terrified for days, waiting for them to come and ask questions, but I heard no more about it. After a while, I took the advice to put it out of my mind. I was stunned by what appeared to be another example from 1957 of staggeringly inept police work. My mother had given someone in John F. MacDonald's team a resume of what was on many people's lips at the time, and like everything else to do with my father, the details of the note had not even been regarded as suspicious. I decided my father had had a charmed life. But everyone's luck dries up at some point. On Wednesday, 17th of March 1993, Alexander Gartshore was asked directly by Jim McEwen about his involvement in the missing girls movements that day. I never had much dealings with her. I never had any dealings except for on the bus. Are you responsible for the disappearance of Moira Anderson? No, I'm not. I promise you that. I'm no use to saying I swear to God. My right hand's up to God here. I swear on my kids' lives, down here and up there as well. I had nothing at all to do with it. Nothing. If I could help you, I would help you. But eventually, he shifted his position on this issue too. He admitted to Jim that he had known the family. He knew them from coming on and off his vehicle. In particular, he had known Mrs. Anderson and her middle daughter. When he was reminded that his cab had open access and that the policeman's wife, Mrs. Chalmers, had made a statement about Moira and herself exchanging smiles, and then the child sitting at the front and speaking to the driver, he backtracked. He also denied all knowledge of Moira Liddell. Well, for 37 years, the world was under the impression Moira vanished at 4:10 p.m, Jim said, when she left her gran's and was never seen again. It's only since last year that you have come into the picture by saying to your daughter at the funeral what you said to her. You have made admissions that she was on your bus over an hour after the last official sighting. Still, my dad maintained he had said all this in an interview at the time, which Jim knew to be untrue. Grilling him, however, paid dividends as holes began to appear in his story. Where did Moira Anderson get on your bus? At the stop, just outside her door. Jim established that this was where Moira had been spotted by the old lady noticing the increasing severity of the storm. I seen her coming on, my father agreed. Front door bus. Who else got on at that stop? Don't know. I think her sister. I'm not sure. There was another lass with her. I can't mind if there was anybody, any adults or that. Did you say anything to her? I couldn't because the window was shut. But your wife told us you said, "Hello, Moira." And the police wanted to speak to you about it. Nut. You left to go, allegedly, to tell the police about that a few days later. I never said such a thing. You told your wife you had to go and speak to the police. I can't mind if I went because they interviewed me at the garage. I think it was the next day. Well, why did you tell your wife, "Hold my supper. The police want to speak to me and I'm going round to speak to them"? I said that? Aha. That is what your wife is saying. No. Then came the breakthrough they needed. Having tried to insist that he and Moira had not chatted, my father finally crumbled on this part of his story too. From him, after so many years, the police learned why Moira, having found the co-op closed, decided to take a bus into town alone, ignoring the arrangement to go to the cinema with her cousins. She'd had a secret plan, which she revealed to no one else except my father. He had been the last person in Moira's company. In their conversation, she'd told him she was going to Woolworths near the fountain to buy a special surprise birthday card for her mother. No one else knew of her important task, not even her sisters or cousins. Jim McEwen's men were stunned by this piece of information and checked. Jim discovered that Maisie Anderson's headstone proved that she had spent Sunday, the 24th of February 1957, her 40th birthday, searching for her daughter. This was proof not only that my father was the last person to have spoken to the little girl and hear what her intentions were, but that he'd known her well. She would have been unlikely to share her secret during a casual encounter with a stranger. My father did his utmost to distance himself from the inside knowledge of the card. He said that he'd heard it later on the same shift. I learned that frae other people on the bus at the same time. Who was that? A young woman and a lass. Names? No, I don't know their names, but they said it was terrible, this Moira Anderson business. When? The following Monday. But you said you told the police about this card on the Sunday when spoken to at the bus depot. People came on the bus, my father said eventually. On the Saturday night. A woman came on with a kiddie, and she told us about 7:30 that night. Isn't it just terrible? And she was going for a birthday card. Nobody in the original inquiry knew that that was where Moira Anderson was going. There's no record of it at all, replied Jim. She was never reported missing till well after 11:30 p.m. It's not until we dug really deeply that we found it was Moira's mum's birthday the next day. He said nothing to my father of John F. MacDonald's admission that he had been unaware of the mother's birthday. Ignoring this, my father wouldn't budge from his tale of telling my mum the news of the child's disappearance between 11 and midnight on the 23rd of February. There were plenty of people mentioning it on my bus. About 9 o'clock, and then 10 o'clock. Plenty of them. He'd plainly forgotten the fact that all the buses had gone off the road with the bad weather. Jim and his men were sure of the exact time at which Andrew Anderson had arrived, distraught, at the station in Dunbeth Road to report his child missing. Both Moira's parents were now dead, but Janice Anderson Matheson, mother of Moira's cousins, remembered that she had gone on the hospital visit to the family's grandfather with others, returning to Coatbridge after 5 p.m. Andrew had appeared at her home, 37C Laird Street, where they lived over the co-op, at 10:30 p.m. And she said that they had searched locally until it was felt that Andrew had to inform the police just prior to midnight. The news didn't leak out to the general public until the next day. Only the immediate family and a handful of neighbours had known that something had befallen Moira late on the Saturday night. A tiny number of people and her killer. My father said that Moira disembarked from his bus at Woolworths in Main Street, although that would have been an unofficial stop. And she'd waved goodbye. He had worked on, despite the bad road conditions, till midnight. He'd bought these fish and chips on the way home, he said, and arrived before midnight, and he'd told my mother the shocking news of a child being missing. My father's black car would either have been sitting at Baxter's bus garage in Gartley, Airdrie that night, or it would have been parked outside our back door in the yard. One former bus driver, George McNeil, had handed over his bus that day to my dad. He said the crews had changed over at 2 p.m. at Jackson Street. From his statement, it would appear that my father, probably because of the blizzard, had left his car at home and walked a couple of 100 yards from our home in Dunbeth Road to start his shift. This type of arrangement was also apparently common to save crews going to the depot. At least one conductress told detectives that when she worked with my father on late shifts, she rarely clocked off at the depot, which was the rule, but left him alone in the bus with the last few passengers, arranging that he handed in timesheets and the collected fares, which allowed her to catch the last bus to her own outlying area. I was interested in George McNeil's comment about my father being on foot that day. It had stuck in his mind, the association of such a tall man in such a small car being somewhat incongruous. If he was correct, and my mother's recollection about listening for Alex's car arriving back later that evening was also accurate, then it suggested to me that he had returned to Dunbeth Road at some point and taken out his car. Some may question the idea of a man enticing away an intelligent girl like Moira. I can see how she would have trusted this man in uniform, particularly if he had replaced the money she had lost, for which the old lady had seen her searching in the snow to purchase the birthday card. My father was equally capable of persuading her to stay on the bus or of having her accompany him on some pretext to his car. Once that had been achieved, whether it was in a large vehicle taken to a deserted terminus or in his black baby Austin, which would cope better with treacherous road conditions, the victim would have been at his mercy. Chapter 24. It was Easter 1993, and at last I remembered why I personally could be so sure that my father and Moira had known each other. It had been a warm summer's day in 1956 in Dunbeth Park. And I had gone there from my Auntie Margaret's house at the Red Bridge, pushing her eldest, Albert, who was sitting up in his pram. When we reached the park, we found Marlon Twycross with a cousin called Marion, and one or two others, Marjorie Orr, who was from a big house, and Marjorie Anderson. We were all the same age. We all ran to get on the swings. Several of us doubled up, one child standing, the other sitting, as the play area was busy. There had been another group of 4 slightly older girls. My partner panted, propelling us higher, that 2 of them were Marjorie's big sister Moira and her pal Beth. We wondered if they'd let us into their skipping game. Then my attention was diverted to the roundabout, and we pounced on it, making it go faster and faster, accompanied by frenzied yells as we all felt sick. I noticed regretfully that the older ones had melted away, taking their ropes with them. Suddenly, there was an accident at the swings. Some kiddie had run beneath one, which had split his head open. I ran for help. The park keeper's house was just at the entrance, and I hammered at his door, shouting, "Come quick, mister! There's been an accident at the swings!" For a few seconds, there was no response, and I looked behind me for him in his uniform. Instead, I spotted my dad's little black baby Austin through the gates. What was he doing there? He seemed to be waving out of his window to some passers-by. I was still trying to figure this out when the park keeper opened his door and I had to tell him what had happened. I pointed to the little knot of children still gathered round the casualty, then turned back towards the gates as he went to deal with the emergency. As I walked towards our car, I saw that my father was deep in conversation with the older Anderson girl and her chum. I wondered what on earth he could possibly want with them. He seemed to be showing something to them, for their heads were close together as they gazed down into the interior of his car. Perhaps, I told myself, he had come looking for me? Various possibilities went through my head as I marched closer to the vehicle, as my dad chatted to both girls, who were in fits of giggles. Just as I got to the car, Moira in a short-sleeved blue dress and her friend, who was wearing culottes, ran off towards Dunbeth Avenue. I looked at my father. Although he had seemed angry when he first caught sight of me, now he was smirking and fumbling about in the pockets of his bus uniform. He produced sweeties, and when I asked what he'd been doing there with those girls, he wouldn't answer me. He asked if I wanted a lift, but I told him of my task for the afternoon, and I grabbed the sweets out of his hand and ran back to the path. I was convinced that he would have persuaded the girls to go with him if I had not unexpectedly appeared. I had no idea then what my father had been demonstrating to those 2 girls that had caused them to go into near hysterics. I only knew that something was wrong. I wrote a summary of the incident, and I put it with the other 6 foolscap pages I had completed for the police. The one thing I couldn't force myself to write, though, about was the aftermath when I'd attempted to tell my mother. She had turned on me, which was entirely unlike her. She'd even hit me hard, and had made me promise never to tell anyone else. I had remained silent for nearly 4 decades. Thinking that my sleepless nights might improve after this last flashback, I found instead that they worsened, to the point that I telephoned for an appointment with Brian Venters. He asked me what was disturbing me. I explained that I had now had the same dream for the past 3 nights, where I'd got so upset I'd had to get up and make tea, and there was no possibility of going back to sleep. Each time, I was woken by a blinding light, reminiscent of a lightning flash. In the dream, the figure of a child was at the foot of my bed. The child wasn't Lauren, but was of her age, and as she drew nearer, I recognised Moira. I sat up in bewilderment, leaning forward as she beckoned as if to tell me something. As the gap between us lessened, her smile widened, and she nodded encouragingly. It was as if she was indicating that I should keep faith. No words were spoken, but somehow I knew what the message was. Then the image would blur. The light blue eyes turned into Lauren's deep brown ones, and the hair was no longer short and fair, but long and curly. The mischievous grin became a puzzled look on my own child's face. Then the image would fade and shrivel. When I leapt out of bed, I imagined I was standing among the bones of a small skeleton, the fragments disintegrating under my bare feet, the crackling sound only too real in my mind. I looked at Brian Venters anxiously. He told me reassuringly that this was just my mind's way of adjusting to the enormity of my father's crimes. I was glad of his no-nonsense, yet kindly approach. That Easter, articles appeared in the Airdrie and Coatbridge Advertiser that caused a stir. The Monklands front page headline on the 2nd of April read, "Police fit another piece in the Moira jigsaw." And the article revealed the vital new information that she might have gone to buy a birthday card for a member of her family. Former staff of Woolworths were being traced, and one of the theories being followed up now was that Moira's killer persuaded her to stay on the bus that she had used and return home with him because of the blizzard. DCI Ricky Gray had spoken to Moira's sisters, Janet, now 50, and Marjorie, 43, in Australia and England respectively. Both said they were very anxious to see the mystery finally solved. Their 85-year-old father, Andrew, died broken-hearted last July without ever knowing what became of the middle of his 3 daughters. Moira's description was given once more, and DCI Gray stressed that he wanted to trace anyone who'd been at the abandoned football match between Airdrie and Ayr United that day, and anyone who thought they had spotted a little girl fitting that description getting on or off the bus, possibly in the company of a man in his late 30s. The following week's local headline was "Major Setback in Moira Anderson Inquiry." This broke the frustrating news that police thought the bus conductress on duty that day had died 6 years before. Gus Patterson was quoted as saying, "No one else has come forward. It is a disappointment and typical of the type of setbacks we are encountering. 9 people we wanted to speak to who could have been important witnesses are deceased." Chapter 25. Jim was back from his trip. To my surprise, he didn't laugh when I told him that my cousins and I had decided to visit a medium. Dee had been at a meeting in Glasgow, and the medium on the stage had mentioned her name because he had a message for her. When she met him afterwards, she was astonished when he told her to ignore her doctor, who diagnosed her as having ME, and to stick with the treatment she was receiving from her homeopath. She had arranged for him and the other 5 of us to come to her home. We decided beforehand to say nothing about the situation we were in with the police and see if he picked up that we were related and deeply involved in the investigation. His name was William, and he was younger than any of us, which meant that the events of 1957 would be of little interest to him if he even knew about them. For so far, all the media attention had focused on the Monklands, and he was a Glaswegian. We planned to record what he said. Dee had asked us all to gather at 7 or so, when her husband would fetch William from the station. He would do 6 individual consultations in her spare bedroom. I was late and didn't arrive until after 9. I'm not sure what I expected William O'Connor to look like, but he seemed innocuous. Jeans, a white t-shirt, casual jacket. He looked about 30. As Dee changed the tape, she said, "This is the last one, William. This is Sandra from Edinburgh." He gave me an appraising look. I took a seat nearby and felt silly, as before he even started, I'd begun to panic a little. "Now, just relax. All I'm going to do is speak to you and I want you to calm down," said William. "All right? All you have to do is answer yes or no." You've come a distance to be here tonight." "Edinburgh." "And I feel it was a bit of a hassle during the day for you to get here." "Oh, it certainly was." I reflected ruefully that he was quite right about that. Because of a chain of disasters, I had almost not come at all. William stared at me searchingly. "And also, as well as that," he said, "you've had an awful lot on your mind for the last couple of weeks or so." "Months." "Well, it's actually not sorted out yet at all, and it's more on a personal level. You've had an awful lot of upset inside your own home. Are you okay?" I nodded, though by now I'd dissolved. "What they're telling me is," said William slowly and carefully, "you've had an awful lot to endure, an awful lot, and nobody really knows the half of it yet. But your grandmother has been around the home and she's been giving you an awful lot of help and support." I was amazed at William's ability to tune into my feelings. He had no knowledge that everything had been set in motion with Granny Jenny's death a year before. What she's telling me here is it's your strength of character that's keeping you going more than anything else. She's telling me here that you have to try not to worry so much because she's trying to help you to sort it out. Do you understand? And there's someone round about you very stubborn. Too stubborn, actually. It's like knocking on a brick wall and not getting through. It's as if the conversation's falling on deaf ears. Don't waste your energy anymore. William looked at me sharply. Let it materialise the way it's to go, because your emotions have been wrecked, and you can't allow them to do it any longer. You've put everybody before you, you know, and you've got to put you first now. And you've not got a lot of support about you that you can run to. And you're distanced. You're distanced away from your family as well. What they're saying is, well, what the lady in the world of spirits is telling me is don't worry too much. Try not to blame yourself for everything, because you're not responsible. I'm not responsible. I repeated William's words like a talisman. Do you understand that? You are not to take the blame, though there are some who would like to pass it. They should be looking in. And here William pointed to his heart before they look out, because their criticisms are just coming off their tongue like that. And the simple reason is it's easier to blame others rather than themselves. Got to be honest with you, they don't seem to feel they are at fault. The lady's saying that the most important thing here at the moment is you, right? Where is there a child? I wondered if William was using telepathy. I'd thought of Moira, and he had mentioned a child. Wordlessly, I extracted from my bag a nameless head and shoulders photo of Moira. I pushed the photo towards him. This is the child, I said. I know. William glanced at the photograph briefly. All I keep getting is, I'm not getting a link on the other side. All I keep getting told is that there's a lady in the world of spirits who's trying to help. I've had nightmares for ages about this child. I interrupted him. There was a silence, and then William regarded me with great compassion in his eyes. Concentrated hard, as if listening to a conversation to which I was not attuned. What I'm being told is there's somebody connected to that child. Family? Who's taken her away. Yes. They actually lured her into a false sense of security, and then they took her away, miles from where she lived. And also, it's not totally sorted out yet. It's not. No. Right. The child is now grown up, he said, and doesn't know the half of it. I was a child when this happened, and I don't. But this child here, I pointed to Moira's picture, is she on the other side? Can you say that? Yeah, I've got to be honest. I'm sorry. I feel that. Yeah, I think she is. I agreed sadly. She's there. Yeah, she is there. Well, she's not a member of my family, but I feel... I broke down at this point. I feel my father's responsible for this child not being here anymore. William stared into the corner of the room, beyond me, but I could see nothing. I feel that now this child could be late 30s or early 40s, maybe 43. And not long after she disappeared, she went. He snapped his fingers quickly, and the sound made me jump. You've had her several times in your material life back to you. My own eyes widened. There was only one thing he could be referring to. I've been having nightmares about this wee girl, I croaked. Because she's visited you 3 times in dream form. The word was just a whisper. It can just be heard on the tape recording. Yes. Well, it's to let you know. She's told me the truth. That's what's breaking you apart. All I keep seeing is that she's forgiven him. There was a silence. But I can't forgive him, I said. That's what I mean. What I've been told to tell you is that if it's getting opened up, watch, right? Because you'll feel the pain. I'm feeling it now, I said. And it was true. I feel as if you don't know who to turn to. And all she's saying is that she's... Look, calm down. Calm down. William attempted to comfort me. Then he sat up. And he seemed to become another person altogether. She was very chatty and very cheerful and very, as a child. And William tossed his head as a young girl would, and his voice altered to that of a child. Yes, let's go here. She's got a wee bit of properness in her voice, and she's showing me a playground. Where I'm near, it's a playground. Where I'm near, it could only be Dunbeth Park, so close to her home. A park with chutes? I asked William quietly. But he was still being her, I could see. Yes, I'm actually getting somebody playing with skipping ropes as well. There seems to be some trees and a main road behind me. Do you understand? I seem to have a blue-coloured dress on, some kind of blue colouring. I've got to make sure I know that whom I'm giving this to, it's correct. My guide tells me it's taken a lot of strength and power to bring her here. But she is on the other side of life. She's not here on the material. Okay? I understand, I said. I've known that, I think, for a year now. She's passed away. William's voice was his own now, which relieved me, as the last few moments had been spooky, and the back of my neck was prickling. Moira had managed, through this young man, to confirm for me that the one memory I had of seeing her, which I had written down so recently, was right. And I wouldn't say, added William, that it was natural causes. I have to be honest. I feel the child has seen too much. She's deluding, and she's not showing me. But then again, sometimes there's things I'm not allowed to see. But I feel you've seen some of it. William looked at me hard. I've definitely seen some of it. And I feel you couldn't believe it when you were seeing it. And it's not your imagination at all. Because, added William, snapping his fingers once more, your life just went like that. Overnight. I feel that what I've been told to tell you is you've got to let things go the way they are. Just now. What I'm getting here is that the child, she trusted the person that had taken her away. She trusted the person. All I'm getting is she's come to you because you must have been close at some point, and she's only been able to contact you in the recent past. Very recently. Only the last few weeks. Well, because the simple reason is she didn't want your material life disturbed earlier, because it would have damaged your life, William explained. And in spirit, we're not allowed to interfere in people's lives until it comes to a stage where something must be done. That's why the guides wouldn't allow her to come to you before. But she seems to be coming through now. You had to get on with your own life. And plus, when your children were coming, you would have been overprotective. And you would have gone over everything. And you'd have been gone out of your mind. But now, well, they're up. And they've got their independence. They have. I was staggered at how much William seemed to know about a woman he'd never encountered before, when he knew only my first name. Certainly, you could tell from the diamond ring and the wedding band on my left hand that I was married. But there were no clues to my children or their ages. Aye, they've got independence, he repeated. They're finding their own level and they're going out into the world. So now they're able to let the contact come through. Contact come through. Right. Don't forget, he said, that she's not a child anymore. We're looking at a grown woman. And you'll probably see her in a grown form. No, I've actually seen her as she is here, I said, tapping on the photograph. But in my dreams, she's turned into my own wee girl. Oh, is that right? That's probably because of the innocence of it. Understand what I mean? Also, she could be trying to warn you as well. Warn me? Yeah, like, watch what you're doing. Be careful with your emotions. Know what I mean? That type of situation. Also, she's probably walked with your own wee girl in her life. She's been there to protect her and make sure nobody harmed her. But you haven't seen her in a grown-up form, although you'll probably be aware of her maturity at one point when she comes back to you. The dreams have stopped slightly, right? Just to ease your mind a bit, because you've got to ease your mind at the moment or you'll go out of it. And I have to say this, she's more worried about you than anything else. And you have to try and accept that she is away. I noticed beads of sweat on William's brow now. He looked exhausted. But there was one thing I felt I had to ask before the session stopped. But I've got to try and find out where he put this wee lassie. Her family never knew what had happened to her. Seems to be near a quarry, or maybe where there's a lot of land. William was tense. He was straining his ears. But I'm being told by my guide it will be almost impossible to find the remains of that child where her body is. Then he added, they'll probably reveal something to you, but it will be difficult to obtain it because there are a lot of changes in the area that it happened in. I'm sorry I couldn't give you anything else, but this is what's dominating your life. You'd never have turned against a man you felt respect and love for if you didn't feel it was important. But I feel as if your family probably won't accept it. My mother won't accept it. For anything, agreed William. If anything, she probably thinks you're gone out of your mind and she really won't accept it. But she knows things about your father that nobody knows. She will probably defend him right to the end, we said in unison. William reassured me again that Moira's spirit was fine, and he added that both her parents were now with her. I asked if he thought the body might have been dumped in water. All I'm getting's a quarry. It could be water, I'm not sure. When you get sites like that, well, there's usually water round about, but I definitely don't see her being flung in the sea. You know how you said she was taken far away? Well, I'm sure she was, but I mused, I can't see it being far. No, it's not far, but it's definitely near a quarry, said William, getting up and heading for the door. Now, she didn't tell me what happened. I'll see what I can do for you. Stay here and I'll get you a glass of water. He was visibly shaken. When C took him to the station, he told her not to take the car she was driving north next day in. Then he said, how close are you to that last girl I saw there? Actually, we're all related, said C. I'm her cousin. What is it? I couldn't tell her that what we were getting, it was a murder. Tell her if she wants me to help the police, I will. Good night. Don't take this car on your trip. C stared at him as he got out and went into the station. The following day she took her car in for a service. A number of faults came to light. Chapter 26. There are those, I am sure, who will be cynical about the events that occurred in Coatbridge that evening of 23rd of April, 1993, and of what passed between a young man from Glasgow and a woman he'd never set eyes on before from Edinburgh, and who will question both sincerity and authenticity. All I can say is that Jim McEwen was not one of them. Dee's brother-in-law taped a copy of the recording of our consultations, and Ronnie listened to it carefully. He said, give it to the police team. Tell them he's willing to help and leave them to decide on whether this man is some kind of fraudster or the genuine article. While the tape made its way to Airdrie Police Station, I got William's full name and address from Dee, and I telephoned him to let him know the police might contact him. He didn't sound surprised. "Well, I'll do all I can to help," he said simply. "Something similar has happened before." He told me a little of his background, and I realised that he took his gift very seriously. "So anyway," I said, "you're quite happy for me to pass on your name to the police?" "Absolutely," said William. "What you should be aware of is that your gran told me she couldn't rest in peace, knowing she'd covered up for your dad all these years. And now she's in spirit. She knows he's responsible. This is why something's been done, to try and balance the scales of justice now." I was silent. I thought of Granny Jenny and the cryptic remarks that she'd made to me, always retracting them or changing the subject. "I've had her back," said William, as if describing someone he'd bumped into in the street. "So, is she still worried about me?" I asked with interest. His answer was forthright. "Oh no, I don't think so. She's just very upset that he has the same name as his father, whom she tells me was a very respectable ambulance man." "Did she say his name to you?" I held my breath. "Yeah, she did," he answered cheerfully, "and I can see you're called after him too. It's Sandy or Sani or something like that, short for Alexander." "That's right. She was worried about the surname too, because it was unusual." Jim McEwen and Gus Patterson arranged to interview William a week later. They assured me it wasn't preposterous to involve him, and Jim spoke of a recent murder investigation where the killer of a Rutherglen woman taxi driver had been traced through the help of a clairvoyant. Jim's view was that with a murder case as complex and long ago as Moira's, he was willing to meet William and form his own opinion. The two policemen picked up William, escorted him to Coatbridge, and drove him round the area to see what he picked up in the way of vibes. I spoke to Gus the day after. He said that he'd been almost as staggered as I was by William. "Oh, it was uncanny," he said. "Jim and I were determined to give the guy as few clues as possible, so we just drove him around to see what he would say and do. We headed through the Cliftonville area, and it was as if the guy came to life." He recognised her street and murmured something about it not looking right. Well, the Andersons' home was knocked down years ago. Then William said, "It isn't there anymore," though all the rest of the houses are exactly as they were. He talked about the park being nearby and directed us to Dunbeth Park. And then at the gates, he asked us outright if it was an ex-cop we were interviewing. He seemed confused, the psychic guy, and then he stressed that the man we have to speak to wore a uniform. He kept repeating, "She says she trusted him because of his uniform, so I guess it must be a cop." And a moment later he said, Where is a bus involved in all of this? I'm clearly picking up. She got on a bus." On the way back from the town head area, he made us turn off a side road. We went up Gartgill Road into quite a desolate area. It takes you up towards, abandoned pits and quarries. But he got us to stop at the large pond that's round that way, near the old signal box. He seemed to be looking for 3 big brick chimneys near the railway lines. Well, there were old brick works round there years ago, but they were demolished in the 60s. "Well, I lived in Coatbridge all through my childhood," I said, "and I've never wondered where that little road goes, or used it." "It's a real backwater," he said, "although it's only a mile from the town centre. Gus agreed. Few people seemed to notice it. The pond is hardly any distance from the bus terminus in Townhead. All the drivers would probably know that a pond was screened by the wood near their turning circle. But now you can't see it for high flats. That guy William, he got out of the car and indicated to us. He felt Moira all around. It's marshland there, and you're sinking up to your knees in bog. But though he couldn't pinpoint an exact spot, he said he was certain he was being directed to the general location. Then he looked pale, and he started choking and being sick. He threw up, and he told us he wanted to leave. I recalled William's pallor when I'd last seen him. I decided it would be difficult to vomit unless it was the real thing. He also talked about people being burned and drowned there, said Gus, and he said it was a tragic spot. Oh, he was in a state. So we decided to take him up to the station in Airdrie and let him get cleaned up. Then we checked the map of the whole borough on the wall here, Gus added. I'd been trying to remember the local name for that pond when some guy said he'd lived in the police house round that area of Townhead. Told us the tower block's called Witchwood Court, and the pond's been called that for donkey's years. Witchwood Pond, I repeated. Yeah, agreed Gus. You'd need to check it all out with the local historian. I had few problems finding my way round the familiar haunts of the Carnegie Library, where John White, an expert on the folklore of the Monklands area, has built up a formidable archive. I discovered that while there's only fragile historical evidence for witch hunting having taken place in that part of Coatbridge several hundred years ago, no one's ever been able to explain why those woods and that pond carry the name that they do. I resolved that I would visit the spot when I could. On my first free afternoon, I set off to explore an area of my childhood home that we kids had never gone near. I parked my car by the signal box, climbed over some wire, and then I set off towards Witchwood Pond with its spread of bright marsh marigolds. I'd worried that I too would pick up horrible feelings in this lush green place, so incongruously set in an industrial sprawl. But this didn't happen. I didn't feel nervous, although I was alone for half an hour without seeing another soul. Perhaps dreadful events had happened here. But I couldn't detect the malevolence that had so upset William. I placed the bunch of red carnations I'd brought on the soft moss before I rose to leave.